Chapter 1843. These old bones are really unpalatable. The demon blood vulture said with some dissatisfaction as it spat out a storage ring. A holy venerate, withered leaf city lord, was gone, just like that. The demon blood vulture swallowed him whole, not even leaving scraps. He was truly pitiful. This pitiful person definitely had something hateful about him. He was so greedy, his desires inflated. Such an outcome could be said to be his own doing and could not be spared. If the demon blood vulture only extorted a Cheongchi beast ghost pennant and then sent Xiaochen away, this would be a fair deal. The Cheongchi beast ghost pennant was a superior grade soul tool carefully selected by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Its value was very high, and the demon blood vulture profited greatly. Upon seeing the medallion, the guards looked at Xiaochen, and their expressions changed. This was a rare VIP medallion. Without an extraordinary background, one would not be able to obtain it. "Young master, this way please." One of the guards respectfully led Xiaochen to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the City Lord's residence. After killing Withered Leaf City Lord and Baifeng, Xiaochen showed a calm expression, not showing any openings. Instead, he even got the Withered Leaf City Lord's guard to respectfully lead him to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. It had to be said that this kind of psychological quality was not something an ordinary person could achieve. If an ordinary person killed a holy venerate, it would be impossible for it to not cause a commotion. The moment Xiaochen stepped out of the City Lord's residence, he would be discovered. The result would be death. The City Lord's residence had many experts, far more than ordinary people imagined. The guard led Xiaochen to a place in the City Lord's residence that was heavily guarded with many checkpoints. As this was not the time for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation to open yet, there was no one here aside from the City Lord's residence experts. "Senior Ma, someone is carrying the City Lord's VIP medallion and is going to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation." The guard called out when he stopped at a checkpoint. "Medallion." A cold voice came from behind the checkpoint, sounding simple and forceful. Xiaochen took out the medallion and got the guard to bring it over. Soon he was invited over. After passing the checkpoint, a huge Dao platform appeared before Xiaochen. It was made of ancient divine materials and gave off a faint glow. Flickering superior-grade spirit jades filled the gaps of the Dao platform. The entire platform had a circumference of 1,000 meters, and its surface was carved with mysterious runes that formed a complicated formation. There were many experts near the Dao platform. The scariest ones were the 8 gray-clad old men guarding the surroundings. Without exception, they were all peak late-stage star venerates, existences comparable to holy venerates. A heavy aura floated in the air. Standing in front of this transboundary teleportation array, it made people feel an extremely uncomfortable pressure. The gray-robed man addressed as Senior Ma stood up. He was a holy venerate expert. He walked toward Xiaochen and said, "The token is real. However, you are just an insignificant star venerate. Why did the City Lord give you the VIP token?" Xiaochen's eyes burned like torches as he stared straight at Xiaochen. The might of a holy venerate spread out indistinctly. The pressure it gave off was extremely strong. Xiaochen did not feel pressured at all. He retorted indifferently, "Why don't you go and ask the City Lord yourself?" Senior Ma snorted coldly and tossed the token to Xiaochen. "Humph! Don't give me that. In our eyes, the City Lord is just a representative. Quickly tell us where you want to go. We will send you there directly." Senior Ma had only asked casually, not truly suspecting Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen's unyielding attitude, he dropped the matter. Xiaochen thought for a while before replying, "The Yanwu dynasty." The Yanwu dynasty is boundlessly vast. Aside from the dynasty's capital, there are 118 provinces. Each province is as large as half a great realm. "Which province or county are you going to?" Senior Ma asked somewhat impatiently. Xiaochen did not know which province to go to. If he went directly to the Hidden Spirit Temple, that was unlikely. A demonic Dao city definitely did not have a transboundary transportation formation that led directly to a large Buddhist sect. The two of them were sworn enemies. Soaring Dragon Province, Soaring Dragon County. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen mentioned the only address he knew of in the Yanwu dynasty, the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. Xiao Chen recalled that Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, was the master of that province. No matter what, he would be completely safe after going to the Yanwu Great Realm. He could go anywhere he wanted. At that time, when the little monk woke up, Xiao Chen would not have to worry about him anymore. Xiao Chen wanted to go directly to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, given the little monk's situation, he could only send him back first. After all, it would be much more convenient to go to the Divine Dragon Empire after arriving in the Central Great Realm than to the Divine Dragon Empire from the Ash Gray Sea. Send him over, Senior Ma said expressionlessly. Old Ma said expressionlessly. The 8 old men started forming hand seals together, and the magic arrays on the Dao platform activated one after another. A mysterious pillar of light soared into the clouds. After a long time, sweat continuously dripped down the 8 old men's foreheads. A circular door of light appeared in the center of the Dao platform. The light screen looked like smooth water, glowing like a mirror. Xiao Chen knew that he could reach his destination after passing through the door of light. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and gently drifted into the door of light. Just as Xiao Chen entered the door of light, someone suddenly rushed over with a flustered expression. "We can't let him leave." The city lord's life medallion shattered. Senior Ma's expression immediately changed. He turned around and said, "Quick! Stop the trans-realm transportation formation." It's too late. The 8 old men had weak expressions as they spoke with great difficulty. "Damn it!" Senior Ma roared, and his holy venerate will surged out and crashed into the door of light. Tiny cracks immediately appeared in the water curtain-like door of light. Boom! Senior Ma was not done yet. His aura soared as he threw a palm strike. The palm strike shattered the door of light, turning it into countless figures of light. Pussy-eyed. The 8 old men maintaining the formations all vomited a mouthful of blood. They immediately suffered a huge backlash and fainted on the Dao platform. "Speak. What's going on?" Senior Ma shouted coldly, making the person who came to report tremble. The city lord and commander mysteriously invited this person in today and even laid a restriction. When he came out, he brought the city lord's distinguished guest medallion. At that time, the city lord's life medallion shattered, but we did not immediately suspect him. After all, he is just a star venerate. Furthermore, Commander Bai was there. The person who came trembled in fear, speaking in a trembling voice. Doubt flashed in Senior Ma's eyes. Even if it were him, he could not imagine that the Withered Leaf City's city lord would die at Xiao Chen's hands. Even now, Senior Ma did not think that the murderer was Xiao Chen. However, there had to be some connection to this matter. It had to be related to Xiao Chen. Senior Ma was not satisfied with just letting Xiao Chen leave. However, the door of light shattered. Even if this fellow appeared in the Yanwu dynasty, he would not be able to escape death. However, the city lord's death would become a mystery. Chapter 1845. The Book of Lives, the Heavenly Book Scholar. Xiao Chen thought to himself, as the saying goes, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. Is he really that divine? Speaking of which, the dragon-seeking art that Xiao Chen once cultivated and the divination Dao both belonged to the profound Dao. Xiao Chen believed in divination of the mysteries of heaven. Xiao Chen, who had reached the peak of the Kunlun realm, had already touched upon the Kunlun heavenly Dao. From there, he could see some of the mysteries of heaven and see the future, such as his fight with Chu Chaoyan. However, even if he knew, many things could not be avoided. This was how fate worked. Xiao Chen did not believe in fate. However, sometimes, fate could not be avoided. How is it? Have you thought it through? Jiang He looked at Xiao Chen, revealing a look of desire in his eyes. He really hoped that Xiao Chen would go with him. Let's go then. Xiao Chen thought, the little monk has mentioned this person several times. There is no harm in meeting him. Let's go. It looked like Jiang He was already impatient to leave. The Heavenly Mystery Tower was a famous building in Soaring Dragon City. After leaving the inn, one could see the towering tower in the distance when they looked up. The tower's tip pierced the clouds, and a resplendent pearl was embedded at the top. The pearl gave off electric light in all directions, adding to its mysteriousness. Xiao Chen casually waved, and the cycle war chariot appeared. Then, it turned into a black chariot and quickly carried the two to their destination. While the chariot looked very close, when they actually walked, they had to cross several streets. The chariot traveled for 1 hour before finally arriving near the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Even with the cycle war chariot speed, they still had to travel for another hour. However, they still had not left this area. This showed how vast Soaring Dragon City was, somewhat inconceivably large. When the two got off the chariot, they discovered that the Heavenly Mystery Tower's doors were tightly shut. However, a large group of people gathered in front of the tower. These were probably all people who wanted to meet the Heavenly Book Scholar. Jiang He rubbed his chin and said, "This is unfortunate. The Heavenly Mystery Tower is actually closed. Is there any other way in?" Jiang He looked around as if he did not want to take the usual route. Xiao Chen stopped him and said, "There seems to be something in front of the door. These people should be looking at it." "Is that so? Go over and take a look." Make way. Jiang He squeezed in without saying a word, and those who were pushed away were furious. Still, as the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Hence, Jiang He smiled apologetically, and hence led Xiao Chen to the front of the crowd. "It's a notice." There was a notice pasted on the door. It was very simple and clear: "Honored guests are here today. The Heavenly Book Scholar will not see outsiders. The Heavenly Mystery Tower will open at dusk." Xiao Chen looked up at the sky. It was not noon yet. If they waited until dusk, they would have to wait for more than half a day. What distinguished guest! Even if you do not want to meet the Heavenly Book Scholar, you can meet the other fortune tellers. Why do you have to close your doors? This is really strange. Perhaps it really is an esteemed guest who has arrived and does not want others to know his identity. There is no lack of such major characters in Soaring Dragon City. Could it be someone from the Marquis's residence? When they saw the notice, the people from all over started talking all at once. If it was a distinguished guest, there was naturally no one in Soaring Dragon City who had a more distinguished status than the people in the Marquis's mansion. However, that was hard to say. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Yanwu dynasty. Who knew who it was, coming from afar to seek an audience with the Heavenly Book Scholar? There had been such examples in the past. "Come out first." Jiang He led Xiao Chen out and arrived at a desolate place. Then he stared at the Heavenly Mystery Tower and entered deep thought. Xiao Chen observed Jiang He's expression and said, "You can't be thinking of sneaking in, right?" Jiang He retorted boldly, "Of course. In my plan, I have already taken into account such a situation. When an esteemed guest arrives, it is the time to focus on divination. To me, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Xiao Chen shook his head, not thinking much of it. Just by looking at this Heavenly Mystery Tower, one would feel that it was not simple. Aside from the doors, there were no other entrances. The walls of the tower were tightly sealed, not leaving any gaps or even windows. It was basically impossible to sneak in without anyone noticing. Furthermore, it was currently daytime. There were many people nearby, making it even more difficult. "How are you going to enter?" "Of course, by walking in openly." Jiang He smiled mysteriously. Then he took out a talisman and handed it to Xiao Chen. "I found this in an ancient grave. I do not know which epoch it is from, but there are only 3 of them. They can temporarily immaterialize your body for 15 minutes. That should be enough for us to enter." After receiving the talisman, Xiao Chen felt slightly shocked. Your talisman is no less valuable than the folding fan in his hand. Is it worth it? That folding fan is the Heavenly Book Scholar's lifeblood. To me, the talisman is just a tool that I can casually give away. There is no comparison between the two. Jiang He stuck the talisman on his body. Then, Xiao Chen immediately discovered that Jiang He vanished from before his eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen used his soul energy to activate the talisman and stuck it on his body as well. He thought to himself, using such a precious item like this is truly a waste. Only someone like Jiang He, who did not care about anything, could be so calm. "Let's go." Although Xiao Chen could not see the other party, He could hear Jiang He's voice projection. He pressed forward courageously, passing through the crowd and going through the door. The immaterialized too easily passed through the door riddled with restrictions, not causing any commotion. Let's be faster. The Heavenly Book Scholar has been performing divination on the 8th floor. The talisman only lasted for 15 minutes. They had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be problematic if they were exposed midway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two moved quickly, passing through many restrictions and moving under the watchful eyes of many experts. His movements were unimpeded, and he was advancing at a much faster pace than he had expected. This saved them a lot of time and brought them to the 8th floor. It's in the west. Go straight, turn left, turn right, we arrived. It looked like Jiang He was very familiar with the situation here. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chen and Jiang He arrived at the room where the Heavenly Book Scholar performed divination. Two plain wooden doors stood ajar at the end of the path. Strange. Aren't we going to meet an honored guest? Why is there no one guarding the room? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Xiao Chen felt curious. His immaterialized body passed through the wooden doors and arrived at the Heavenly Book Scholar's room. The furnishings in the room gave off an ancient charm, looking very elegant. There was a white piece of paper spread out on the desk, and a maidservant was grinding it. Beside her was a white-robed scholar, who was fanning himself with his eyes closed. There was no one on the opposite chair. Xiao Chen wondered if the honored guest had already left or if the honored guest had never been here. Sit. The white-clad scholar suddenly said, revealing a smile on his delicate and pale face as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chen. You can see me? This startled Xiao Chen when he heard that. There was still a long way to go before the time limit was up. Why can't I see you? The white-clad scholar closed the folding fan in his hand and revealed a playful expression. Ghostly shadow bandit, where are you trying to run? Whoosh, whoosh. 10 odd experts suddenly appeared in the originally empty room, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Pumph. You did not expect such a day to come, right? Jiang He? The Heavenly Book Scholar foresaw that you would walk right into our trap today. Hand over my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket, and my Sun Moon Pavilion's Holy Sky treasure mirror, and my Jiang clan's clan head's jade underworld sword. That is the only soul tool of my Jiang clan. The 10 odd people all felt indignant at this injustice, their rage unquenchable. The murderous intent in their eyes nearly spewed out as flames. Damn it, I got tricked. From the start to the end, there were no honored guests. It was just the Heavenly Book Scholar setting up the trap for Jiang He, having predicted that he would come today. However, the one who tricked Xiao Chen was Jiang He. The Heavenly Book Scholar had tampered with the talisman he gave to Xiao Chen. Before the time limit was up, the effects vanished. Xiao Chen said calmly, I am not Jiang He. I am Xiao Chen. Ha! Who does not know that Xiao Chen is Jiang He and Jiang He is Xiao Chen? Ghostly shadow bandit, when you stole my clan's jade underworld sword, didn't you use Xiao Chen's name? One of the old men holding a sword looked coldly at Xiao Chen, showing a mocking expression. With the Heavenly Book Scholar here today, no matter how flawless your disguise is, you can forget about quibbling. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you stole. I can sense that my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket is indeed in his hands. Just at this moment, a pretty woman in her prime looked at Xiao Chen while holding the fairy basket. She could no longer hold back her murderous intent. This is great. There is no way for me to explain myself. White is black. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then, he said, since you are known as the Book of Accounts, knowing everything, why don't you make a divination? Am I Jiang He? Right now, Xiao Chen could only rely on the Heavenly Book Scholar. He hoped that the other party was reliable. From the start to the end, the white-clad scholar did not say anything. However, some doubt appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. You still need to make a divination? If you are not the ghostly shadow bandit, how are you going to explain the fairy basket in your hand? The fairy basket of my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's branch is just a replica. The feeling from the original in my hand cannot be fake. That pretty woman in her prime spoke in an incredibly forceful manner, looking like she wanted to take down Xiao Chen on the spot. When the others heard this, their killing chi intensified. They all looked at Xiao Chen with extremely hostile gazes. Everyone, there is no need to be in such a rush. Once he enters the Heavenly Mystery Tower, he will be like a turtle in a jar. He will not be able to escape. The Heavenly Book Scholar said slowly, "Whether he is or not, I will know once I make a divination." Right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, stars flickered in his eyes. He held the fan in his right hand and performed divination with his left. As the Heavenly Book Scholar executed his divination, the white paper on the table slowly floated up. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He felt like he could no longer hide any secrets before this pair of eyes. A mysterious energy invisibly encased Xiao Chen's body. Stars flickered in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes, looking like the vast and boundless starry heavens. Stars were continuously destroyed before being reborn. It was like the supreme principles of the universe were all in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. "It's really him!" someone suddenly exclaimed. The white paper floating in the air slowly revealed a portrait of a person. It was the portrait of Jiang He when Xiao Chen first met him. This stunned Xiao Chen. "How can this be? How can I not know who I am? That's not right." Suddenly, the Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed slightly. Someone had secretly tampered with the aura of the person before him. However, the Heavenly Book Scholar was horrified to discover a horrifying existence in this person's fate. It was unfathomable and unfathomable. The Heavenly Book Scholar wanted to stop, but it was already too late. Pu Si. The Heavenly Book Scholar vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Young master." The maidservant at the side showed an anxious expression. The portrait floating in the air burned and turned into ashes. "Take him down. He wants to attack the Heavenly Book Scholar." The situation instantly worsened. 10 odd holy venerates launched themselves at Xiao Chen at the same time. Chapter 1846. Even the ledger keeper of the common people can't find my innocence? Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. Then, he turned his head to look at the 10 holy venerates surrounding him. What exactly did this Jiang He steal? To think that he provoked a group of holy venerates into being so unreasonable. For one to become a holy venerate, one's mental state and intelligence were clearly high. However, rage clearly got to Jiang He's head now, wanting to kill Xiao Chen first. Jiang He definitely could not defeat 10 holy venerates. He could only defeat them with his wits, not force. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed behind the unconscious Heavenly Book Scholar. Then he knocked out the anxious, pretty maidservant with a palm strike. Then he carried the Heavenly Book Scholar's body and used it as a shield. Shameless! The group of holy venerates immediately held back for fear of harming the Heavenly Book Scholar. Ghostly Shadow Bandit, quickly release the Heavenly Book Scholar, and we can still let you die a quick death. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to die. The old man whose clan's soul tool was stolen by Jiang He cursed endlessly, feeling incredibly frustrated. Xiao Chen sensed for a while. Right now, the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower was startled. The experts in the tower were rushing over. In fact, there were even a few extremely terrifying auras that were rapidly rushing over. This place was not suitable for them to linger. If they did, they would definitely die. Boom! Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this group of people who kept shouting at him but did not dare to step forward. Xiao Chen turned around and punched the wall. He activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline and infused it with 20 cauldron force. A dragon roar immediately rang out, and the force of his punch blasted a hole in the wall. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiao Chen punched, Xiao Chen carried the little monk and the Heavenly Book Scholar on his back and rushed out of the hole. After him, the holy venerates behind were stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat shocked. The force of Xiao Chen's punch actually blasted a hole in the Heavenly Mystery Tower's wall. This was simply incredible. After startling to their senses, the holy venerates quickly moved and gave chase. Stay behind! A mysterious expert leaped out of the top floor of the Heavenly Mystery Tower and chased after Xiao Chen. A will burst out from the center of his brows, which surged forward with the heavenly might. What a fellow! The person who came was a peak late-stage holy venerate expert. Xiao Chen did not dare to clash head-on. He unfurled his blue dragon divine wings, and his speed suddenly soared, allowing him to dodge this holy venerate will in advance. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heavenly eye on his forehead opened. Xiao Chen took out the soul slayer bow. In the blink of an eye, he condensed arrows with his heart flame and shot out 10-odd arrows. Electric light flickered on the blue dragon divine wings. With a gentle flap, thunder and lightning roared endlessly. He pushed Xiao Chen's Thunder Great Tao to its limits. With his nimble body, swift speed, and the heart's fire arrow. Using his own strength, Xiao Chen blocked the many experts behind him, widening the distance between him and the other party. Who is that person? To think that he kidnapped the Heavenly Book Scholar. Aren't you meeting an important guest? Why did someone kidnap the Heavenly Book Scholar? What's going on? The Heavenly Book Scholar calculated all lives. How could he be kidnapped? Could it be that there is someone that he cannot figure out? This sudden scene immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators below the pagoda. After pulling away, before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, he felt many terrifying wills soar up from various directions in soaring Dragon City. These wills headed in the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The number of hidden experts in the city was truly terrifying. Xiao Chen quickly put on the Death God mask and activated the secret technique on the mask, Mask Clone. Activating the secret technique on the mask, Mask Doppelganger, the two doppelgangers landed on the ground. Then, Xiao Chen executed the secret technique again. The void mask took advantage of the instant his body immaterialized to quickly hide his true body. He used the mask to create a fake body to attract the pursuers. At this moment, no one noticed that a figure suddenly appeared at the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This figure smiled faintly as he looked at the huge pearl crystal embedded in the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This subdivine crystal is mine. This person was Jiang He. While everyone was distracted by Xiao Chen, he appeared silently. Jiang He looked at the Heavenly Mystery Tower experts and the holy venerates being chased by the other factions. Then he said, "Brother Xiao Chen's sorry. I'll explain to you later." Right after Jiang He spoke, he quickly removed the subdivine crystal at lightning speed. The instant the subdivine crystal was removed, the sky suddenly turned dark. The expressions of the experts chasing Xiao Chen's fake body changed drastically. When they looked back, they were startled. The subdivine crystal that had stood in the Heavenly Mystery Tower for more than 1,000 years was actually taken away. The crowd burst into another commotion. To think that someone dared to steal something from the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Was he not afraid of death? After stealing the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal, even if one ran to the ends of the world, one would still be found. One could offend many factions and experts in the Yanwu dynasty. However, everyone acknowledged that the Heavenly Mystery Tower and the Yan Emperor Palace were two super factions that could not be offended. Damn it! That's a fake body. When the crowd finally caught up to Xiao Chen's fake body after putting in all their effort, they all vomited blood in frustration. We let the ghostly shadow bandit escape again. It turns out that his target is that subdivine crystal. It looks like he has an accomplice. This ghostly shadow bandit is becoming increasingly arrogant. He is even targeting the Heavenly Mystery Tower. However, when did the ghostly shadow bandit obtain a pair of dragon wings? How come I have never seen them before? The chain of events was filled with mysteries and strangeness, confusing the group of people chasing after Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Mystery Tower turned chaotic at this moment. The subdivine crystal, which powered the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower, had been taken away. Many of the formations malfunctioned. Some formations that needed to continuously replenish energy were destroyed on the spot. The entire tower turned pitch black. Everyone felt incredibly confused. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Book Scholar, the Pagoda Master, was kidnapped. Without a leader, the situation became even more chaotic. The news of the Heavenly Book Scholar being kidnapped and the ghostly shadow bandit stealing the subdivine crystal quickly spread to the various major factions in the city. Such a major matter had not happened in Soaring Dragon City for a very long time already. The Marquis's residents immediately learned of the news and reported it. Even the soaring dragon Marquis himself was startled. Xiao Chen, who could catch his breath for now, immediately brought the Heavenly Book Scholar to Jiang He's hidden courtyard. Xiao Chen had a feeling that Jiang He would return. This was because this place was the safest. The formations he laid could erase the mysteries of heaven, preventing others from divining it. After looking around the courtyard, Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he placed the Heavenly Book Scholar on a stool at a stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Chen placed the folding fan in his right hand on the stone table with his back to the door. Time passed quietly. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and waited quietly. When the sky turned dark, footsteps came from outside. Xiao Chen quickly opened his eyes. Jiang He, who was in a good mood, immediately felt stunned when he pushed the door open. What entered Jiang He's eyes was the Heavenly Book Scholar's back. He exclaimed hoarsely, "That's impossible. I already laid a heaven-bewildering formation here. You cannot possibly divinate it." "You lost." The Heavenly Book Scholar, who should have continued sleeping, suddenly turned around and waved his folding fan. The door behind Jiang He suddenly closed tightly. Flowing light spread out in the entire courtyard, and countless figures flickered. With the Heavenly Book Scholar's fan, the heaven-bewildering formation suddenly turned into a heaven-sealing formation, directly sealing off this space. Interesting. When did you wake up? Originally, Xiao Chen had been prepared to take advantage of Jiang He's stunned state to instantly restrain him and force him to explain what had happened to give him an explanation. If there was no reasonable explanation, Xiao Chen would not hesitate to kill the other party. Who knew? Xiao Chen miscalculated, and the Heavenly Book Scholar woke up prematurely. Damn! Jiang He was startled by Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. He was even more shocked than when the Heavenly Book Scholar appeared. "Are you not going to explain to me what's going on with this talisman?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Jiang He, taking out the talisman that had already lost its effect. Jiang He smiled embarrassedly. I'll speak on his behalf. He made a bet with me. He said that he would perfectly extract the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal within 1 month. If he lost, I would help him make a divination. I divined that he would come to extract it today. However, I did not see that you were a variable. I could not tell you because I would know if I did. While I could not divine what happened to you, I could divine what happened to him. However, he did not expect you to be a variable either. Not only did you manage to escape the pursuit of so many holy venerates, but you even brought me here." The Heavenly Book Scholar stood up and spoke leisurely. He gently fanned himself, appearing calm and collected, giving off an aura of being in control of the situation. Hence he still lost. "No one can leave my heaven-sealing formation. I have the final say in everything. Hand over the substandard god crystals and the things you stole." Pu ci. However, right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, a hole instantly appeared in the heaven-sealing formation in the sky. Xiao Chen put down the Soul Slayer bow, and the heart flame on his finger vanished. Then he looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar and said, "It does not seem as incredible as you make it out to be. A casual arrow can create a hole. Heart force? That's not right. If it were heart force, the heaven-sealing formation would have been destroyed long ago." The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed. He silently circulated his divination skills, wanting to continue attacking. However, the moment the Heavenly Book Scholar moved, he discovered a terrifying aura locking down on him. If he moved rashly, he would die in the next moment. "Who has the final say now?" Xiao Chen asked indifferently after he switched out the Soul Slayer bow for the God Shadow bow and aimed it at the Heavenly Book Scholar. The Heavenly Book Scholar had never felt so sullen before. After a long time, he squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. The Heavenly Book Scholar did not miss anything. Even if a sovereign personage came, that sovereign personage would not show him any respect. Yet, the Heavenly Book Scholar ran into Xiao Chen, who broke his heaven-sealing formation without saying a word. This was a resounding slap to the Heavenly Book Scholar, who had just gained control of the situation. Before he could think of a solution, Xiao Chen took out a soul tool. This was truly unreasonable and extremely tyrannical. "Who has lost now?" Xiao Chen asked. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed slightly. However, when he saw the god shadow bow in Xiao Chen's hand, he said with a sullen expression, "Me." As the saying goes, if one admits a bet, one must be willing to admit defeat. I did not force you, right? A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's icy face. However, he did not put away the god shadow bow, continuing to lock down on the Heavenly Book Scholar. Xiao Chen, Jiang he felt warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen would still help him at this moment. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Since I was willing to accompany you despite knowing that you wanted to steal his folding fan, I already had the intention of helping you. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will naturally help you to the end. Xiao Chen did not waste any words. He quickly expressed his thoughts and urged Jiang He. Many thanks. Jiang He said seriously. Then he walked over to the Heavenly Book Scholar and told him about his divination. Chapter 1847. Heavenly Book Scholar, you are known as the Book of Life, able to divine everything in the world. Let me ask you something. Who will be the next Dragon Emperor? Right after Jiang He spoke, Xiao Chen's expression changed. What great ambition! Could it be that Jiang He wants to vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well? When the Heavenly Book Scholar heard that, he revealed a mocking expression. What kind of luck is contained in the words Dragon Emperor? Who would dare to casually divine it? You are also someone who knows divination techniques. To think that you would make such a request. I overestimated you. Even if I use my lifespan to divine it, the results will be cryptic and hard to understand. Jiang He said, naturally I know that. I already brought natural treasures to replenish my lifespan. Just do your best to divine it for me. After saying that, Jiang He took out a brocade box from his storage ring and opened it for the Heavenly Book Scholar to see. Pure water white lotus. The Heavenly Book Scholar received the brocade box and no longer hesitated. You are really persistent. In that case, I'll do as you wish. The Heavenly Book Scholar gently flapped his folding fan and looked up at the starry sky. The stars in his eyes seemed to reflect on the starry heavens. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked up. He discovered that the star chart above seemed to move mysteriously. The Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes seemed to see through the mysteries of heaven. His soul landed on the mysterious river of fate. After a while, the Heavenly Book Scholar gave off a terrifying aura. It was like he had the mandate of heaven on him. Even Xiao Chen and Jiang, he felt a deep fear from the aura that the Heavenly Book Scholar gave off. The god shadow bow in the Heavenly Book Scholar's hand trembled slightly. Sensing a threat, it actually took the initiative to draw on Xiao Chen's soul energy. A pair of scarlet wings silently unfurled on the god shadow bow's sides. The god shadow bow took on a form that Xiao Chen had never seen before. The entire bow flowed with light, and the holy beast carved on it seemed to move. The Heavenly Book Scholar is stronger than I imagined. He is not as weak as he looks. Xiao Chen thought to himself, when I fought the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the past, the god shadow bow did not show such a mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor was stronger than the Heavenly Book Scholar. It could only be said that the Heavenly Book Scholar grasped a terrifying taboo energy but could not casually use it. What? The light on the Heavenly Book Scholar's body shattered like glass, turning into countless shards that gathered in the air. What did you see? Jiang He asked somberly, knowing that the divination results were out. Tian Su's complexion was pale, and he was extremely weak. He did not say anything, only holding his folding fan and casually swiping it across the stone table. As the saying went, the mysteries of heaven could not be revealed. Naturally, the Heavenly Book Scholar would not reveal everything he saw. It was just a casual stroke, and how much Jiang He could comprehend would depend on himself. This is a saber mark that you simulated. Are you trying to say that the next Dragon Emperor will be a good saber user? Among the outstanding young talents of the dragon race, aside from the willow leaf saber, I am the next best. Jiang He muttered to himself, could it be that the next Dragon Emperor will be Lu Ryue? In history, the dragon race did have female emperors. With Lu Ryue's talent and elegance, she did indeed have the potential to become the Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Book Scholar remained expressionless as he said indifferently, what I want to say is all in this stroke. There is no need for you to continue asking me. Thank you. Jiang He did not bother saying anything else. He took out the subdivine crystal and handed it to the heavenly book scholar. After casually receiving the subdivine crystal, the heavenly book scholar looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Friend, you can put away your bow, right?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put the god shadow bow back into his storage ring. Then he walked over to the stone table and looked at the mark, entering deep thought. It was indeed a saber mark. Xiao Chen and Jiang He were both peak bladesmen. They could tell what mark the heavenly book scholar wanted to simulate with one glance. However, this saber mark might not indicate that the next Dragon Emperor would be a bladesman. After the divination ended, the heavenly book scholar retrieved the subdivine crystal. Then he stood up to leave. When the heavenly book scholar saw Xiao Chen, he paused for a moment before sitting down again. "I will give you a word for free. Although I cannot perform a divination for you, I can give you a word." Word reading. Brother Xiao Chen, the heavenly book scholar, first became famous because he read the words of the three princes of the dynasty. Jiang He explained from the side. The heavenly book scholar's word reading was also excellent. Or rather, it should be said that this was his specialty. The heavenly book scholar took out paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. Then he said, "Please." Xiao Chen picked up the brush and entered deep thought. However, he did not know what to write. After staring for a while, he dipped the brush in ink and did not stop writing. Then he wrote a word without hesitation. "Moon." The heavenly book scholar looked at Xiao Chen curiously and asked, "What do you want?" "To seek peace of mind." "Ah, in that case it looks like you will not get it. The road ahead is hard to break, and it is hard to find peace of mind." The heavenly book scholar smiled faintly as he fanned himself with his folding fan after looking at Xiao Chen's handwriting. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. "What do you mean? If one wants peace of mind, one has to be upright and bright, without any shadows. Without the moon, how can one's heart be at peace? Now, look at your handwriting. The writing is casual, but it is clean, decisive, and straightforward. Your eyes and expressions can lie, but your words cannot. You must have a firm and resolute character, someone who kills decisively. Now, look at your final stroke. There should be a hook when you write the word moon. However, there is none. It plunges straight down like a sharp saber, neat and tidy, looking grand and majestic as it falls from the sky, looking like a sovereign descending from the 9 heavens. This moon is like fire, watered by hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments. It burns fiercely, comparable to the blazing sun. This moon is like a saber, dazzling with saber light, pressuring with pride and sharpness. Naturally, the heavenly book scholar would not casually give a conclusion. He had his own reasoning and origins. Jiang He felt somewhat confused. No matter how you look at it, these are all merits. Why is the conclusion so different? The heavenly book scholar replied indifferently, "That is because of what he seeks. How can a heart burning without hesitation be at peace? How can a proud and aloof saber be willing to be mediocre, unhindered by the world? If you seek riches and honor, fame, or righteousness, they are all good words. However, what you seek is peace of mind. This heart cannot be at peace?" As Xiao Chen looked at the word moon on the white paper, he felt slightly stunned, not saying anything. However, Jiang He asked on Xiao Chen's behalf, "Is there a way to break it?" Naturally, there is. This moon is like fire, burning fiercely, eager to soar into the sky. It does not want to stop for even half a step. Just stay here. As long as this moon does not rise, you will be at peace. The heavenly book scholar seemed to have expected this question. He smiled faintly and casually spoke of a way to break it. As the white-clad scholar waved his folding fan, he looked very graceful. Xiao Chen had not expected the other party to see so much from just the word moon. As for whether it was accurate or not, that would depend on whether one believed it or not. "Goodbye." The heavenly book scholar closed his folding fan and performed a cupped fist salute, appearing extremely carefree. "Wait a moment." Xiao Chen suddenly said softly. The heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly as he asked, "What is it?" "There's no rush. I will not take out the god shadow bow again. I want to ask you something. A few months ago, did you receive a young monk with delicate features and divine a fortuitous encounter for him? So what if I did? Nothing much. It's just that the little monk is not happy and wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. The little demonic monk Silver Saber? Shock flashed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. People like him, who were proficient in divination and deducing the mysteries of heaven, were the ones he was most unwilling to meet. After walking the divination path, one would naturally have a deep belief in the heavenly Tao and fate. When a calamity came knocking, nothing good would come out of it. The heavenly book scholar showed a doubtful expression as he looked around and did not see anyone. He smiled and said, "Young master, please don't joke around." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I never joke around." Bang! Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, the little monk leaped out of the bag on Xiao Chen's back. Then, his tender little fist instantly landed on the heavenly book scholar's face. "I ended up like this because I listened to your nonsense. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." The little monk's baby-like face did its best to make an angry expression. However, no matter how hard it tried, it still looked incredibly cute when paired with that tender little face. The little monk's tiny fist striking the heavenly book scholar's face looked more like an affectionate gesture. However, the heavenly book scholar was in unbearable pain. He clutched his head and scurried around in a sorry state, no longer looking like an elegant scholar. Upon seeing the heavenly book scholar's appearance, Xiao Chen felt somewhat pleased. What he hated the most were people who deliberately mystified others and put on airs. Xiao Chen felt upset, but it was not to the point where he would make a move to teach the heavenly book scholar a lesson. The little monk, who had just woken up and received a voice projection from Xiao Chen, was the most suitable person to make a move. However, when Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the white paper on the stone table, the smile on his face slowly dimmed. Out of curiosity, Xiao Chen had not expected to end up with a divination that made his heart uneasy and his future difficult. He hoped that it was just a casual remark. Chapter 1848. But why am I so unlucky? Xiao Chen nonchalantly spat out these 3 words. I don't know. The instant I raised my brush, I thought of the word moon. Perhaps I have a fate with the moon in my life. Many of the martial techniques I cultivate are related to the moon. The person I like has the moon in his name as well. However, such a person actually had the same goal as him. One contained a great horror in the heavenly mysteries, which could not be divined. The other did not need to be divined. He was horrifying in the first place. Xiao Chen's words sounded a little awkward, but his meaning was clear. Not only could they not become close friends, but they might even become mortal enemies. The little monk's tender head appeared on Xiao Chen's shoulder. He scratched his head and said in confusion. Xiao Chen was not such a person. He was very clear on his own heart. He would not hide it from Jiang He even if he did not want to. Interesting. No wonder I got along so well with you the moment I saw you. Aside from the so-called mixed blood dragon bloodline, as bladesmen, you actually have the same goal. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Next time, be gentler. Jiang He, who was at the side, gaped in shock. Brother Xiao, aren't you being too calm? Xiao Chen's observation was very meticulous, and he sharply noticed something else. Seeing the little monk's angry appearance, he looked very cute. Jiang He laughed heartlessly. Big brother, are you alright? I want to be the Dragon Emperor. Pussy. Speaking of which, the two of you are staring at each other and doing your best to look fierce. However, there is no killing chi or will of soul infused into your auras. Is this the legendary exchange of glances? This little monk doesn't understand. Fate made fools of people. Sometimes, it was really speechless when it came to the heavens. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the three's expressions suddenly changed. The two looked away awkwardly, no longer daring to look at each other. They simply could not accept this. The contrast was too great. I'm used to it. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of stopping there. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, "Let's go." He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, not caring about what he said at all. Perhaps. The scene suddenly changed. The infant-looking little monk made the situation somewhat awkward. Xiao Chen gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. His expression did not change at all as he focused on the words he wrote. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In the night sky, several powerful auras were rapidly gathering towards this place. Even so, Jiang He was still shocked. Just how much luck did it take to subdue the little monk? The little monk on Xiao Chen's back was like a cat. He patted Xiao Chen's back and stuck his head out like a curious baby. Jiang He felt stunned. Then he smiled and said, "It's not that I want to say this, but Brother Xiao, while you have the dragon race's bloodline, you are not one of the 6-colored divine dragons. It's good to have such ideals, but don't take them seriously." Flowing light flickered in all directions, and the heaven-sealing formation dissipated on its own. Then, its figure flashed as it flew away. Compared to the slap that almost took his life in the underground world, it was not worth mentioning. Who was it that ascended to the throne of the Dragon Emperor in the end? The Heavenly Book Scholar showed a sullen expression as he folded up his folding fan and waved it a few times. That was not possible. If they fought for the position of Dragon Emperor, they would definitely become mortal enemies. As their gazes clashed in the air, sparks appeared. The path of kingship, the Dragon Emperor's throne. The little monk said in his childish voice, choking with emotion. "Ha! The little demonic monk Silver Saber, you finally live up to your name. Ha!" It was best to make some things clear in advance. If they were really competitors, there was no need to be secretive. The Heavenly Book Scholar, whose face was swollen, stood up in a sorry state. He looked at Xiao Chen and then at the little monk. This was truly an unrivaled combination. Strange. It looked like there was something difficult to say. Along the way, blood dripped from the tip of the saber, leaving behind a long mark. The saber mark vanished, and a saber light soared up like a flame, forming a light screen. However, when the Heavenly Book Scholar left the courtyard, he discovered that Xiao Chen, Jiang He, and the little monk completely ignored his existence. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not hiding anything. The two looked straight at each other. At this moment, the two, who were already very close, became somewhat unusual. Xiao Chen picked up the little monk's doo-doo and tied it up like a kitten's bell. The little monk cried out as his limbs flailed about. The combination of these two demonic geniuses was truly unrivaled. Never be surprised when you are with the little monk. Nothing unexpected can happen. This startled the little monk. He quickly stopped flailing about, lying quietly in the bag. Jiang He consoled, "Actually, there is no need to mind it. That ledger of lives is not omniscient and omnipotent. I believe that Brother Xiao will be able to achieve what you want and find peace of mind. Go ahead and do what you want to do. There is no need to stop." Jiang He revealed a mocking smile. However, he did not know whether he was mocking himself or Xiao Chen. The moment I switched the heaven-bewildering formation to the heaven-sealing formation, it could no longer stop the Heavenly Mystery Tower's great sages from divining. If there is any trouble later, don't blame it on me. When that person turned around, the scene suddenly vanished, and the light screen shattered. This made the Heavenly Book Scholar, who felt neglected for the first time, depressed. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled and said, "It seems like you have an unranked bloodline as well. Get up. Stop stepping on my words." Seeing that Xiao Chen was still looking at the moon character on the paper, Jiang He asked out of curiosity, "Brother Xiao, why are you writing the moon character?" "That's not right. I am a curious baby in the first place." Xiao Chen felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. So, he fell asleep and woke up as a baby. Then, he leaped up and landed on the stone table. The scene of two outstanding talents fighting against each other, the indescribable hatred instantly crumbled. It seemed like Jiang He's words contained something that he could not say. After beating up the Heavenly Book Scholar for 15 minutes, the little monk's anger subsided slightly. It was not that Xiao Chen was calm enough. He was really used to it. The little monk felt depressed and frustrated. He swung his fists around, randomly hammering Xiao Chen's back. The situation turned even more awkward. Jiang He's expression changed slightly. His smile faded, and his expression turned cold, turning grave. However, just as Jiang He focused, the scene flickered. In the next moment, He saw only a person's feet walking towards the Dragon Emperor's throne. Even though the Heavenly Book of Life had always been calm and unruffled, controlling the situation with a wave of his fan, the Heavenly Book of Life was not able to do so. What do you think? So what if he vomited blood? However, he still could not change the fate of being tossed into the undergarment by Xiao Chen. There were very few bladesmen that could catch Xiao Chen's eye. There were even fewer that he could befriend. However, Jiang He was undoubtedly one of those few. The trouble that the Heavenly Book scholar mentioned had arrived. The scene on the light screen flickered. An ancient throne sat at the end of the continuous steps. Xiao Chen sat down again and looked at the saber mark that the Heavenly Book scholar left behind. Then he reached out and caressed it. Jiang He said, "I'm different." Xiao Chen grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood, showing a pained expression. However, he could not do anything to these two demonic geniuses, one big and one small. He could only hide far away. Are you serious? However, Xiao Chen was certain that the final contenders were the three bladesmen. Xiao Chen countered. He did not want to see such a situation happen. However, sometimes he could not avoid it. Three blurry figures, each radiating a powerful saber intent, held their sabers and ran up the steps with all their might. Xiao Chen's sudden question made Jiang He's eyes flicker. After some thought, he asked, "Can we not bring up this topic?" Jiang He felt slightly startled. He instantly recognized the throne and the steps. Then he anxiously looked at the light screen. Jiang He smiled and said, "You really do not know how fortunate you are. Your physical body has been reforged, and your strength has improved further. Your future potential is even more boundless. Who knows how many older generation experts would go crazy with envy when they see you? Perhaps I'm different from you?" Xiao Chen looked calmly at Jiang He. Then he enunciated every word clearly. "I never joke around. I really want to be the Dragon Emperor. I am very clear about my inner thoughts and my goal. I will also put in a lot of effort to achieve it, even at the cost of my life. I don't care. I want to become bigger. I want to become bigger." The rage on the little monk's face did not diminish. As he looked at the familiar people around him, they all became giants. Xiao Chen put away the white paper, and the saber mark that the Heavenly Book scholar left appeared on the stone table. Then he looked at Jiang He and asked, "You want to be the Dragon Emperor?" That's right. Jiang Shan smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Xiao, stop joking." Chapter 1849. The tune was still as gentle as before, as clear as water, as gentle and pleasant as before, as intoxicating as before. There was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death today, and had offended all of these powers. That's it then. What are they doing? To think that they took the initiative to land on the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Ordinary people would not dare to erase the might of the warship. Visible ripples spread out from the warship, looking like ripples on water, causing space to tremble. Many people with a keen sense of smell sensed an unusual aura. None of the factions behind them were weaker than the Jiang clan. His words were filled with decisiveness, domineeringness, and confidence. With such a background, many experts followed in secret, wanting to see what was going on. What happened? To think that the Jiang clan actually sent out the Purple Thunder warship. The Jiang clan only has 3 of these warships. Practically all these factions had their important treasures stolen. Furthermore, Jiang Chen has been roaming free, embarrassing the various factions long ago. Now that we caught him, we will not let him escape again. With the appearance of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, many of the cultivators in the city, who were watching, could no longer hold back and soared into the air. Who is the ghostly shadow bandit? Could it be that the ghostly shadow bandit has always been 2 people? What countermeasures do you have? All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly from below. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at the audacity of the 2 in the air. Many people could already imagine the sound waves tearing the 2 into shreds, their blood filling the night sky. The rage in Jiang Chen's voice made everyone shudder in fear. Jiang He looked at the warship flying over from the west and said softly, "The Smiling Daughter Pavilion has the deepest accumulations among these factions. However, this is not the imperial capital after all. A warship sent out by a county city cannot be that strong. Jiang He was startled at first. Then, he realized that the only way was to steal the warship. However, the murderous aura contained within was like raging waves that shook the heavens. It's the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship. The deep sound of the war drums startled all the cultivators in Soaring Dragon City. It would be very difficult for a person to escape from a warship. However, if one could use the other party's warship, the situation would be different. However, there was no panic or hesitation in his eyes. The little monk was wearing a red doo-doo, exposing his 2 tender buttocks. However, he was not afraid. This lineup is truly grand. It seems that the various clans truly hate the ghostly shadow bandit to the bone. Yes, First Leader. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. To the west of Soaring Dragon City, a fortress ship bathed in a jade light, surrounded by clouds and looking like the stars and the moon, leisurely approached. The night was as dark as ink, and the bright moon hung in the sky. People couldn't help but open their eyes to look, wanting to see her beautiful face. No one knew why the Jiang clan was so enraged that they actually dispatched a Purple Thunder battleship. In the night sky, in the north, a huge battleship burning with purple light was rapidly flying toward this place through the clouds. Although the Jiang clan is not one of the 8 great clans of our dynasty, it is definitely one of the top 3 great clans in the Soaring Dragon County. No wonder, other than him, there's no one else who would dare to offend so many powers. Today, he had made a mistake. What was even more horrifying was that they even beat the war drums. This was something that had not happened in the past few centuries. Damn, it really is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. It was as if what he said was just a trivial matter. These warships were all as fast as 7-star pirate ships. They were terrifyingly fast. An ancient Jiang character was written on the warship's bow. War drums rumbled on the warship, shaking the surroundings and sounding deafening. Be obedient and don't cause trouble. However, the expressions of those 2 did not change, not showing any change in their expressions. Are they sending themselves to death? Inside the courtyard, Xiaochen looked at the warships flying over from all directions and entered deep thought. It looks like tonight is going to be a tough night. Don't underestimate the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. In terms of accumulations, even the Jiang clan cannot compare to them. Zither strings, flute, pipa, chime bells, guzheng, all sorts of musical instruments rang out at the same time. Ding, ding, don't. The thunderous war drums seemed like they would knock down the lunar palace in the sky. The best part was yet to come. Another 4 or 5 warships appeared in the night sky. It has been many years since I saw the Jiang clan send out the Purple Thunder warship. It was like the 2 figures fell from the bright moon to the mundane world. Before the surging attacks, they were as insignificant as a lone boat in the vast sea. 2 sonic booms rang out in the courtyard. Xiaochen and Jiang He flew into the sky at the same time, traveling 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Normally, if one offended one of these factions, one would not be able to escape death. 2 resplendent saber lights burst out of the 2's hands at the same time. Xiaochen picked up the little monk and tossed him into his backpack, thinking of a countermeasure. Jiang He entered deep thought. It seemed like he had underestimated Xiaochen. This person was far more terrifying than he imagined. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, I was the one who brought the Heavenly Book Scholar here. If we are talking about trouble, it should be me who implicated you. He could not bear to watch. Xiaochen turned around and looked at Hope. His eyes were like clear water, calm and unperturbed. It was like a startled swan, and everywhere it passed, it left behind a mist of light. In the night sky, he looked like a jade ribbon falling from the sky, drifting in the tranquil night. What exactly happened? To think that a place of pleasure like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would send out its warship. In the past, Xiaochen had the heaven-bewildering formation, which could erase the heavenly mysteries, so he did not have to worry about being surrounded and attacked. Xiaochen could vaguely see several young women on the brightly lit warship. They played all sorts of exquisite musical instruments. Their swaying figures reflected hazy jade-green figures in the warship's lights. The problem now was not something that could be resolved by tearing down one warship. Upon hearing this roar, everyone immediately understood why they were here. Buzz! All the cultivators who were paying attention to this scene were completely shocked. This was really frightening. The infant stood on the stone table and looked up at the sky, revealing lofty sentiments on his face. I have to go and take a look. The Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship was like a resplendent pearl, its burning light rivaling the moon. It's the ghostly Shadow Bandit. Of these warships, which one is the weakest? Xiao Chen asked. Jiang He was the one who provoked this enemy. It should not be this weak. Anyone with a good eye could tell that the killing intent and offensive power mixed in the sound waves could instantly kill an early-stage holy venerate. Cultivators might be more agile than warships and have greater explosive speed. However, competing with warships in endurance was just seeking death. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Standing in the clouds, Xiao Chen looked down at the surroundings. The crystalline jade warship looked like an immortal boat. However, it was actually extremely fast. However, in the next moment, the sound of two treasured sabers being drawn was even more intoxicating than the beautiful music of countless musical instruments. This cleared up many people's doubts. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, "Snatch the warship." Xiao Chen thought back to the Heavenly Mystery Tower's divine crystal and the mysterious kidnapping of the Heavenly Book Scholar. Big brothers, don't be afraid. I'll tear down a warship and open a path for you. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship, echoing in the night sky. Two people? Ghostly Shadow Bandit, you will definitely die today. Bang. Even from 500 kilometers away, Xiao Chen could feel the strong fighting spirit spreading out from that ancient warship. Jiang He said somewhat helplessly, "Sorry, I implicated you. I did not expect the matter to blow up so much." Regardless of whether it was the handsome white-clothed young man who gave off a cold and arrogant aura, or the gray-clothed young man who had a trace of a cynical smile on the corners of his mouth, neither of them retreated at all. The people who rushed over to watch the commotion looked up. Under the full moon, the two figures looked like they came out of a painting. A cold snort came from the Jade Light Pavilion's warship. A pretty woman on the warship said coldly, "You are seeking death. Just injure them. None of these two people are allowed to die." The warships of the various factions had already locked onto this place and sealed off all the paths. Come. Let's go over and take a look." Jiang He asked. The Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Sun Moon Pavilion, the Thundercloud Sect, and the Jade Water Mountain Manor. They are all the top factions of our Soaring Dragon Market. What happened? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. If there were no experts holding down the place, it would have been overturned long ago. The gentleness was heartbreakingly beautiful. Xiao Chen could not help getting intoxicated. He only slowly opened his eyes when the song ended. What was even more horrifying was that these warships all headed in the same direction. A melodious, clear, and pleasing voice came from the brightly lit warship, sounding like the rumbling war drums. The night was no longer there, only this light illuminating the surroundings. This is just a surprise. A place of romance like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion rarely gets angry. I really wonder who could be so startling as to anger the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Since these people made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. Not to mention whether the little monk could tear down the warship or not. Even if he could, the other warships would quickly seal the gap. There was simply no way to run. It would be difficult to escape from under the noses of others. Chapter 1850. Two strands of saber light swept out. In an instant, the ferocious, surging sound wave attacks that tore through the flood did not lose any momentum. The two infused their wills of soul and Saber Dao Great Dao energy into their saber strikes. Hence, the instant they drew their sabers, the might was terrifyingly strong. The two strands of saber light were like two blazing suns competing in the night sky, lighting up this dark world. After breaking the sound wave attacks of 100 musical instruments on the fortress ship with one strike, the two's auras flourished as a rainbow as they quickly descended towards the fortress ship. The two's thinking was very simple. The music Dao attacks were not strong in terms of sound alone. If he couldn't interrupt the other party's rhythm with a single strike, then he would lose. If they could not break the other party's rhythm with one strike, they would be in big trouble. Even if the two had incredible means, they would be helpless. In fact, they might even sink deep into it, unable to extricate themselves and unable to escape. Without needing to communicate, the two knew what to do. There was only one choice: end the battle quickly and go all out. The pretty woman in the fortress ship was the headmistress of Soaring Dragon City's Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her stage name was once Qiushue. Now, people addressed her as Headmistress Shui. At this moment, the two strands of saber light already tore through the sound waves and crashed into the fortress ship. Boom! The saber light clashed intensely with the fortress ship's shield. Amid loud rumbling, the entire fortress ship shook. Many musical instruments fell to the ground. The graceful women also felt dizzy and panicked. Ding! At the crucial moment, Headmistress Shui sat on the ship's roof and quickly played her fingers. In one breath, Headmistress Shui played hundreds of melodious tunes at a dazzling speed. The flustered woman in the fortress ship quickly stabilized her emotions. Then, she played the musical instrument in her hand according to Headmistress Shui's tunes. A song of intoxicating beauty, where can one find a bosom friend? A song of cold autumn waters, who says that spring surpasses the autumn wind. Fallen leaves fill the sky with hundreds of flowers. A song of heartbreak, flowers scatter and fill the sky. Who will pity the beauty of the red fades? A song of heartbreak, how can one recall the past from the beginning? Cutting flowers and laughing, the shadow of the lantern grows thin. Now the red conch grows sad. Can one remember the bright moon in beautiful clothes? As hundreds of musical instruments rang out again, headliner Shui used her heavenly voice to sing an extremely sorrowful song. It's the death of beauty. This is one of Fairy Blue Lotus's legendary divine melodies. Headliner Shui is truly fierce to be able to remain calm in the face of danger. Not only did they stop the ghostly Shadow Fiend duo's momentum, but they also launched a beautiful counterattack. Truly amazing. This song is really nice to listen to. Headliner Shui is truly worthy of being the imperial capital's courtesan belle of the past. Sincere and skillful, worthy of admiration. As long as I can drag this out, it doesn't matter whether or not the two fiends can break this song. If the warships from other places surround them, the ghostly shadow fiends will die for sure. The ghostly shadow bandit mysteriously turned into two people. The cultivators below had no choice but to change the way they addressed him. Of course, it wasn't a good name. Ghostly shadow fiend duo. We can't continue like this. If we do it again, the melody will become even more impassioned, and we will definitely die. The moment headliner Shui's zither rang out, she started playing the death of a beauty. Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's attacks immediately stopped. They could not break through and board the fortress ship. On the contrary, he had suffered quite a bit of injury. The sound waves injured both the mind and the body. Their internal organs suffered formless damage from the sound waves containing soul energy. This went without saying for their souls. Their clothes were dyed red with blood in an instant. Their bodies were covered in scars left behind by the sound wave. This showed the sharpness of the sound waves and the density of their attacks. They were extremely horrifying. Headliner Shui's fingers danced continuously on the fortress ship's high platform, changing unpredictably as she led the tune of the entire ship. Together with the formations in the fortress ship, she brought out the might of the death of a beauty to its limits. Right now, headliner Shui not only wanted to stop the two but also wanted to end the ghostly shadow bandit and retrieve the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's lost fairy basket. While it might just be an imitation, if a competitor obtained it and refined it into a similar treasure, it would be a huge hidden danger. That would be a huge hidden danger to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Just as the tune changed again, Xiao Chen and Jiang He exchanged looks, each having a plan in their hearts. Xiao Chen instantly executed the dragon tone art. The formless dragon might in his body gathered in his chest, forming a huge whirlpool. At this moment, Xiao Chen activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline, increasing the might of the whirlpool of dragon might. The winds and clouds above suddenly changed. A strong wind blew, and the formless dragon Qi formed a gigantic dragon head. The instant Xiao Chen roared, Jiang He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying dragon roar. On the other side, Jiang He roared at nearly the same time as Xiao Chen. However, Jiang He used a different kind of dragon tone secret technique. Compared to Xiao Chen's resounding dragon roar, Jiang He's was sharper and had a smaller range. However, it was more focused. Boom! The two heaven dragon roars merged. Jiang He's dragon roar pierced the fortress ship's shield, and Xiao Chen's sonorous dragon roar followed closely behind, sweeping through the entire fortress ship. Bang! 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 Immediately, the strings of the instruments on the fortress ship broke one by one, and the flutes exploded. The musicians all vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a huge backlash. Xiao Chen and Jiang He took this opportunity to land on the deck. Whoosh! Cold lights flickered endlessly. The musicians on the ship did not just sit there and wait for death. They drew cold swords from their instruments and quickly stabbed at Xiao Chen and Jiang He. The two faced their enemies on their own. As Xiao Chen circulated his primal chaos veritable essence energy, the Taiji force field appeared, working together with the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flickered. None of the people who came to block him could last a single move. After the musicians lost their instruments, their combat prowess would definitely plummet. Clearly, they were far inferior to Xiao Chen in close combat. On the other side, Jiang He's figure became even more fleeting. As his figure flickered, he left behind many mysterious and unfathomable black shadows. He was so fast that no one could discover his true body. So, this was how he got the nickname Ghostly Shadow. Not only that, but his saber light became even more tyrannical. A tyrannical aura flowed on his saber, showing no mercy. The musicians that Jiang He injured were all severely injured, instantly losing their combat prowess. After about 15 minutes, the two stood together again. Now, only headliner Shui remained among the musicians on the ship, standing high up. You! As headliner Shui looked at the many severely injured musicians on the ship, she trembled in anger. She had not expected such a situation to occur. Not only did she fail to capture the ghostly shadow fiend duo, but the girls on her side were also severely injured. Fortunately, Xiao Chen and Jiang He were not bloodthirsty people. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. However, such a miserable situation still startled headliner Shui. She said sullenly, "All of you have to die." After saying that, headliner Shui took out the fairy basket, the smiling daughter pavilion's sole tool. Crack! However, Xiao Chen had long since prepared for this. He knocked an arrow and let go before headliner Shui could. The arrow that flew out of the god shadow bow moved at lightning speed, pinning this holy venerate headliner Shui to the ship. The fairy basket in headliner Shui's hand fell to the ground, no longer having a chance to execute it. Xiao Chen only sought speed in this arrow and did not infuse much soul energy into it. Otherwise, this headliner Shui would not just be like this. She would have died on the spot. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the watchtower on the tall platform. Then he pulled out the arrow. Blood immediately spurted out. Headliner Shui's tender skin drained of all color. She appeared haggard, severely injured both in her physical body and soul. Xiao Chen raised his foot and kicked the fairy basket up. Then he held it in his hand and returned it to headliner Shui. Startled cries rang out continuously on the ship. Jiang He infused some energy into the many young girls and tossed them off the ship. The girls that he tossed off would not be in any danger of dying, falling to their deaths. Although the ghostly shadow bandit had stolen countless treasures, he did not have the hobby of killing people for fun. He was just somewhat frivolous and heartless. Ha! Girls are falling from the sky. Catch them! The ghostly shadow bandit laughed as he tossed the girls off the ship, eliciting startled cries from below. Damn! Girls really fell. They are the musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They are all great beauties. Quick! Quick! Pick one up and take her back as your wife. Ha! What's the rush? They are all musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Do you really dare to force yourself on them? What do you know? Don't you know what it means to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Damn. Don't block me. Ghostly Shadow Fiend Duo. Quick, quick, toss a few more down. Such actions stirred up a huge commotion among the thousands of cultivators below. Thousands of people soared into the air in the night, waiting for the beauties to be tossed off the ship. Such a scene was rare to see even in 1,000 years. You are all shameless, despicable hooligans. Headliner Shue hugged the fairy basket as she pointed at the two. Tears leaked out of her poorly beautiful face as her entire body trembled as she cursed angrily. However, before Headliner Shue finished, she let out a startled cry. Someone had tossed her down as well. Stop playing around. I'll cover the rear. You go to the control room. Xiao Chen said softly from the watchtower. Then, he continued drawing his bow and looked at the warship that was still some distance away. Got it. Jiang He clapped his hands and tossed the last two beauties down. Then, he rushed to the control room. Chapter 1851. As Xiao Chen held the God Shadow bow from the crow's nest, he could see every warship within hundreds of kilometers clearly. Ever since Xiao Chen obtained the God Shadow bow, he had never brought out even a tenth of its might. Even he did not know how great the potential of this bow was. The earlier arrow only drew the bow slightly. Before the bowstring was drawn, it severely injured a holy venerate on the spot. After advancing to middle stage star venerate, Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. That earlier arrow had not drained much of his soul energy. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation, so he infused the rest of his soul energy into the bow. He wondered how much might it could bring out. Could it bring out its second form, spreading its divine wings, like when it faced the heavenly book scholar? The fortress ship had already started moving. Under Jiang He's control, it quickly headed out of the city. With this fortress ship, Jiang He no longer had to fear the pursuit of the warships behind. He could compete with them in terms of endurance. Damn it! We absolutely cannot let them get away. After them. The Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship took the lead and gave chase. War drums shook the sky, and electric light shot out, illuminating the surroundings in a purple haze. A formation above the warship continuously absorbed the surrounding lightning-attributed energy. The lightning-attributed energy gathered into a resplendent ball of lightning, containing horrifying energy and startling might. The ball of lightning could shoot out at any moment. However, as the fortress ship Xiao Chen was on belonged to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the Jiang clan had some misgivings. If they destroyed the other party's fortress ship, the Jiang clan would not know what to do after this, so they hesitated. Before the very last moment, it was best not to release it. After all, there was still a chance to catch up. Then, while the Jiang clan's people hesitated, Xiao Chen did not. He drew the bowstring, and a divine figure seemed to flash in the sky. The moment Xiao Chen let go, that ball of lightning instantly exploded. The speed of the arrow surpassed human thought. It was as if the moment Xiao Chen let go, the huge and horrifying ball of lightning was struck by the arrow. The energy contained in the God Shadow bow's arrow detonated the ball of lightning. In an instant, the Jiang clan's warship appeared in the air. The warship turned into a resplendent firework, continuously giving off fiery light. Fireworks filled the sky, filling the night sky. Only the damaged main body of the Purple Thunder warship remained, on the verge of collapse. The Jiang clan cultivators on it had fled long ago. Joy and sorrow separated. The Jiang clan's people, who came in ferociously, obtained a result that no one expected. Stop. He has a soul tool in his hand. The other pursuing warships were frightened out of their wits. They were all stunned by the inconceivable scene of the Jiang clan's warship. Just a moment ago, the Purple Thunder warship was still in peak condition. How did it explode? How exactly did he break through the defense? What did he use? How did he detonate the thunderbolts? It was truly frightening. The most frightening thing was that the Jiang family did not retaliate at all. Several holy venerates on the warship actually did not discover how the other party attacked and did not make a move to stop them. Tonight was destined to make everyone go crazy. The cultivators in Soaring Dragon City would not be able to forget this for many years to come. Of Qin of the Ghost of the Ling. First, they threw out the smiling daughter pavilion's beauties, causing chaos everywhere. Even now, it was still not over. Then, they shot out an arrow and detonated the purple thunder warship. Everyone could not recover from the shock. Brother Xiao, things are not good. The Marquis' residence's people are here as well. Jiang he said somewhat anxiously as he controlled the situation. With such a huge commotion, it would be hard for the city guards not to show up. However, given the current situation, it would be difficult for the city guards to control the situation. Actually, the city guards had been observing in secret from the very start. The city lord's residence was optimistic about the various factions of the soaring dragon market surrounding the ghostly shadow bandit. They did not mind the two sides fighting. To the soaring dragon marquisite's lord, weakening some of the clans and sects in the city would not only be a huge benefit, but it would also be a happy outcome. This would further strengthen the Marquis' residence's control. That was what it meant when the Marquis' residence grew stronger. However, now that the situation was completely out of control, they had to show themselves to stabilize the chaos. Abandoned ship. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered the city lord's residence's warships in every direction of the city gates. He was somewhat surprised that the city lord's residence would participate as well. Such a fight between factions did not affect the interests of the city lord's residence. Normally, the smart people would choose to watch from the sidelines. Xiao Chen and Jiang he immediately decided to abandon the warship. They chose the most chaotic place on the ground as a foothold. The cultivators below seemed to have gone crazy, fighting in a chaotic manner. They all asked where the smiling daughter pavilion's musicians that the ghostly shadow fiend duo had left behind were. Jiang he felt somewhat rueful and surprised. He just did not want to kill those musicians. Who would have thought that it would create such a chaotic situation? Quick, quick, quick. Everyone quickly give chase. Ku Yejian snatched away a beautiful musician. Don't let him escape. There is someone over there as well. Why can't I catch him? Everyone quickly look. That's Headliner Shui. She got tossed down as well. Headliner Shui, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. No one can hurt you. You bunch of beasts. Don't go and hurt Headliner Shui. When the culprits, Xiao Chen and Jiang He landed, they showed somewhat ashamed expressions. Then, the two changed into large cloaks and left in a hurry. They simply did not know what would happen to them after they got caught. Just thinking about what would happen to them if they got caught made them tremble in fear. At this moment, the two only wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the city quietly. How interesting. How unfortunate. This little monk cannot break his lust abstinence. Otherwise, I would have tossed one or two pretty big sisters down as well. A small head poked out of the large cloak behind Xiao Chen as he spoke in a childish voice. Jiang he giggled and said, "You are known as the little demonic monk Silver Saber. Why have you not broken your lust abstinence yet? Don't mention this title. If you mention it again, I'll fall out with you." The little monk's baby-like face immediately turned incredibly embarrassed, turning red. Don't mention it. Xiao Chun could not help smiling. The little demonic monk Silver Saber was destined to be a pain in the little monk's life. A title ruining a life. At this moment, Xiao Chen and Jiang He moved through the chaotic crowd, appearing somewhat relaxed. Trying to find the two, who were deliberately hiding, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Speaking of which, Jiang He's casual action created the conditions for the two to escape from a different angle. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen and Jiang He were already far away from the chaos. As the two walked on the empty street, the originally bustling street had long since emptied out due to the commotion caused by Xiao Chen and Jiang He. The street, which could fit 10-odd horse carriages side by side, appeared exceptionally cold and empty. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's shadows stretched out on the empty street. The bright moon hung high in the cold, windy night. The two just walked like that, not saying a word. After the commotion, they returned to reality. After this parting, the two might be fighting each other the next time they met. Perhaps this would be the last time the two worked together. The two's hearts felt somewhat heavy. Fate was merciless, and fate made fools of people. Who could have imagined that the two had the goal of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Both of them bore a heavy burden that they could not easily show to others. As the wind blew, the fallen leaves on the street danced in the wind. Xiao Chen suddenly stopped walking. As he looked at the drifting fallen leaves, he entered deep thought. Sometimes, it felt like a person's fate was like drifting fallen leaves. When a gust of wind blew from somewhere, one's body would involuntarily dance in the wind. At this moment, Jiang He also stopped walking. Fallen leaves should have returned to the dust. However, the merciless cold wind forced one's body to dance in the wind. The two were not sentimental people. Naturally, they could not stop because of the falling leaves dancing in the wind. At the end of his line of sight, there were rows of martial artists wearing the same style of armor, densely packed at the end of the road. These were a group of battle-hardened warriors with strong discipline. They also exuded a horrifying killing chi. The wind blew because of this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the armor trembled. The city guards in front took the initiative to open a path, and a man and a woman walked out. When the two approached, they discovered that they were the Heavenly Book scholar and Lan Luo. Chapter 1852. When Xiao Chen and Jiang He saw Lan Luo and Tian Su appear together, it was not difficult for them to understand. Why did the two of them end up here the moment they appeared? This is really a big battle. We've just left the tiger's den and we're already surrounded by a pack of wolves. Jiang He pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. The saber in his hand disappeared, replaced by a treasured saber that emanated a frightening aura. The black scabbard was engraved with dragon race motifs, looking mysterious and ancient. The soul tool. Jiang He also had his own soul tool. Or rather, it was clearly a soul tool related to the dragon race. The supreme treasure he stole from the dragon clan was this saber? However, now was not the time to think about this. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop him from attacking further. Why, do you know him? Jiang He said doubtfully. After taking a closer look, he realized that there was indeed something wrong with the way the princess was looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded. Sort of. Jiang He's grave face immediately revealed his signature smile. You're quite something. You even have a backer in the Marquis's residence. If I had known earlier, I would have just gone to the Marquis's mansion directly. There was no need to go through all this trouble. Xiao Chen swapped out the mysterious dragon race saber in his hand, and the two chatted in soft voices. On the other side, the Heavenly Book scholar appeared somewhat helpless. The cluster lord had forcefully dragged him to her side. While everyone's attention was on the ghostly shadow fiend duo, Lan Luo took the initiative to lead the city guards to block the Heavenly Book scholar. Helpless, he had no choice but to divine Xiao Chen's and Lan Luo's positions. Princess, it's best not to offend these two. Let them go. In any case, there is no direct benefit to the Marquis's mansion. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Although the Heavenly Book scholar had the bad habits of a Confucian scholar, he was not a sinister and vicious person. Xiao Chen and Jiang He's lives had nothing to do with him, but he did not want them to die because of him either. Who would have imagined that Lan Luo would ignore him? Instead, she headed straight for Xiao Chen. His footsteps were hurried, and he did not look like he was going to attack Xiao Chen and Jiang He at all. The Heavenly Book scholar felt stunned. Then, he suddenly understood something. Earlier, when he read Xiao Chen's character, he said that Xiao Chen would feel at ease if he stayed here. So this was the reason. Xiao Chen, you're already here. Aren't you going to ask if I'm here? Lan Luo said softly as she looked at Xiao Chen with some hidden bitterness. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. The little monk came out from under the cloak and immediately blushed. What a beautiful sister! When Lan Luo saw the little monk, her expression changed slightly. Then, she said in understanding, so, that is the case. No wonder you are not willing to meet me. Xiao Chen, what kind of person do you take me, Lan Luo, for? Even if we're just ordinary friends, there's no need to be so rude. You don't even have to greet me. Xiao Chen looked a little embarrassed. He really didn't know how to explain. You've misunderstood, Your Highness. This person is the little devil monk Silver Saber. He mistakenly ate a heavenly treasure and obtained a heaven-sent opportunity to reconstruct his body. The Heavenly Book scholar walked over with a smile, helping Xiao Chen out of trouble. You still dare to mention it? Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, the little monk flew into a rage. He immediately leaped out of the cloak and wanted to beat up the heavenly book scholar again. However, Xiaochen clearly would not let the little monk continue messing around under such circumstances. Xiaochen grabbed the little monk's little hand in the air and put him back. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, it was Lan Luo's turn to be at a loss. Sorry, Xiaochen smiled and said, "It's fine. Is there any way? Cluster Lord, is there any way to send my friend out of the city?" Now that the matter had returned to proper business, Lan Luo's expression recovered. She said softly, "It's fine to send him out of the city. However, he has to hand over the treasures he stole in the city. This is what my father instructed me to do. I can't disobey him." No problem. Jiang He smiled carefreely, not bothering with Lan Luo at all. Then he handed over all the treasures he stole in the city. In reality, a small part of the reason Jiang He stole the treasures of the various major factions was due to fortuitous encounters. The bigger reason was his interest and habit. After Lan Luo stated her conditions, Jiang He did not hesitate to do so. In any case, after avoiding this wave, if he really needed it in the future, he could just steal it back. Many thanks for Cluster Lord's kind intentions. Brother Xiao, we will meet again in the future. Jiang He showed a smile on his face as he turned and left, not lingering at all. Now that he turned around, the next time they met, he would be a friend and not an enemy. Lan Luo knew this very well, but Jiang He forced himself to remain expressionless as he drifted away in the night. Jiang He slowly went further away. His cold and lonely figure disappeared into the even lonelier and colder night. Just like that he vanished. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and sighed in his heart. He felt somewhat rueful, his emotions complicated. At this moment, Xiaochen could not leave for now. Lan Luo had set up such a large entourage. Hence, he could not pretend that he had never been here. He felt apologetic. The heavenly book scholar performed a cupped fist salute and said, "There should not be anything else for me to do now. I will take my leave first, lest the heavenly mystery tower's people worry." Xiaochen, although my words are not pleasant to hear, they are most likely correct. Why don't you think about it carefully? Goodbye. At some point in time, the elites of the city guards had vanished from the empty street. Now, only Xiaochen and Lan Luo remained under the bright moon. That's not right. The little monk should be included as well. The two chatted casually as they walked along the street. Then Xiaochen gave a simple explanation of why he came to the Soaring Dragon Market. Back then, Xiaochen had come to Withered Leaf City mainly because he did not want to cause any trouble and waste time. He could only tell her the only place he knew in the Yanwu dynasty. Since coming here, he had encountered endless trouble, so he did not want to disturb Lan Luo. He only wanted to send the little monk back as soon as possible. After Lan Luo heard that, she felt relieved. However, she also felt somewhat disappointed. In that case, you are going to the Divine Dragon Empire in the end? Xiaochen nodded. If not for this little fellow, I might have already gone there. Why? Actually, you could have stayed in the Yanwu dynasty. With your talent and aptitude, the 8 noble clans and rank 7 sects would have been willing to accept you. The dynasty is vast. This is the stage for the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms, the powerful demonic geniuses. You can definitely make a name for yourself and not live in vain. Lan Luo felt confused. Why was Xiaochen so insistent on going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Clearly, there was still a gap between an empire and a dynasty. Could it be that Xiaochen feared the competition with the 8 noble clans and the outstanding talents of the royal clans in the dynasty? That was impossible. Given her understanding of Xiaochen, that was absolutely not the reason. After thinking about it, Lan Luo could only say that the Divine Dragon Empire was an extremely important place for Xiaochen. Perhaps it was a person or some place he was worried about. Lan Luo's words stirred up a slight ripple in Xiaochen's heart, making him feel excited. Indeed, the 4 dynasties were the dreams of all the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms. Only in these places could one reach the peak of cultivation, truly witness the most glorious era of the martial epoch. After several eras of development, The martial epic was now in its golden age. As for the four dynasties, they held the most luck in the central great realm, attracting the outstanding talents of the various realms. All the proud people wanted to come and give it a try. As a cultivator, Xiao Chen was naturally no exception. He wanted to see the true outstanding talents and demonic geniuses of this age. However, now was not the time. I will come, but not now. I have to go to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chen said seriously, it is not convenient to explain the reason now. However, many thanks for Cluster Lord's kind intentions. Lan Luo smiled generously and said, there is no need to thank me between us. Don't treat me as a friend. There is no need to stand on ceremony. No matter what you decide, if you need help, I will definitely help you. Under the cool exterior, there was a trace of affection that could not be concealed. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and did not reply. However, in his heart, he added, if Lan Luo runs into any trouble, I will definitely help her without hesitation. The two casually chatted about the past and their experiences as they walked to the city lord's residence. Just as the two were about to enter, Lan Luo turned around and said with a smile, we got too engrossed in the conversation and nearly forgot about proper business. Before Xiao Chen could ask, Lan Luo continued, my father would like to meet you. The soaring dragon marquis wants to meet me? This is somewhat surprising. The Yanwu dynasty had 108 provinces. The opposite sex was conferred marquis, and the family was conferred kingship. Marquis was already the highest title in the dynasty, aside from the dynasty's king. The soaring dragon marquis was considered a major character in the entire Yanwu dynasty. This was especially so for the soaring dragon marquis, an important land at the dynasty's borders. The soaring dragon marquis's high status was even more obvious. Xiao Chen did not know why such a major character wanted to meet him. After thinking about it, he concluded that it could only be because of the Cluster Lord. Chapter 1853. What's wrong? You don't want to see my father? Lan Luo asked, purposely showing a stern expression, clearly dissatisfied. Xiao Chen replied softly, no. When do we meet? Tomorrow. It is already so late, and you must be tired. All right. Under Lan Luo's arrangements, Xiao Chen obtained a rather unique and quiet courtyard in the marquis's residence. This made sense. This suited Xiao Chen's preferences. This night was indeed tiring. More accurately, he had not rested since he entered the Heavenly Mystery Tower and got chased until now. Xiao Chen placed the little monk aside and lay on the bed. Then, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. However, Xiao Chen did not feel sleepy. As he lay on the bed, leaves fell outside the window, rustling like it was raining. Those were the leaves of the ancient tree in the courtyard. The night wind had blown them off. Falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Why can't I sleep? With something on my mind, I naturally could not sleep. Xiao Chen turned to the side and opened his eyes. Moonlight shone on the ground outside the window. Xiao Chen was no longer in the mood to sleep. He remained expressionless as his thoughts wandered. Xiao Chen was still thinking about what the Heavenly Book scholar said before he left. Although my words are unpleasant to hear, most of them are correct. Meng Qi sighed. The results of the Heavenly Book scholar's reading of Xiao Chen's character were not very good. However, it was as he said. If it were not accurate, there would not be so many people lining up to ask him to read them. However, based on the Heavenly Book scholar's reading of the little monk, regardless of the process, the little monk did obtain a great fortuitous encounter. Is my heart destined to be restless? The path of the Dragon Emperor was destined to be difficult. Xiao Chen did not care. What he cared about was whether he could meet Lu Ruyue. The white dragon holy daughter was a peerless beauty. Even the dragon god crown prince was captivated by her. In the dead of night, if one did not feel sleepy, one would inevitably let one's imagination run wild and feel frustrated. Jiang He's words also appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. For some reason, they disrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Whoosh! Unable to sleep, Xiao Chen got up and put on his clothes. Then he picked up his saber and casually walked out. Big brother Xiao, what are you doing? The little monk asked in a daze as he opened his eyes. Practice your saber. Go to sleep. The moonlight shone on the courtyard like water, adding a hazy veil to the scenery in the courtyard. Xiao Chen drew his tyrant saber and swung it casually. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He was a little anxious, a little violent, and also a little resentful and unwilling. However, the more it was so, the more exquisite and gentle the saber light he swung out became. Have a tiger in your heart, sniff the rose. Xiao Chen controlled his mental state very well, not letting his saber technique lose its finesse and order. Even if it is difficult to find peace in my heart, I just want to have a clear conscience. What? As the saber light swept out, Xiao Chen gently flicked it up. The perfectly straight tyrant saber condensed the moonlight in the garden into one beam and soared into the clouds. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and soared into the air. His white hair and robes fluttered in the wind. As he danced, boundless moonlight emanated from Xiao Chen's body. For a time, the moonlight in the courtyard was like flying snow, but also like flower petals dancing in the wind. The garden was filled with fallen flowers, like a beautiful painting. Xiao Chen hovered in the air, using his saber as a brush. His body was in the painting, but his heart was outside. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart, then who can understand me? Who can understand my many years of lonely persistence? Who can understand the heavy burden of reviving the blue dragon that I have to shoulder? Who can understand my determination to seek the moon? The moon was like hundreds of flowers dancing in the wind, filling the sky with falling flowers. No one appreciates this beautiful painting. No one in the painting understands me. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The painting shattered, light and shadow scattered, and the moonlight scattered. It was like a withered willow. No one pitied it, no one loved it. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart and I cannot find someone who understands me, what is the point of having a clear conscience? The night deepened, and the chill intensified. Who pitied me for wearing thin clothes and facing the moon alone? Accompanied by the withered willow and the overflowing saber light, there was an indescribable sorrow. However, this sorrow did not turn into rage or hatred. One could be sad, one could be worried, but one could not be angry or hateful. Furthermore, one used the saber to create a dream, dreaming of fine wine and beautiful women. Beautiful women drank with me, beautiful women laughed with me. There was no sorrow or worry. When the flowers fell in the dream, someone admired them with me. If one did not understand the beauty of dreams, how could one use the saber as a dream as a dream? Under the mottled moonlight, an illusory scene appeared in the courtyard. There was someone drunk, someone laughing, someone dancing in the sky with the moon. One could not tell if this was real or fake, a dream or reality. If one could not find peace in this heart, then let one enter a dream and sleep forever, never opening one's eyes for 10,000 years. However, one had to wake up from a dream. The moment one opened one's eyes, it was not the beautiful dream disappearing but the entire world slipping away from one's hands. A boundless disappointment filled one's heart. Could one continue to tightly grasp the saber in one's hand? Buzz! Suddenly, a boundless saber hum rang out in the courtyard. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand burned with a purple flame. When the purple flame scattered, the pitch-black saber turned a dreamy purple, like this was the true color of the tyrant saber. Xiao Chen tightly grasped the saber and swung it casually. The night that filled the courtyard scattered, and the purple saber light spread out like water. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. Under the purple saber light, a black-clad man on the wall was forced out. Who is it? Xiao Chen thrust his saber, and the purple light that filled the courtyard gathered into one beam and shot out. That person cried out in shock. His figure flashed, but the saber light still pierced through his shoulder. That person gave Xiao Chen a strange look. Then, his figure flashed a few times as he quickly left. The night turned hazy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was like that person had never appeared. Only the lingering purple saber light in the air proved everything that happened earlier. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and frowned slightly. However, he did not give chase. This person could appear silently, only appearing unexpectedly after Xiao Chen activated the true form of the tyrant saber. This proved that this person was far stronger than Xiao Chen. However, he did not make a move. Clearly, he did not have any malicious intent. The Marquis's residence was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were at least 10 people with such strength. If Xiao Chen gave chase and caused trouble, it would not be good. Now that Xiao Chen stopped thinking, he naturally could not continue brandishing his saber. Xiao Chen went to the stone table in the courtyard and gently placed the tyrant's saber on it. Then he took out the 1,000-year flame and drank by himself. After brandishing his saber, Xiao Chen's restless emotions calmed down. After a few cups of fine wine, moonlight unknowingly enveloped him, and he fell asleep in a daze. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, piercing sunlight shone in, and his neck stiffened uncomfortably. This time, he found himself resting his chin on his hand as he slept for the entire night. Young Master Xiao, sorry for the disturbance. The Marquis has prepared a family banquet and would like to invite young Master Xiao over. The cluster lord specially instructed me to entertain you. A slender and pretty maidservant stood outside the courtyard doors, speaking in a charming voice. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and replied, "Wait for a while. I'll go over after I wash up." After tidying up, Xiao Chen carried the little monk on his back and went to attend the family banquet under the maidservant's lead. Generally speaking, the grander family banquets were usually held in the evening. Since there was a family banquet in the morning, it meant that not many people would be invited. Aside from the Marquis's residence's heirs, there might be only Xiao Chen and the little monk. The Marquis's residence was very large, with winding corridors, fake mountains, and flowing rivers. It was like a maze, crisscrossing each other. Without anyone to lead the way, one might really get lost in the maze, wandering around. On one of the corridors, Xiao Chen discovered a group of people marching in front. Their destination seemed to be the same as Xiao Chen's. However, Xiao Chen could tell that many of them were just attendants and guards. The true master was the youth in embroidered clothes leading the group. That youth was very handsome and easygoing. Xiao Chen could see a smile on his face. When this youth spoke to the maidservant leading the way, he did not put on an overbearing air at all, making that maidservant feel embarrassed. Aside from this, that youth also exuded a pressing air of nobility. However, his easygoing air covered up this air of nobility, making others feel close to him. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. There is nothing to mind about this person. Xiao Chen stopped because he discovered a relatively pure dynasty's luck on the other party's body. The 4 dynasties occupied the main dragon veins of the central Great Realm. All those with dynasty bloodlines could receive protection from the dragon veins. The purer one's bloodline was, the greater the dynasty's luck one received. With the protection of the luck of the Yanwu dynasty's vast territory, one's luck would be much stronger than that of ordinary people. Aside from that, the nobles conferred titles by the dynasty would also receive the protection of the luck of the dragon veins. For example, the soaring dragon Marquis was conferred the title of Marquis, second only to the imperial prince. After all, kings with different surnames were extremely rare in any dynasty. Normally, Marquis was the highest rank. The soaring dragon Marquis also had this luck. However, whether one could discover it or not was another matter. That is Monarch. He was also invited to the clan banquet this time. I heard that he came specially for the young miss, wanting to invite her to join the rank 7 Divine Sword Pavilion. The maidservant leading the way stopped and smiled when she saw Xiao Chen's gaze. The maidservant seemed to understand this Monarch very well. With just a casual question, she revealed a lot of information. Based on the maidservant's eyes, it seemed like she was very fond of this Monarch. Rank 7 sects already stood at the peak of this world. Even in the entire Great Thousand Realms, the number of rank 7 sects could be counted on one hand. Even in the vast Yanwu dynasty, there were probably only a few. The competition was exceptionally intense. Even the royal family would not receive any special treatment. For Monarch to be so confident in inviting Lan Luo to join the Divine Sword Pavilion, his strength should not be weak. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Continue leading the way, then." Chapter 1854. After some delay, Xiao Chen arrived at the Marquis's residence's main hall about 7 minutes later. Many people gathered in the main hall. Aside from the soaring dragon Marquis's children, There were also many Long clan disciples, all of whom were from the Long clan. It was clear that the Long clan was flourishing and had many people. This made sense. As a marquis, it would be strange if the clan was not flourishing. Monarch Yu's attendants and guards were scattered outside the main hall, standing together with the marquis's residence's guards. Monarch Yu showed grave expressions, not letting down his guard just because he was in the marquis's residence. The family banquet in the main hall had not started yet. Monarch Yu was the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline and a noble status. However, he was easygoing and polite. His bearing and boldness were praiseworthy. Currently, Monarch Yu was chatting with a youth. That youth looked somewhat similar to Lan Luo and was also older. He should be Lan Luo's older brother. The Long clan disciples surrounded the two, chatting happily. However, Monarch Yu dominated the spotlight. Most people's gazes landed on him. This was especially so for the many women. Their eyes gleamed with admiration, not hiding it at all. "Young Master Xiao, we have arrived." The maidservant leading the way bowed obediently. Before the maidservant left, she gave Monarch Yu a bashful look before taking her leave. The little monk lay on Xiao Chen's shoulder, looking around curiously. He looked very cute. One adult and one child entered the main hall. This immediately attracted countless gazes. Many people showed curious expressions. Aside from Monarch Yu, why was there an outsider at the Long clan's family banquet? "You are." The youth chatting with Monarch Yu asked from afar without standing up. Whoosh! Many gazes immediately focused on Xiao Chen. The bustling hall turned quiet. "Big brother, he is Xiao Chen, the person I told you about. Father specially invited him here." Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, Lan Luo stood up and made the introductions, leading Xiao Chen over. "To think that you dare to enter the Dragon Marquis's residence. Long clan guards, take him down." A familiar figure appeared among the Long clan disciples. This person could not hide his murderous intent as he pointed at Xiao Chen. "Longbo?" Xiao Chen recalled that this person was the young marquis who had sent someone to assassinate him in the Soaring Dragon Great World. He seemed to be Lan Luo's seventh brother. Xiao Chen remembered that he had clearly killed him. However, it was not strange. At that time, he had left in a hurry and did not finish him off. With the resources of the princess's residence and the presence of some experts, it was not surprising that they were able to save him. Swish, swish, swish. A group of guards appeared outside the door and surrounded Xiao Chen without any explanation. However, Xiao Chen did not make a move. He only looked at the youth beside Monarch Yu. Clearly, Lan Luo's eldest brother was the one with more prestige here. "Let's go. There's nothing here." Lan Luo's first brother waved his hand and dismissed the guard. Then, he said indifferently, "Seventh brother, young Master Xiao is an honored guest that Imperial Fathers specially invited. Watch your words. Otherwise, I don't mind kicking you out." Long Bo's expression was quite sullen. His enemy was right in front of him, but he was his father's honored guest. He couldn't even take down Xiao Chen in his own home. "Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson." Long Bo waved his hand and withdrew with a resentful expression. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I don't mind killing you again." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a huge commotion immediately broke out, shocking the Long clan disciples. Then, the shock turned into enmity. For Xiao Chen to say such words in front of the Long clan in the Marquis's residence was somewhat mocking. Even Lan Luo's eldest brother felt somewhat embarrassed, stunned for a moment. "It looks like I am not very welcome. Goodbye." Xiao Chen had always been a decisive person. When he saw the expressions of the others, he was not willing to remain here. Had he known that this Long Bo would be here, he would have rejected him from the start. However, it was clear that someone was not willing to let Xiao Chen leave. "Young Master Xiao, please wait. Since you received the Marquis's residence's invitation, you will be too disrespectful to the Marquis if you leave now. The Marquis's residence rarely invites outsiders to its banquets. Young Master Xiao, please think about it," Monarch Yu said slowly as he held a cup of tea. Immediately, the many Long clan disciples burst into an uproar. It turned out that this person was protected by the Marquis's residence. He was truly too arrogant and unreasonable. Monarch Yu's simple words instantly isolated Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin thought for a while. If he left the banquet, it would indeed be disrespectful to the marquis whom he had not met yet. This put Lan Luo in a difficult position. Then, Xiaoqin turned around and found a corner to sit beside Lan Luo again. When Lan Luo saw Xiaoqin sit down, she heaved a clear sigh of relief. Xiaoqin, it has been hard on you, Lan Luo sent a voice projection. She had good intentions, but she had not expected things to turn out like this. It's fine. I did not handle it well. There was indeed no need to get angry at an existence like Longbow. Xiaoqin already felt much more at ease. Everyone is here. At this moment, a middle-aged man with white hair at the temples walked in. He was wearing armor and strode in. Father. Third uncle. Lord Marcus. Everyone at the table stood up and greeted this person. Needless to say, this person was the overlord of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Soaring Dragon Marquis. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis looked ordinary, only exuding the might of a general. There was nothing special about him, which was rather strange. I have been busy with military matters and rarely eat with everyone. Today, there are 2 honored guests coming to the banquet. Come, let me offer a toast to the 2 of you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was rather straightforward. After indicating for everyone to sit down, he stood up and offered a toast to Xiaoqin and Monarch Yu. Xiaoqin and Monarch Yu did not dare to be slow. They stood up at the same time and drained the wine in their cups in one go. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your hospitality. The 2 took their seats and put down their wine cups. The banquet officially began. Delicacies that were not sumptuous but had great value were served up. At the table, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not pay any attention to Xiaoqin and Monarch Yu. As they chatted, they only talked about family matters and other minor matters. Your father does not put on any airs, Xiaoqin said to Lan Luo, who was beside him. However, Lan Luo replied somewhat helplessly, in my impression, he has always been like this. He is neither warm nor cold to everything. You will never be able to see the true thoughts in your heart. I can't see through them either. For example, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had clearly called Xiaoqin over on purpose. However, he did not say anything to Xiaoqin during the banquet. This disappointed Lan Luo, as well as a faint sense of disappointment. I heard that Monarch Yu wants to invite you to join the Divine Sword Pavilion. Xiaoqin missed this topic and changed the topic. A bright light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What's wrong? Are you interested? Let's go together. The Divine Sword Pavilion is one of the few rank 7 sects in the Yanwu dynasty. Many of their disciples are powerful demonic geniuses who can rank on the martial monarch ranking. Xiaoqin smiled and said, I am a bladesman. How can I go to the Divine Sword Pavilion? That's true. I nearly forgot about that. Lan Luo frowned, appearing somewhat vexed. In that case, I won't go either. On the other side, Monarch Yu looked at Lan Luo, who was conversing intimately with Xiaoqin. A hard-to-detect cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon, someone suddenly stood up and offered a toast to Xiaoqin. Young Master Xiao, you came from afar. Long Yun offers you a toast. Since someone offered him a toast, he naturally had to return the favor. After a cup of wine, Long Yun asked, Young Master Xiao received second uncle's invitation at the same time as Monarch Yu. I believe you also come from a prestigious clan, right? Xiaoqin replied indifferently, No, I am just a loose cultivator. This is my first time in the Central Great Realm. These words caused another uproar. It was actually a rogue cultivator without a sect or sect. Furthermore, he had only just arrived in the Central Great Realm. In their eyes, such a person was simply a country bumpkin. When the others thought of themselves, they couldn't believe that they were sitting and eating with someone of such status. Their expressions couldn't help but turn a little weird. Monarch Yu revealed a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, one of the ghostly shadow fiend duo, who caused a commotion last night, has just arrived in the Central Great Realm. The ghostly shadow fiend duo. Monarch Yu's casual words successfully caused the expressions of these Long clan disciples to change again. This fellow did not speak much, but his words were filled with thorns, trying to isolate them. When the Long clan disciples thought about it, they found it somewhat funny. The so-called monarch's breadth of mind and boldness were only SSO. Chapter 1855. The seemingly ordinary family banquet was actually surging. Monarch Yu succeeded in setting the tempo. This made everyone in the Long family view Xiaochen with hostility and coldness. Xiaochen found it a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. In the banquet, when Lan Luo's big brother saw the situation develop to this point, he shook his head and did not say anything. Long Yen, while I'm not around, have you neglected the cultivation of the Long family disciples? When the family banquet was about to end, the soaring dragon Marquis looked at Lan Luo's eldest brother and asked in a serious tone, "My Long family has been famous for our bravery since the founding of the dynasty. We have never dared to forget the teachings of our ancestors. Father, you can check at any time. The disciples of the Long family have never slacked off, nor do they dare to slack off." Long Yen answered calmly and confidently. Draco nodded his head in satisfaction. A person's innate talent and comprehension are different from birth. Comprehension cannot be forced. I will never force it. My Long family can have trash bodies, but we cannot have lazy people. The soaring dragon Marquis's gaze shifted to Long Yen as he continued, "After the family banquet, I will conduct an inspection at the drill grounds. Anyone who passes my eyes will be rewarded. On the contrary, I will not punish you. I will only punish you, Long Yen." Long Yen gladly accepted the order, not caring about these somewhat demanding conditions. The Long family disciples heard the soaring dragon Marquis's words. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Everyone had a competitive heart. Coupled with the fact that he would receive a reward from his father, it was hard for him not to be excited. "Monarch Yu and Xiaochen, come along as well." The soaring dragon Marquis invited as he looked at Xiaochen and Monarch Yu. His tone was relaxed and seemed easygoing, but there was a hint of irrefutability in it. "My pleasure. My father has always told me that the soaring dragon Marquis has a strict upbringing. After standing in the north for so many years, I definitely have to take a good look." Monarch Yu smiled faintly and dealt with the situation easily. Xiaochen thought for a while. He was prepared to leave after the family banquet. The soaring dragon Marquis's invitation put him in a difficult position. "Xiaochen, Luo, told me about your matter. I contacted the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot last night. They will send people to bring little monk Yenchen back. At the same time, they will convey my thanks to you. The Hidden Spirit Temple owes you a favor." The soaring dragon Marquis seemed to have guessed what Xiaochen was thinking. What? These words immediately shocked the disciples of the Long family, and they revealed expressions of extreme disbelief. Monarch Yu's words had already caused their impression of Xiaochen to plummet. They now felt that he was just a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the Central Great Realm. He didn't belong to any sect, so there was no need to treat him too well. There were too many people like this. In the entire Great Thousand Realms, everyone took pride in being in the Central Great Realm. This was the center of the martial epic. The four dynasties and the many empires dominated the direction of the entire martial epic. As the descendants of the Yenwu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquis, they were very proud. There was no need to criticize them. After all, they had the capital to do so in the first place. After leaving the Central Great Realm, no matter where they went, they would receive the highest treatment. However, the soaring dragon Marquis's casual words made them flabbergasted. The abbot of the Buddhist sect's Hidden Spirit Temple, who did not care about worldly matters, actually said that the Hidden Spirit Temple owed Xiaochen a favor. Not to mention how strong the abbot was, the Hidden Spirit Temple itself was an existence that surpassed rank 7 sections. Its history was even longer than that of a dynasty. To think that such a holy land owed Xiaochen a favor. How could they not be shocked? At the same time, they felt dissatisfied in their hearts. How could such a person make the Hidden Spirit Temple owe him a favor? Everyone here was a proud person. When they suddenly heard these words, they could not help feeling competitive. Even Monarch Yu's calm expression changed slightly. As he looked at Xiaochen, his expression turned strange. "Master is coming? This is really great." The little monk had been looking at the good wine and dishes on the table but could not eat them, only salivating. When the little monk heard this, he felt pleasantly surprised and excited. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chen could not refuse, so he could only agree. The family banquet came to an end. The group arrived at the Marquis's residence's drill ground. The drill ground required an extremely vast area. It was normally used for the army to gather soldiers, so it was a military location. It would be more accurate to describe the drill ground of the Marquis's residence as a drill ground. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis guarded this area. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was not only a marquis but also a general appointed by the royal clan, guarding the borders. Everyone in the Long clan was used to calling this drill ground a drill ground because of the Soaring Dragon Marquis's character. During this time, Long Yen purposely slowed down his pace, walking together with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, do you know why my father specially invited you to the family banquet? Xiao Chen had long noticed that something was strange. If Xiao Chen wanted to meet him, it would have been better if they met in private. There was no need to meet at the family banquet. However, Xiao Chen did not care, so he did not ask. Now that Long Yen was willing to answer, it was naturally for the best. Brother Long, please enlighten me. Long Yan's gaze fell on Monarch Yu. At this moment, Monarch Yu was saying something to Lan Luo. Monarch Yu's expression looked very sincere. However, Lan Luo did not respond warmly. Monarch Yu? That's right. It is Monarch Yu. He is the son of a duke, a relative of the royal clan, and holds a noble status. His comprehension ability is even more incredible. He has an amiable character and a good reputation. After that, there is no after that. Long Yen smiled faintly and did not say anything more, leaving directly. This made Xiao Chen feel even more suspicious, causing him to frown slightly. Big brother, this fellow must be doing this on purpose, leaving things halfway. Is there anything more annoying than this? The little monk said, feeling aggrieved. Xiao Chen said softly, do whatever you want. I'll deal with it when it comes. I won't be staying here for long. After sending you off, I'll leave immediately. Xiao Chen was very open about many things now, not caring about them. When Xiao Chen arrived at the drill ground, the Long clan disciples eagerly searched for suitable weapons and started practicing. Long Yen accompanied his father, watching the performance of the Long clan disciples below from the tall platform. The Long clan disciples were indeed extraordinary. Xiao Chen looked around. The weakest was an early-stage star venerate. Many of them were even late-stage star venerates. As for that Long Yen, Xiao Chen guessed that he had already broken through the shackles of a star venerate due to his older age. After becoming a holy venerate, he would be an outstanding talent among the outstanding talents of the Long clan. While in the drill ground, Xiao Chen surprisingly discovered a shooting range. Several Long clan disciples were drawing their bows and shooting arrows. The setup of this shooting range was very complicated. There were formations on the ground either increasing gravity or creating a weightless environment, testing the strength of the archers. In the depths, one could easily simulate all sorts of harsh environments. The starry heavens, a forbidden sea, a land of lava, and a 5,000-kilometer-long glacier. Excellent archery! He reached the 10th ring again. Incredible! Third brother truly lives up to being the top archer of our Long clan disciples. His archery skills are becoming increasingly exquisite. Even under 20-fold gravity and 10 kilometers away, he can still firmly hit the 10th ring. The Long clan disciples surrounded a youth, praising him. Just at this moment, Monarch Yu and his subordinates walked over. The group immediately egged on Monarch Yu to shoot an arrow as well. The royal bloodline requires one to be proficient in the 6 arts from a young age. Monarch Yu's archery skills must be extraordinary. Right, Monarch Yu, let us broaden our horizons, Long Hua said. Long Hua, Lan Luo's third brother, also said in admiration. Monarch Yu said softly, my skills are insignificant. How could I dare to embarrass myself? Feng Ting, show the Long clan disciples what you are capable of. A subordinate walked out from behind Monarch Yu and took a bow from Long Hua. Then he stood still and casually shot an arrow. A piercing sound soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds that swept through the entire drill ground, attracting everyone's attention. Boom! With this arrow, the target, which was made of divine material, was directly shattered. The tail of the arrow continued to buzz as it landed 10 kilometers away. The second target also hit the 10th ring. This small display of skill immediately shocked everyone, shocking everyone. "Sorry, I damaged your Long Clan's target." Feng Tian appeared somewhat arrogant as he returned the bow to the somewhat distracted Long Hua. As he held the bow, he felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Earlier, Monarch Yu said that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant. How could he dare to embarrass himself? However, a random subordinate easily defeated Feng Tian. Wasn't Feng Tian saying that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant, yet he dared to embarrass himself? The other Long Clan disciples could not empathize with Monarch Yu. They only felt even more admiration for him. For a follower to have such archery skills, it was truly amazing. Monarch Yu smiled faintly and headed to the other areas of the drill ground. The group of Long Clan disciples quickly followed. Long Hua was the only one left in the empty shooting range with a bitter expression on his face. Just as Long Hua felt somewhat depressed and wanted to leave, he discovered that another person had appeared at the shooting range at some point in time. Xiao Chen held the Long Clan's special goose dragon bow and drew the bowstring, testing it out. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was not an expert archer. He had not learned it properly either. His skills were all unorthodox. This was Xiao Chen's first time at a proper shooting range, so he was not used to it. When Long Hua saw Xiao Chen's skills, he smiled. With one look, it was clear that Xiao Chen was a novice. Indeed, when Xiao Chen shot his first arrow, the gravity pulled it down midway, causing it to wobble and fall to the ground. To think that you dare to embarrass yourself with such skills. Long Hua mocked and turned to leave. However, just as Long Hua was about to leave, he heard a dang sound. This was the sound of an arrow hitting the bullseye. Long Hua was very familiar with this sound. Long Hua immediately turned around and discovered that Xiao Chen's second arrow had hit the bullseye. The little monk stood at the side, clapping and cheering. Ding, ding, ding. After familiarizing himself with the Long Clan's special goose dragon bow, Xiao Chen hit the bull's eye with every arrow. The first arrow stuck to the tail of the second arrow, piercing through it before hitting the bull's eye. All 10 arrows hit the bull's eye smoothly and smoothly. When Long Hua saw this scene, he said with a sullen expression, "Disgusting. Your archery skills are clearly excellent, yet you pretend to be a novice before me. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, making fun of me. You are indeed narrow-minded and extremely shameless. Ha! Little benefactor, you are really stupid. The person who defeated you was the one who hid his strength. What does that have to do with my big brother? This is just my big brother's first time at the shooting range and is not used to your Long Clan's standard bow." The little monk said with disdain. "What do you mean?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Chapter 1856. Facing Long Hua's confusion, the little monk smiled and said, "You are indeed stupid. Look, who are the two people by his side now?" Long Hua looked at Monarch Yu doubtfully and saw that the two people by Monarch Yu's side had changed. The place where the Long Clan disciples practiced their spear techniques was where Monarch Yu came. With Monarch Yu's arrival, that place immediately became the most bustling place in the drill ground. Not only did the Long Clan disciples gather there, but even the guards of the Marquis's residence went over to join in the excitement. Another busybody encouraged Monarch Yu to show off his skills. Monarch Yu said a few humble words but still did not make a move, letting his follower show off his skills. That follower did not look shocking. However, his spear techniques were amazing. Even the best spear technique among the Long Clan disciples did not last more than 10 moves against that follower. Many of the Marquis's residence's guards were itching to challenge him. However, they could only show off that follower's exquisite spear techniques. Long Hua exclaimed in shock, "What incredible spear techniques! This is..." Monarch Yu simply could not figure out what was going on. Given his intelligence, it was indeed somewhat shocking for him to figure this out. The little monk's baby-like face showed disdain as he said, "Can't you tell? This monarch has many capable people under him. That person who competed with you earlier is someone with excellent archery skills, much stronger than you. He must have prepared this. Otherwise, do you think that just anyone's archery skills are that scary?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Monarch Yu found an expert archer to trample on him for no reason. Initially, Long Hua did not believe it. However, when he saw Monarch Yu casually walking around the drill ground, he inadvertently displayed a strong follower. The little monk frowned and looked up at Xiao Qin, who was beside him. Then he asked in a daze, "Big brother, why?" Ding. Xiao Qin hit the bull SI again. He felt that this drill ground was rather useful. If he were to cultivate here for a month, his mediocre archery skills should be able to improve by leaps and bounds. If he found a good teacher from the Marquis's residence to teach him, he might even become an expert archer. "Little brat, it turns out that you don't know either," Long Hua muttered. Long Hua mumbled to himself as he came to Xiao Chen's side and asked, "Why exactly?" Xiao Chen placed the goose dragon bow on the table at the side and glanced at Monarch Yu. There was a hubbub of voices on the other side, and it was extremely lively. Cheers could be heard from time to time. "Anticipation, I guess." "What?" Xiao Chen explained, "There are thousands of people on the drill ground, including the Marquis's mansion's family warriors and the disciples of the opposite sex. When everyone wanted to see Monarch Yu's strength, he did not make a move. It's better to let your followers attack to shock the crowd and lure them away. The more you want him to make a move, the more he refuses to make a move. He's only letting his follower provoke everyone's interest. What do you expect in your heart now?" Long Hua replied without even thinking, "Naturally, I want to see Monarch Yu's own strength. Even his followers are so powerful. As the master, he must be even stronger." "That's right. Right now, he's trying to create this kind of anticipation and provoke your expectations to the extreme. Actually, do you have some other kind of anticipation in your heart? Since your follower is so powerful, you might not be as powerful. You want to see him make a fool of himself." Xiao Chen remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. However, he seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Long Hua said somewhat embarrassedly, "Indeed, a little. I lost so miserably. Naturally, I feel somewhat unconvinced." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't think that way. Otherwise, when he makes a move later, you will feel even more despair. This is the effect that he wants. When everyone's emotions are at their peak, he will pretend to make a move reluctantly. When he makes a move, he will shock everyone and make the others' respect for him reach new heights. It might even make them despair of being undefeatable, feeling respect in their defeat." "That's impossible." Long Hua felt somewhat incredulous. Xiao Chen's words had a huge impact on him. His pure heart could not accept this. This was simply too complicated. Right now, Long Hua felt somewhat dizzy. The little monk, who was not even taller than Xiao Chen's calf, rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. Big brother is really smart. He immediately figured out the crux of the problem. This Monarch Yu is also incredible. I can try using this move in the future. Long Hua's expression did not fade. He still did not believe it, or perhaps he was unwilling to believe it. He said, "Just to stand out, he wants to trample on all of us first? Why not? In the same era of the martial epoch, only the most resplendent star will be remembered by the later generations. The other stars can only adorn the night sky, making it even more resplendent and dazzling, making people feel even more respect and admiration. This is how the path of the martial epoch is. Isn't it the same in reality?" Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Right now, you are just unlucky to be in the same drill ground as him. However, will there really be people who think that way and then do it?" Long Hua thought about it carefully. If that was really the case, this person was too shrewd and scheming. Even after being purposely used as a stepping stone, he was still willing to worship the other party. A general's success is built on 10,000 bones. This has been the case since ancient times. While this sentence seems very far away from us, in reality, it is happening all the time. To achieve one's goal, a few tricks and a few stepping stones are nothing. Every day, every hour, every moment, there are people who become stepping stones for others. Dang! Xiao Chen drew back the bowstring, and the arrow struck the bull SI again. Then he revealed a faint smile on his face. "I can increase the gravity now. With my veritable essence energy, I can control the gravity by 20 times. If it were the Soul Slayer Bao, Xiao Chen would have no problem reaching the level of the archery expert under Monarch Yu. When Long Hua heard what Xiao Chen said, he felt his hair stand on end. Is this world really that scary? However, what is his purpose? Why is Monarch Yu doing this? Long Hua could not help asking. He already doubted Xiao Chen's words, so he could not help asking. Xiao Chen looked at the tall platform. The Marquis, Long Yen, and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence could not help looking at Monarch Yu. It could not be helped. Nearly all the thousands of people in the drill ground gathered where Monarch Yu was. Monarch Yu looked very handsome and valiant. He held a noble status, but he was neither arrogant nor proud. Just his subordinates could make people applaud and praise him endlessly. If the people in the drill ground did not pay attention to him, who would they pay attention to? Could it be those lonely, lost, or disappointed stepping stones in the corners? Compared to the cheerful Monarch Yu, who had a gloomy expression and was dispirited and full of negative energy, who would they pay attention to? The answer went without saying. Xiao Chen thought about the excited Long clan disciples at the family banquet. At this moment, the outstanding talents among them were all like Long Hua, dispirited and dissatisfied. It was not that they were not outstanding enough. It was just that they ran into the even more outstanding Monarch Yu. This was originally a drill prepared for them. With Monarch Yu's means, the main character changed, becoming Xiao Chen himself. This allowed the soaring dragon Marquis and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence to focus their gazes on him. They had somewhat forgotten the original purpose of this drill. After Long Hua heard what Xiao Chen said, he could not say that he understood everything. However, he understood Xiao Chen's words. However, Long Hua still felt dubious in his heart. He felt that what Xiao Chen said was too shocking, somewhat unrealistic. Brother Xiao, your archery skills are pretty good. Suddenly, Monarch Yu, who was in the crowd in the distance, seemed to have discovered Xiao Chen by accident. Following Monarch Yu's gaze, the gazes of the drill ground immediately shifted to Xiao Chen. As Monarch Yu spoke, he walked over naturally, and the others quickly followed. Monarch Yu, show us your skills. It was unknown who shouted that, but the cultivators following Monarch Yu instantly erupted. Right. Monarch Yu, you possess the royal clan's bloodline. You are definitely skilled in the 6 arts, and your archery skills must be extraordinary. Show us your skills. Let's see how exquisite the royal clan's archery skills are. Show us your skills then. After watching Monarch Yu's subordinates make a move several times, these people were already anticipating Monarch Yu to truly show off his strength. Monarch Yu thought for a long time. Then, he said with some difficulty, archery is indeed not my specialty. If I make a fool of myself, please forgive me. Could. The crowd was excited. Monarch Yu was finally going to make a move. The many Long clan disciples and generals all felt excited. Brother Xiao, if you don't mind using the bow in your hand, right? Monarch Yu asked softly, showing a humble attitude. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he casually handed the goose dragon bow to the other party. Then he slowly pushed it away. Only Long Hua's heart was surging with waves. He was incomparably shocked, completely stupefied, unable to say a single word. It really was as Xiao Chen said. This was the exact same script. It looked like there were no openings. Under the crowd's instigation, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat helpless and unwillingly made a move. I'm not trying to show off on purpose. You all forced me to... What kind of cultivation realm is this? This is simply inconceivable. However, Xiao Chen had seen through everything long ago. Long Hua felt curious. If Monarch Yu knew that Xiao Chen already knew everything he did, what kind of expression would he have? Chapter 1857. Monarch Yu received the bow and arrow from Xiao Chen. Then, he said indifferently, increase the gravity to 40-fold. What? His casual words immediately caused everyone to exclaim in shock and suck in a cold breath. Long Hua was slightly surprised. He had practiced archery for many years and naturally knew the difference between 40 times gravity and 20 times gravity. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was far more than just double. 20 times the gravity was already exaggerated enough, and it was the strict requirement of the Marquis's residence. The other clans and powers generally only had 10 times the gravity for their basic training. If Long Hua's archery skills were placed anywhere else, he would receive unanimous praise. However, Monarch Yu's actions were truly terrifying, especially for such an expert. Archers who knew the difference between 20 times gravity and 40 times gravity would be even more shocked. Even some of the generals who followed the soaring dragon Marquis on the high platform felt slightly startled. They said softly, "Lord Marquis, if Monarch Yu can hit the 10th ring with this arrow, his archery skills will rank within the top 10 in our army. Most importantly, he is still so young. It is indeed terrifying. You are a relative of the emperor and enjoy a hereditary title of nobility. To be able to not be arrogant or rash, and to be able to settle down and cultivate, that's the rarest thing." Monarch Yu's performance won praise from the Marquis's residence's upper echelon. Lan Luo, who sat beside Long Yen on the high platform, looked over with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen felt that this Monarch Yu seemed to be purposely making life difficult for Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen shooting arrows, he purposely wanted to outdo him. "Luo, what do you think of Monarch Yu?" The soaring dragon Marquis did not reply to his subordinate. Instead, he turned his head and spoke to Lan Luo, a doting look in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lan Luo replied simply, "There is nothing to say about his strength and talent. What does father think?" The soaring dragon Marquis smiled faintly but did not say much. "Just keep watching. The show has just begun." Long Yen pondered over his father's words in his heart. He was somewhat unable to grasp and did not quite understand. Monarch Yu drew his bow on the drill ground, holding his breath and focusing. "Let go." The arrow was invisible, and under 40 times the gravity, it hit the bullseye that was 10,000 meters away. Wang, the tail of the arrow trembled. Monarch Yu successfully made his debut, stunning the entire place. Under 40-fold gravity, late-stage star venerate experts would find it hard to bring out their advantage in speed. Even holy venerates would inevitably be affected, unable to bring out their full strength. However, even so, Monarch Yu used the ordinary goose dragon bow to firmly hit the bullseye 10 kilometers away. Monarch Yu handed the bow to Xiao Chen. Then he smiled softly and said, "Brother Xiao Chen, are you interested in competing? For Brother Xiao to obtain the Hidden Spirit Temple's favor, you must have something extraordinary about you." "Yes, one round." At this moment, Monarch Yu had just received cheers from everyone. Many Long clan disciples immediately seconded his suggestion. During the family banquet, the Long clan disciples had already been hostile to Xiao Chen. Now, Monarch Yu was willing to stand up for them. Being able to improve further and see Monarch Yu's strength was indeed a good thing. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Long Bo seized the opportunity to mock Xiao Chen wantonly. Xiao. Instantly, countless gazes in the drill ground landed on Xiao Chen. Some of these gazes were filled with disdain, some with mockery, and some with cold smiles. This made one feel unbearably lonely. Monarch Yu had already succeeded in isolating Xiao Chen in the Marquis's residence. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's mental fortitude was far beyond what this group of people could imagine. He said indifferently, "It is not impossible to compete with me. How much do you have to bet?" "Bet?" Monarch Yu rejoiced in his heart. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he said, "If I lose, I will agree to any one of your requests." Xiao Chen had his own plans. After thinking for a while, he chose to agree. Seeing Xiao Chen agree, Monarch Yu could not help laughing maniacally in his heart. "I finally got this opportunity to make you agree. What do you want to compete in? Just say it. As long as you can win in any one of them, it will be considered my loss. However, if you lose, you have to agree to one of my requests." Monarch Yu exuded strong confidence as he exuded the might of a ruler. The formless dragon luck covering Monarch Yu's head spread out together with this dragon might. The tyrannical might of a ruler immediately turned ancient, distant, and noble. It was like an epic, shocking everyone. It was like in that instant, everyone felt like they were not facing Monarch Yu alone but an insignificant corner of the ancient dynasty. The aura that Monarch Yu gave off was incredibly horrifying. The sudden appearance of the dynasties might force the people near Monarch Yu to move back, not daring to look at him directly. The might of the dynasty. In the end, Monarch Yu is the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline. When he gets serious, he looks completely different. Many people felt extremely shocked in their hearts. Now, they looked at Monarch Yu with some respect. As Xiao Chen observed in secret, he deeply felt the vastness and ancientness of a dynasty. This monarch Yu had used less than a 10,000th of it, and he already had such a terrifying deterrence. The accumulations of a dynasty were indeed horrifying. At the same time, Xiao Chen thought to himself, this monarch Yu is overly serious. Could it be that everything he did was to trample on me before everyone? In what way did I provoke the other party to be so wary? With this thought, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave, and he could not help getting serious. If this monarch Yu wanted to use Xiao Chen as a stepping stone for himself like the others, then he would have found the wrong person. In that case, he would have found the wrong person. Xiao Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he said indifferently, I think that Monarch Yu's archery skills are pretty good. Let's compete in archery. Let's see whose archery skills are better. This person really overestimates himself. Monarch Yu showed off a little earlier. Even under 40-fold gravity, he could still easily hit the bullseye. Clearly he was holding back, yet he took the initiative to compete with Monarch Yu. Did a donkey kick him in the head? He is really stupid. Ha! All sorts of disdainful voices could be heard. Many of the Long family's disciples and the Marquis Mansion's guards looked at Xiao Chen. They all felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen had already casually mentioned Monarch Yu's strong suit. Competing with me in archery? Monarch Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, as you wish. Men, increase the gravity tenfold. Boom. In the shooting range, the gravity reached a frightening 50 times, and the space around them began to distort. Under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to hit the bullseye. What was even more difficult was that the slightly distorted space. If the arrow wanted to pass through it, it would have to hit the bullseye. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. What a great monarch Yu! If he can still hit the bullseye under 50-fold gravity, his talent in archery is truly terrifying. Monarch Yu's actions startled everyone. Under 50-fold gravity, even a holy venerate would find it hard to escape easily. If he could hit the bullseye in this situation. In other words, Monarch Yu possessed the strength to kill a holy venerate. Monarch Yu held up the goose dragon bow and shouted. Then he drew the bowstring, and the dynasty's might soared continuously. Boom! The dynasty's might eventually turned into a golden dragon chi and soared into the sky. In an instant, all the clouds in the sky were swept away. The clouds no longer existed, and a sky full of stars suddenly appeared in this bright and clear world. When one looked up, one could see a sky full of stars. Using the dynasty's might to support himself, Monarch Yu cleared away the clouds in the sky. This resulted in a mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night. Countless stars flickered in the clear sky. The sky full of stars looked exceptionally bright from the central great realm. What is the center? I am the center of the universe. The great thousand realms originate from me. The boundless astral regions all revolve around me. At this moment, Monarch Yu on the drill ground gave off a light that said, I am the only one in the vast sea of people. Everyone regards me as the center. Whoosh! Monarch Yu suddenly let go, and the stars in the sky gave off a bright light. Boundless starlight descended and drifted down. The arrow that Monarch Yu shot out was like a rainbow piercing the sun, turning into a resplendent beam of light. The arrow swept everything in its path, undefeatable. The twisted space did not affect it at all. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening sound rang out. The target made of precious divine materials was shattered. The target made of precious divine materials shattered without any suspense. The entire drill ground trembled slightly under the aftermath of this arrow. Many of the weaker cultivators were horrified by the remnant might. Monarch Yu's entire body shone with resplendent light, looking like a sovereign. His long hair fluttered, and starlight surrounded him. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and tossed the goose dragon bow rudely at Xiao Chen. Then, he said coldly, "How are you going to compete with me in archery? I want to see how you can defeat me." Xiao Chen caught the bow. The force contained in it shook the surroundings and kicked up a strong wind. Everyone felt Monarch Yu's rage and disdain. At this moment, Monarch Yu's aura reached its peak since he entered the Marquis's residence. Clearly, it was Monarch Yu who was being rude. However, everyone felt that Xiao Chen should not have provoked him. Monarch Yu's archery skills were already very strong. Yet he purposely challenged this. He was simply seeking death. "How can I defeat you?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he already had a plan on how to win. Chapter 1858. Since Xiao Chen was the one who suggested archery, he naturally had absolute confidence in defeating his opponent. The light from Monarch Yu's body slowly faded, and the clouds in the skies slowly gathered. The scene of the blazing sun shining together with the stars disappeared. Everyone stared at Xiao Chen, who had retrieved the goose dragon bow. They wanted to see how capable he was to defeat Monarch Yu. Of course, aside from Lan Luo and the soaring dragon Marquis, no one else in the drill ground felt that Xiao Chen could win. Even Long Yen, who thought highly of Xiao Chen, shook his head in his heart. Xiao Chen was of the royal bloodline, the son of a grand duke. The moment he made a move, he would receive the protection of the dragon's luck. Furthermore, he could enjoy the resources of the royal clan. Monarch Yu's conditions and starting line were truly enviable. Even though Long Yen was the eldest son of the soaring dragon Marquis, he could only be envious and could not compare. More importantly, the arrow that Monarch Yu shot was indeed startling, inspiring lingering fear in everyone. Even a regular holy venerate would not dare to take this arrow lightly. Long Yen, who knew why Monarch Yu wanted to trample on Xiao Chen, could not help worrying for him. "What's wrong? Do you not dare to, or are you too ashamed to make a move?" Joy flashed in Longbow's heart. When he thought about how Xiao Chen would embarrass himself in front of everyone, he could not help mocking him. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat. Losing to Monarch Yu is not embarrassing. After all, he is a relative of the royal clan. A country bumpkin like you cannot compare to him." That's right. To think that he really dares to compete with Monarch Yu. If it were me, I would just admit defeat. Given Monarch Yu's demeanor, he would not make things difficult for him. Just admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Suddenly, cheers rang out in the drill ground. Most of the Long clan disciples had already been subdued by Monarch Yu's demeanor. Now that they saw Monarch Yu's stunning display, they already felt great admiration for him. Furthermore, Monarch Yu left a good impression on everyone. Nearly everyone stood on Monarch Yu's side, smiling as they told Xiao Chen to admit defeat. The voices of people surrendering rose and fell like waves in the sea. If it was an ordinary person, under such intentional isolation, a flaw would have appeared in their mental state a long time ago, and it would be difficult for them to maintain their calm. However, Xiao Chen was very intelligent. Furthermore, he had seen through Monarch Yu's tricks long ago. In the end, the person he would trample on would be himself. Naturally, there was no change in his expression. He said softly, "If there is really an undefeatable enemy, it is not a big deal to admit defeat and admit one's inadequacies." When Monarch Yu heard that, he smiled faintly. Then, he said in a gentlemanly manner, "Brother Xiao is rather tactful. Since you already admit defeat, then the bet is voided. Just do something small for me." "Are you deaf or are you out of your mind? My big brother is laughing at you for overestimating yourself. It's far from enough to make him admit defeat. You can't even tell this? You really have a low IQ. What kind of *T royal prince are you?" The little monk, who was lying on Xiao Chen's shoulder, rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Monarch Yu's harsh words, coupled with the little monk's mischievous face, angered him somewhat. This was especially so when Monarch Yu said, "Hee," at the end. He nearly lost control of his demeanor. Just as Monarch Yu was about to say something, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. An arrow silently pierced through the distorted space and struck the bull's eye 10 kilometers away. Compared to Monarch Yu's arrow, which had a huge momentum and vast monarch might, the one that could reverse day and night, the arrow shook the world. Xiao Chen's arrow appeared rather ordinary. He drew the bowstring, released it, and the arrow flew out, hitting the bull's eye. It was like the distorted space in front of him and the 50-fold gravity were just decorations. How can this be? The group of Long Clan disciples was stunned. Someone shouted in disbelief, "The gravity field is definitely not turned on. I want to give it a try." "Right, you must give it a try." No one could accept such a result. They all made a move, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. In the end, the arrows that they shot either landed in the distorted space or went off to some other place. Not to mention hitting the bull's eye, none of them could hit the target. The cruel truth stunned the group of Long Clan disciples. Their faces revealed even more incredulous expressions. How could an outsider be so much stronger than them? This was simply unacceptable. They could accept and understand that Monarch Yu was stronger than them. Monarch Yu was a relative of the royal family, the son of a duke, blessed by the luck of the dragon. It was natural for Monarch Yu to be stronger than them. However, what did Xiao Chen have? He had nothing. Compared to them, he was completely worthless. However, this worthless person managed to hit the bull's eye, something that they could not even touch. It's useless. It's useless. Monarch Yu's arrow shook the world, shaking the surroundings and reversing day and night. How can your arrow compare to it? So you still lost. That's right. That's right. You still lost. Your arrow is far from comparable to Monarch Yu's. That's right. Monarch Yu's arrow was so startling. How can you compare to it? The Long Clan disciples who felt somewhat unbalanced all spoke up, bringing up Monarch Yu to suppress Xiao Chen. They refused to admit that Xiao Chen's archery skills were better than Monarch Yu's. Only the expressions of the Marquis's residence's upper echelon on the tall platform changed slightly. The might of Xiao Chen's arrow was indeed not comparable to Monarch Yu's arrow. In fact, it was a far cry from it. Monarch Yu's arrow had used the dynasty's might. It could already threaten a holy venerate, even severely injuring one. However, experts had their own judgment. In terms of practicality, Xiao Chen's arrow far surpassed Monarch Yu's. Xiao Chen's arrow was astonishingly fast, no different from how he normally shot. As for Monarch Yu's arrow, while it looked startling, in reality, it was storing up power. Although it could threaten a holy venerate, it was impossible for a holy venerate to get hit in a real fight. Unless a holy venerate was held back, it was practically impossible for a holy venerate to get hit. If it were Xiao Chen, the scene that appeared in their minds was Xiao Chen using his movement technique to flash in the air, continuously shooting arrows. On the other hand, the sky full of arrows was more likely to injure a holy venerate. If such an archery team could be created in the army, they would be able to eliminate the threat at the borders. They could be said to be unrivaled. Lord Marquis. The generals behind all felt incredibly excited, calling out involuntarily. Naturally, the soaring dragon Marquis knew what they meant. He waved his hand indifferently to stop them from speaking. While the experts knew the ropes, the Long Clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's generals were not convinced. In any case, Xiao Chen's arrow was ordinary and not comparable to Monarch Yu's. You lost. You can't do it. You are just trash. A bunch of fools. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you are that capable, then go ahead and try. If that monarch or whatever is not convinced, he can come up and try as well. See if he can be like my big brother, calm and unruffled. The little monk was a straightforward person. He focused on defending Xiao Chen, loudly rebuking those people. I'm not convinced. I'm not going up. What can you do to me, little brat? Since no one could do it earlier, naturally, no one could do it now. They would not really go up. However, relying on their numbers, they were not convinced and started mocking the little monk. Dang! What answered them was Xiao Chen's second arrow. Xiao Chen circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heart flame at his fingertip merged with the arrow. This arrow pierced through the tail of the previous arrow and struck the bull's eye again. Boom! However, because Xiao Chen increased the heart flame, the might of this arrow was significantly higher than the previous one. The loud noise was deafening, instantly suppressing the noise of the Long family disciples. Boom! The third arrow flew out. This time, Shao Chen increased the heart flame by another 10%. When the arrow struck the bull, Sai, the resulting tremor was even more terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder resounding in all directions, shaking the entire drill ground intensely. What was even more terrifying was that Shao Chen's control of the heart flame had reached a very ingenious level. Shao Chen did not shatter the target. Instead, he sent the energy of the heart flame through the target. The fourth arrow, the fifth arrow, the sixth arrow, the energy of the heart flame that Shao Chen sent out increased in intensity each time. The resulting sound waves were increasingly terrifying. When the seventh arrow flew out, the terrifying sound waves spread out. Even the buildings in the Marquis's residence shook intensely. Many of the beams were directly blown away. As for the Long clan disciples on the drill ground, although they did their best to block, they still could not endure it. The shock waves caused them to vomit blood and roll around endlessly. They covered their ears and wailed in pain. After the seventh arrow flew out, no one dared to say that they were not convinced anymore. Only horror appeared on their faces as they looked at Shao Chen. They felt angry but did not dare to say anything. They were both afraid and fearful. At this moment, it was already clear whose archery skills were superior. What if someone was not convinced? Shao Chen used the simplest and most direct method to respond to those who were not convinced. Who still dared to say that they were not convinced? Monarch Yu, who had been silent all this while, appeared ashen. Then he said, "Bring my white feather bow." "Yes, young master." Soon, a subordinate brought a treasure bow that was as smooth as white jade and placed it in Monarch Yu's hand. A peak-inherited Dao tool. For a moment, the faces of the Long family disciples changed. Although the bet did not stipulate what bow to use. Although there were no rules on what bow to use in the bet, Monarch Yu's actions were clearly inappropriate, even somewhat shameless. However, due to Monarch Yu's status, no one said anything. With the peak-inherited Dao tool, the white feather bow in hand, Monarch Yu drew the bowstring and fired an arrow at the sky. Boom! In the distant sky, a ferocious beast flying in the clouds instantly exploded, turning into a clump of blood mist. That clump of blood mist looked exceptionally eye-catching in the clear sky. Bush, bush, bush. Monarch Yu's figure turned illusory as he fired 6 arrows in a row. Each arrow killed a late-stage star-venerate ferocious beast from a great distance. Taking the lives of ferocious beasts from 5,000 kilometers away, such a terrifying scene deeply shocked everyone. Bush. Monarch Yu fired his startling 7th arrow, and the phenomenon of flipping day and night appeared again. Starlight shone from his body, and the might of the dynasty spread out. The arrow shot out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. A miserable shriek rang out in the air. Bang! After a while, an arrow struck a ferocious beast with an extremely terrifying aura, infinitely close to that of a holy venerate, and it landed on the drill ground. That severely injured ferocious beast could not move at all. However, its ferocious aura scared the Long clan disciples far away. While Shao Chen fired 7 arrows, Monarch Yu did the same. Furthermore, he shot at the extremely fast ferocious beasts in the sky. No, it was not an immovable target. Clearly, he wanted to defeat Shao Chen. After firing 7 arrows, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat fatigued. He looked at Shao Chen and said, "This white feather bow is a reward that I obtained with my military merits. I obtained it with my own abilities. Naturally, it is also a part of my strength. If you have any treasures, you can use them as well. Don't say that I, Monarch Yu, am bullying you." Monarch Yu's words sounded righteous, flabbergasting everyone. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a shameless person bullying Shao Chen in such a dignified manner. He did not have an illustrious clan or a strong sect. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and said, "I am the son of Duke Yun, a relative of the royal family. You are far from being comparable to me. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. I only need 1 arrow to defeat you." When the clouds spread out and the mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night vanished, Shao Chen snorted coldly. He activated his blue dragon bloodline and released his divine eyes. His dragon might soared into the clouds. Without relying on the dynasty's might, He used his own dragon might to recreate the flipping day and night mysterious phenomenon. That pair of divine eyes swept through the surroundings, looking unparalleled. No one dared to look directly at them. Amid the crowd's startled cries, Xiaochen took out the god shadow bow and infused all his soul energy into it. Then he drew the bowstring and shot an arrow at the sky. The arrow shot out, and the bowstring trembled slightly. Cracks immediately appeared on the drill ground, spreading out like a spiderweb. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone focused on that startling arrow. That arrow flew increasingly farther until it vanished from everyone's sight. Then, a loud sound startled the entire soaring dragon city. A resplendent and dazzling light, even more dazzling than the sun, burst forth in the starry heavens above the city. A star exploded in the air. The resplendent light disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, countless star fragments turned into meteors filling the sky and quickly fell to the ground. With this peak arrow, Xiaochen exploded a star. The remnant might of the god shadow bow knocked everyone to the ground in the drill ground. Only Xiaochen remained standing proudly. His dragon might was unparalleled, dominating the world. The moment this arrow shot out, there was no need to say who won or lost. You are just an insignificant duke's son, yet you dare to compete with Xiao Chen in terms of status and bloodline? Xiao Chen had an unparalleled rank 8 blue dragon bloodline. Even the princes of the dynasty might not be strong enough before Xiao Chen if they were not related. No matter what Monarch Yu's purpose was, he had chosen the wrong target to use Xiao Chen as a stepping stone. Chapter 1859. Meteors fell from the sky. Xiao Chen held the god shadow bow in his hand, shocking the surroundings. This arrow directly blew up a star the size of a city. In the starry heavens, even a powerful holy venerate could achieve such a feat with their full power. He had only destroyed a city with a single sword strike, but the problem was that he was not in the starry sky, but in a city. Even at such a high altitude, he was still able to shoot down a formation with one arrow. This was a little exaggerated and shocking. This was especially so for Xiaochen, who was also a star venerate. Above the Marquis's mansion, the upper echelons who had seen much of the world were all moved, feeling slightly shocked. The only one who could remain calm was the soaring dragon Marquis. Up on the drill ground, Monarch Yu watched all this in a daze. Suddenly, his expression twisted. He glared at Xiaochen and said, "You bitch! No wonder you wanted to compete in archery with me at the start. It turns out that you have a soul tool. What a good lowly commoner, to actually dare scheme against this king." Xiaochen held his bow and said indifferently, "You can think whatever you want. However, you lost. You lost. Monarch Yu, you can't be this shameless. Previously, everyone was using the same bow and arrow, and your archery skills were obviously at a disadvantage." Long Hua, who had seen everything that had happened, couldn't help but angrily explain everything to Xiaochen. The other disciples of the Long family had the same thoughts as him, but there was still a grudge in their hearts. He was too embarrassed to speak up for Xiaochen. Even now, they still wanted to argue about who would win. Actually, it was already pointless. Even a fool could tell that Monarch Yu had lost. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost. Furthermore, he had lost miserably. In terms of face, he had lost everything in this battle. The aloof, dazzling Monarch Yu had fallen to the mundane world. Although his strength still surprised them, it was not enough for them to worship or respect him. He was just a mortal, and he was even somewhat shameless. First, he broke the rules and took out an inherited Dao artifact. Now, he refused to admit defeat. He even cursed with a face full of unwillingness, losing all of his poise. Monarch Yu had turned into a stranger that they did not recognize. Scram, this king didn't lose. This king is best at sword techniques. Defeat the sword in my hand first. Monarch Yu snorted coldly. In that instant, he drew his sword. The sword was like the wind, whistling out. Long Hua's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged. Monarch Yu's sword intent nearly injured him. Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and put away the god shadow bow. Then he moved back. Monarch Yu's sword intent was exceptionally strong. It contained an unimaginably tyrannical monarch's might. The The surging sword intent was like a tsunami of flames surging over. This king will not lose. Monarch Yu showed a sullen expression as he leaped into the air and thrust his sword. On the tip of the sword, a scorching radiance burst out, as glaring as the sun. This was the famous heavenly flame sword technique of the Yanwu dynasty's royal court. The royal bloodline of the Yanwu dynasty's royal family had a strong affinity for fire-attributed energy. Aside from a few exceptions, most people would choose to cultivate fire-attributed cultivation techniques. With the addition of their bloodline, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort and cultivate much faster than ordinary people. Their comprehension and usage of fire-attributed cultivation techniques would also be much stronger. Monarch Yu's sword strike brought out the explosive power of the fire-attributed energy to the fullest. The instant the tip of the sword lit up, the sword intent filling the air spread out like sparks. Sword intent filled the air before Shao Qin, bursting forth. There was no way to dodge at all. The two had already exhausted their soul energy. They could only use veritable essence energy, martial techniques, and their own techniques to fight. This was the first time Monarch Yu faced such a strong fire-attributed sword technique. Shao Qin felt slightly startled. He could not find a suitable way to deal with it. Holding the tyrant saber, Shao Qin retreated as he fought. Once Monarch Yu erupted, he showed no signs of stopping. The flames in the surroundings rumbled endlessly. The drill ground, which was protected by an array formation, was blasted into terrifying pits one after another. Heavenly flame sword, 9 dragons soaring. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and all his veritable essence energy surged. Then, 9 lifelike flaming dragons filled with Monarch's might appeared in the surroundings, continuously circling him. This move, when the Marquis's residence's upper echelon saw this move, they were mildly startled. They felt that things had spiraled out of control. The moment the 9 terrifying flaming dragons appeared, the entire drill ground started burning under the horrifying heat. No moisture remained in the air, making it incredibly dry. What a terrifying temperature! At the same time, the moisture in Shao Chen's body evaporated rapidly. Before this move was executed, it already felt like it could kill. Shao Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine incantation, and his entire body became like ice. Thin ice feathers drifted in the surroundings, looking like heavy snowflakes. The temperature in the surroundings dropped a little. Monarch Yu, who executed 9 dragons soaring, had already soared into the sky in front. Monarch Yu looked dazzling in the sky. The flames blazed, looking like the blazing sun. Monarch Yu and the true blazing sun in the sky complemented each other, competing for glory. Monarch Yu angrily pointed his sword at Shao Qin. The surrounding sky suddenly turned dark, leaving only the sun shining brightly. This light shrouded everyone's senses, preventing them from distinguishing the sun in the sky. Was it the true blazing sun or Monarch Yu with 9 dragons around him? This was somewhat inconceivable. Whoosh! As Monarch Yu pointed his sword, a dragon-like sword light flew out of the sun, burning up all the light. As the sword light shot towards Shao Qin, it contained Monarch Yu's peak sword intent, the dynasty's might, and a terrifying fire-attributed energy. The addition of Monarch Yu's cultivation technique allowed that fire-attributed energy to rival the might of the fire great Tao energy. How fast? The sword light was scarily fast. In nearly a flash, it arrived beside Shao Qin. Shao Qin executed the Thunder Dragon art to its limits. Electric light flickered as he dodged. Boom! Who knew this sword strike was just the beginning? There were a total of 9 sword strikes, each one faster than the one before. The final sword strike nearly forced out Shao Chen's blue dragon divine wings. With such power, it still didn't contain any soul power. If it contained soul energy, the might of these 9 sword strikes would undergo a qualitative change. After the 9 sword strikes, the entire drill ground no longer existed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The ground split apart, and countless huge rocks flew into the sky. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Shao Chen died. When Monarch Yu saw that Shao Chen managed to dodge his move, he became enraged. Monarch Yu's star venerate will swept out from his forehead with a vast dynasty's might. Indistinct ancient war drums and the singing of epic poems appeared in the surroundings. That was the boundless accumulations of an ancient dynasty. Monarch Yu's star venerate will stirred up some of it. This was the protection of the dynasty's luck for the royal clan disciples in its territory. If Monarch Yu's royal clan bloodline was pure enough, he might be able to truly uncover the tip of the iceberg of the ancient accumulations of this dynasty. Boom! Monarch Yu's star venerate will contained an ancient might that looked solid. Everywhere the star venerate will passed, the huge rocks in the way instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Not to be outdone, Shaochen flashed with a dragon seal in his soul pool. The will of soul containing the divine might of the blue dragon clashed fearlessly. Bang! 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 The two wills of soul clashed intensely, producing intense explosions. The entire Marquis' residence shook intensely, spreading to the city. The buildings that were not protected by formations like the Marquis' residence crumbled. The two's auras surged in the air. The shock waves caused countless rocks to explode. This no longer looks like a fight between star venerates. What a terrifying aura! This is simply a fight between two holy venerates. However, there is no holy venerate will. This Shaochen is really incredible. To think that he did not lose to Monarch Yu in a clash of wills in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. His dragon might is really unfathomable. What exactly is it? However, up until now, Shaochen has been passively defending. If he does not counterattack, Monarch Yu might wear him down to death. The many hidden experts in the Marquis' residence all flew out. They carefully watched the two fighting intensely in the air. Surging sword intent and saber intent clashed everywhere on the drill ground. The two's figures flashed, so fast that they did not even leave afterimages. Ding, ding, ding. The saber and sword clashed. Every time they clashed, a loud, melodious sound rang out, stirring up fluctuations in the clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, winds blew, and clouds churned. In the dynasty's territory, those of the same generation would have an innate disadvantage when fighting with the royal clan's bloodline. Not only did Shaochen endure this disadvantage, but he also made up for the disadvantage of his cultivation being one grade lower than Monarch Yu's. After all, Monarch Yu possessed outstanding talent, a demonic genius who could challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Monarch Yu was not an ordinary star venerate expert. Along the way, Monarch Yu had used all sorts of resources to stabilize his cultivation. His accumulations were deep, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Along the way, the royal clan's bloodline lacked everything except resources. However, they were shocked to discover that this sectless loose cultivator seemed to possess deep accumulations. His accumulations seemed even stronger than Monarch Yu's. At first, when facing Monarch Yu, Shaochen still found it hard to hold out. Now, he became increasingly calm and unruffled. I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose to a mixed blood dragon like you. Monarch Yu glared furiously, appearing crazy as his long hair fluttered about. The more Monarch Yu fell into a disadvantageous position, the crazier he became. He sent out many sword moves without any regard for his life. Shaochen did not want to fight to the death with such a person. It was not worth it. Let's see how crazy Monarch Yu can be. Shaochen silently executed the Mahama abstinence violation first move, dreamlike mundane world, which he comprehended from breaking the mundane. As Monarch Yu retreated, he swung his saber. When the strange purple saber and the swaying saber light entered Monarch Yu's eyes, they turned into illusions, creating a dream. I am a relative of the royal clan. I absolutely will not lose. Monarch Yu turned increasingly irritable. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life, executing a risky move that would injure both sides. Shaochen snorted coldly and made the first move. Using dreams as a saber. Shaochen withdrew the saber light in the air and turned it into a beautiful purple saber light. Then, he instantly broke through Monarch Yu's sword move. Cut. Crisp sounds rang out, sounding like treasure swords breaking. The beautiful purple saber light looked both real and fake, like a dream or illusion. When it appeared before Monarch Yu's eyes, it activated the dream that Shaochen left in his heart. Monarch Yu showed a confused look, standing there in a daze. However, the purple saber light did not show any intention of stopping. It pierced through Monarch Yu's exquisite armor. Furthermore, there was a defensive technique that an expert left in Monarch Yu's body. The saber light pierced through Monarch Yu's chest. It was like a solid spear hung Monarch Yu in the air, preventing him from moving. Chapter 1860. Monarch Yu showed a pained expression. That strand of saber chi pierced his chest, making him feel incredible pain. However, Monarch Yu could not move at all, feeling extremely sullen. You are seeking death. How dare you injure Monarch Yu? Kill him. Seeing Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, many of his guards became enraged and charged at Xiao Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures soared into the air. These people were star venerate elites with extraordinary strength. When Xiao Chen drew the God Shadow Bow, he already drained his soul energy. Then he fought a huge battle with Monarch Yu. Xiao Chen exhausted a lot of his strength. He could only bring out about 50% of his strength. Clearly, he found it hard to deal with so many enemies. You bunch of trash. How dare you bully me with numbers? No way. Just as Cluster Lord Lan Luo cried out and was about to get her big brother and father to make a move, a figure came out of Xiao Chen's back. It was the little demonic monk Silver Saber, Yan Qin. He pointed at the air and sent out the Heavenly Heart Finger. The Heavenly Heart Finger that the little monk created by merging the Heavenly Heart art with a Buddhist sect cultivation technique was extremely mighty. When the little monk pointed, he knocked back the group of people at the very front. After those people fell to the ground, they suffered severe injuries and vomited blood, fainting from the pain. The few people at the very front were in even worse states. Not even their corpses remained after this finger strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was not over yet. The little monk's figure flashed, and he punched with his dainty fist. Aside from holy venerates, everyone could block one punch from the little monk. Soon, only the few holy venerates that came with Monarch Yu could block the little monk on the shattered drill ground. However, the little monk had already undergone a rebirth, his physical body reconstructed. Furthermore, he had obtained the Heavenly Heart art that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. His comprehension ability was even more monstrous than Xiao Chen's. The Heavenly Heart Finger that the little monk comprehended was boundlessly strong. Back then, it was not that Xiao Chen had not thought of merging the Heavenly Heart art with his sharp spirit finger. However, after trying, he discovered that it was not that easy. There were simply too many difficulties involved. He could only settle for the next best thing, merging the Heavenly Heart art with his archery skills. Furthermore, with the God Shadow Bow, Xiao Chen managed to carve out another path. Monarch Yu's two holy venerates led a few late-stage star venerates to fight the little monk. The little monk had the advantage of a physical body, making him incredibly nimble. The little monks of Xiao of. This was especially so for the Long family disciples who had looked down on the little monk when they were arguing with him and looked down on him for being a brat. He felt a slight chill run down his back. With this kind of strength, if a punch landed on his body, thinking about it, the consequences were truly terrifying. Even a holy venerate was not a match for Xiao Chen. If it were them, they would probably explode with one punch. Xiao of Monarch Yu howled in the air. Several of his subordinates went over, trying to neutralize that purple saber light. Ming Yun, say of Chin of Ming King. The strand of extremely devilish violet-colored blade light seemed material, yet carried a dreamlike, ethereal feeling, causing them to feel at a loss for how to deal with it. Nothing he had learned in his life could explain how such a saber technique was formed. Young master, wait a moment. Wait a moment. The might of this saber light is slowly weakening. A few old men surrounded Monarch Yu. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, appearing incredibly anxious. I can't wait anymore. Monarch Yu roared ferociously. Then he grasped that strand of saber chi with both hands and used all his strength to pull it out. Every time he pulled out an inch, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. It looked like only this saber light stabbed into Monarch Yu's chest. In reality, Xiao Chen had used creating dreams with the saber earlier. Unknowingly, the saber light had already penetrated deep into his sea of consciousness. The saber lights that had entered deep into the sea of consciousness and body were formless and invisible. At this moment, they were about to be pulled out. However, there were tens of thousands of them, and they were like hooks. The pain and damage caused by them were extremely terrifying. The wailing monarch revealed a decisive expression as he clenched his teeth and forcefully pulled out this saber light. "Xiaoqin, I want you dead." Monarch Yu's hair was disheveled, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. His eyes were sunken, and he no longer had his earlier grace. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire drill ground. The boundless figure of a dynasty appeared indistinctly in the sky, appearing illusory and real. The terrifying might of the dynasty spread out from above, causing everyone present to feel a great pressure. Their legs turned soft, and they could not stand stably. It's over. This monarch Yu is going all out. He wants to use his bloodline to forcefully shake up the dynasty's accumulations. He wants to use the Supreme Dynasty's might to crush Xiaoqin. He is trying to perish together with Xiaoqin. He can only truly move the dynasty's accumulations if he is a king or has an oral order from Yan Huang. As a monarch, he is still far from sufficient. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Monarch Yu is crazy. The expressions of the Long clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's guards all changed drastically as they fled. However, just as that terrifying dynasty's accumulations were about to materialize into many ancient cities, a sovereign will appeared on the tall platform. The moment this sovereign will appeared, everyone within 5,000 kilometers felt an urge to kneel and worship it. Boom! The terrifying dynasty's accumulations in the sky crumbled in one strike from this sovereign will. Treat Monarch Yu's injuries. The soaring dragon Marquis, who had remained silent on the tall platform, spoke for the first time after dispelling Monarch Yu's crazy attack with a wave of his hand. Many experts immediately rushed out of the Marquis's residence. They restrained Monarch Yu without saying anything and brought him away. All of you, disperse. This practice ends here. The soaring dragon Marquis stood up. Without even looking at Xiaoqin, he led the Marquis's residence's upper echelon away. On the other hand, after Long Yan stood up, he gave Xiaoqin a deep look. Today, Long Yan was truly shocked by this white-robed bladesman's elegance. Perhaps even the prince's would not be as impressive. That's not right. Perhaps the prince's cultivations are higher than Xiaoqin's. However, the number of princes who could compare to Xiaoqin's elegance and tyranny could be counted on one's fingers, as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. When Long Yan saw Xiaoqin look over, he quickly turned around and left with his father. Lan Luo did not have any worries. She gently drifted over and landed beside Xiaoqin. Lan Luo frowned and asked, "Are you all right? I don't know what got into this Monarch Yu, but he targeted you like that. I really misjudged this person. Earlier, I was still considering whether to join the Divine Sword Pavilion together with him." Xiaoqin looked to the front and replied indifferently, "Fortunately, the little monk helped me block these people. Your father also stopped Monarch Yu from risking his life. I'm fine." After Monarch Yu was brought away, his guards were no longer in the mood to fight. However, they could not leave just because they wanted to now. The little monk wanted to teach this group of people a lesson, so he did not let them leave. "Little ancestor, we were wrong. Let us go. Stop hitting them. You little child, why are you so unreasonable?" The two holy venerates held on bitterly. However, the late-stage star venerate old men were beaten into submission. When the little monk's tender little fist struck his body, he felt so much pain that he wished he were dead. His old bones felt like they would fall apart. "You are allowed to bully my big brother with numbers, but I am not allowed to bully you? Is there still any law or justice? I will not stop until I beat you up." The little monk spoke righteously, but he had a mischievous smile on his baby face. Actually, the little monk's hands were simply itching. He had held back for so long and had not made a move. This time, he could not stop himself. Such a scene flabbergasted the Long clan disciples. This was indeed a bona fide little ancestor. Anyone who saw it would have a headache. This father-son combination of Xiao Chen and the little monk was somewhat unrivaled. Each was scarier than the other. Who could imagine that the harmless-looking, incredibly cute little monk was actually even more violent than Xiao Chen? To think that they were even more violent than Xiao Chen, inspiring fear in others. When Lan Luo saw this somewhat strange situation, she also felt shocked. However, when she thought of something, she suddenly showed worry on her face. Oh no! You offended Monarch Yu. The Duke Yun behind him will definitely not take this lying down. If he turns you into a wanted criminal of the dynasty, it will be problematic. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He said softly, "This is what your father wants to see." Lan Luo's expression changed drastically. Her chest heaved up and down in shock. Chapter 1861. What? Clearly, Lan Luo's shocked expression was not feigned. It looked like she did not know many things. Actually, Xiao Chen did not know either. However, he could guess it. From the start until now, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had a firm grasp of the situation. As long as he wanted to, he could stop the bet between Xiao Chen and Monarch Yu at any time. However, he did not, silently agreeing to the bet. Even when Xiao Chen pierced Monarch Yu with his saber, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not stop it. He allowed Xiao Chen to defeat Monarch Yu in front of everyone, causing Monarch Yu to lose face and end up in a sorry state. In the end, when Monarch Yu went somewhat crazy and wanted to execute a killing move that would end in mutual destruction, the Soaring Dragon Marquis easily stopped him. Such a scene verified some of Xiao Chen's guesses. However, it did not matter. Xiao Chen did not care about all this. Now, he was more open-minded about many things. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Soaring Dragon Marquis held high authority and horrifying strength. In Xiao Chen's heart, he treated the Soaring Dragon Marquis as an equal. He did not feel that there was a need to be cautious or cautious. All he needed was to maintain respect for the strong. Xiao Chen, are you saying that my father purposely framed you so that you would suffer Monarch Yu's rage? Lan Luo asked quickly when Xiao Chen remained silent. Perhaps. However, it was not intentional. He was just going with the flow. Most of the reason is that Monarch Yu sought death himself. Otherwise, I would not have opposed him after noticing that something was off. Xiao Chen consoled, "Don't dwell on this. Your father is in the dynasty. Most of the time, he cannot directly offend the royal clan. He is in a high position and has many implications for the interests of the entire dynasty. He cannot express his stance casually. If an outsider appeared at this moment and could share his burden, that would naturally be for the best. Furthermore, I do not mind doing him a favor at little cost. After all, he is your father." Xiao Chen placed more emphasis on the word "you," expressing Xiao Chen's opinion on this matter. "As you are Lan Luo, I do not care even if your father is in the wrong." Xiao Chen's meaning was not obvious, but Lan Luo could still make it out. "Thank you." Feeling warmth in her heart, Lan Luo expressed her thanks and quickly took her leave. She had some doubts in her heart that she wanted to clarify. After Monarch Yu left, Xiao Chen glanced at the little monk, who was still trembling with Monarch Yu's subordinates. Then he said softly, "You've played enough. Let's go." "Roger that." The little monk giggled and used the heavenly heart finger to sweep away the 4 late-stage star venerate old men. He leaped into the air and landed in the bag on Xiao Chen's back. The remaining people immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they felt much more relaxed. Only the 2 holy venerates looked at Xiao Chen with some displeasure in their eyes. He didn't want to let Xiao Chen go so easily. With Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, these attendants and guards would definitely be held responsible. None of them could escape punishment. Xiao Chen glanced at them indifferently. Then he ignored these people and left. Marquis's estate, within the study of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. "Father, this Xiao Chen is really incredible, even though he is just a star venerate. Although he is still a star venerate, I can tell that his potential is even greater than those princes. He is completely worthy of 8th sister." Inside the room, Long Yen continued excitedly to the Soaring Dragon Mark. "Furthermore, 8th sister truly likes him. I think he really can do it." At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was reading a book. After he put it down, he said, Never mind. When the hidden spirit temple's people arrive, we'll let him leave. It is best not to get involved in this mess. Long Yen exclaimed in surprise, Father, isn't this the plan you thought of? Let Monarch Yu, who brought the marriage certificate, fight with Xiao Chen, lose, and take the initiative to leave. Now that we have achieved our goal, why do we not agree to Eighth Sister and Xiao Chen being together? Xiao Chen guessed right. From the very start, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had everything under his control. Monarch Yu had brought the marriage certificate of his father, Duke Yun, to propose to the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Duke Yun was a person with authority in the dynasty. He was very close to the 8th prince's bloodline. When the throne changed, the emperor had to abdicate every 100 years unless there were special circumstances. Then, the most outstanding prince would be chosen to inherit the throne. That was to say, the emperor of the Yenwu dynasty could only hold the throne for 100 years. Then, the emperor would have to abdicate and let his descendants enjoy the resources and the luck of the dynasty, as well as the supreme imperial authority. This was for the sake of providing the dynasty with fresh blood, ensuring that the dynasty maintained its vitality. This was to maintain its combat prowess in the competition with the surrounding empires and dynasties. Otherwise, the dynasty would become rigid, and its luck would decline. The nation's luck could fall at any moment. Once the ancient dynasties became rigid, the nation's luck would decline, and there would be the risk of destruction. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of such examples. Even the strong Tianwu dynasty of the past nearly perished due to the decline of the nation's luck. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain in power for too long. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant they were, the dynasty system would inevitably become rigid. This was something that could not be avoided. Hence, the dynasty had to change every 100 years to maintain its vitality and vigor. Now, the Yenwu dynasty's 100 years were almost up. The competition between the various princes was intense. Strong people from all walks of life all took sides. The Soaring Dragon Marquis did not want to get involved with Duke Yun because he did not want to get sucked into the whirlpool of power struggles for the throne. However, Duke Yun was strong, and the Soaring Dragon Marquis could not directly reject him, not giving him face. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen appeared at this moment. The Soaring Dragon Marquis thought of using Xiao Chen to defeat Monarch Yu, making him take the initiative to withdraw. He had no choice but to do this. Even if he offended Duke Yun, it would just be a fight between the younger generation. Duke Yun would not be able to find a reason to seek trouble for Xiao Chen. This matter looked flawless. Even Monarch Yu himself would not have expected it. Monarch Yu was an intelligent person. Everything was within his calculations. How could he fall for the Soaring Dragon Marquis scheme? However, this was the truth. At this moment, the unconscious Monarch Yu had already been carried out of the Dragon Marquis's residence. He would not have the face to bring the marriage certificate to propose again. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked at his eldest son in confusion. The Soaring Dragon Marquis asked softly, "Why do you think I am so certain that Xiao Chen will defeat Monarch Yu?" Long Yen smiled and said, "Father, as a sovereign personage, your eyes are naturally extraordinary. How could you not see it? With a comparison, you can easily tell who is stronger and who is weaker." When the Soaring Dragon Marquis heard that, he laughed. Then he removed the armor on his chest and the heart-protecting mirror, revealing an eye-catching wound on his shoulder. Even now, this wound had not healed completely. One could see the festering wound. "Father, when did you get injured? Did an assassin come in?" Long Yan's expression changed drastically as he stood up in a fluster. The Soaring Dragon Marquis put on the armor and the heart-protecting mirror again. Then, he said indifferently, "This was left by Xiao Chen last night." Long Yan's expression turned even more shocked. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said, "I'm fine already. Don't worry. It's just somewhat difficult to heal." That night, the mysterious black-clad man who watched Xiao Chen brandish his saber was the Soaring Dragon Marquis himself. Originally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis wanted to make a move himself to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Who knew on that night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, a white-clad man danced alone to the moon. With just one look, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was shocked, intoxicated by that exquisite saber technique. Amid the mottled light and shadow, the exquisite and gentle saber light hit a roaring heart. The soaring dragon Marquis forgot about his original target and quietly watched Xiao Chen's saber technique, his horizons broadening. However, the soaring dragon Marquis had not expected Xiao Chen to discover him. By the time he startled awake, the saber light had already struck him. The soaring dragon Marquis quickly fled, not paying much attention to it. However, when the sky brightened, he discovered how startling this saber light was. Even the soaring dragon Marquis could not completely remove it. This was simply shocking. After Long Yan heard that, he felt a chill. Xiao Chen's potential was far greater than he had imagined. To think that even his father could not quickly heal his wound. This Xiao Chen was truly a demonic genius on a monster level. The soaring dragon Marquis's gaze was deep as he said indifferently, "Now, do you know why I sent him away? It is not that he is not outstanding enough, but that he is too outstanding. My Marquis's residence cannot afford to raise such a large true dragon." "I understand. However, I've sister." Long Yan frowned slightly. When he thought of his beloved eighth sister, he felt somewhat sad. Chapter 1862. At the mention of Lan Luo, the soaring dragon Marquis appeared somewhat sorrowful. Just at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lan Luo rushed in. "Eighth sister!" Long Yan exclaimed in some fluster, appearing somewhat shocked. When Lan Luo saw the two's expressions, she said, "Indeed, it is as Xiao Chen said. You two are hiding something from me." The soaring dragon Marquis exchanged looks with Long Yan. After a moment of silence, the soaring dragon Marquis said, "Speak the truth, then." Long Yan organized his thoughts and told Lan Luo about the cause and effect of the matter. "This monarch Yu is really despicable. I absolutely will not marry him." Lan Luo revealed a disgusted expression. When she thought of monarch Yu's actions, she felt repulsed. Long Yan asked, "Earlier, you said that Xiao Chen already knows. What's going on?" Lan Luo did not hesitate to tell the two everything that Xiao Chen told her. After the soaring dragon Marquis heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, "I already gave him such a high evaluation. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated him. Let's leave this matter at that. When the little monk's master arrives, I will personally send him off and apologize to him." Night arrived as scheduled. Xiao Chen treated his injuries in the courtyard, thinking about the gains and losses of today's battle. After the battle with Monarch Yu, Xiao Chen had a good estimate of his own strength. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to join any 7th grade sect. However, Monarch Yu was not considered a powerful expert of the dynasty's younger generation. He had not even joined a rank 7 sect. In terms of strength, Xiao Chen should still be a distance away from the core disciples of a rank 7 sect. However, the gap was already rather limited. Xiao Chen recalled that when he first entered the Great Thousand Realms, he was not even comparable to a rank 3 sect disciple. In just a few short years, he gained his current strength and accumulations to enter the Central Great Realm. This was already very rare. In this battle, Xiao Chen's greatest comprehension was that he now knew how mighty his peak move was. After activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline and using his soul energy to drive the god Shadow Bao, a holy venerate would die for sure if they were caught off guard. The other was the purple saber chi that Xiao Chen executed at the end. Dreamlike mundane world. Using a saber to create dreams, using a saber to enter a dream, using a dream as a saber, he could wield them freely. The next step was to enter the dream and let this saber art penetrate deep into his bones and soul. With a casual swing of his saber, he could send out the boundlessly strange purple saber chi that seemed both real and fake at the same time. As for its weakness, it was still in its cultivation. Before this monarch Yu joined a rank 7 sect, he was already a late-stage star venerate. One could imagine how formidable the cultivation of the disciples of the 7th grade sects were. Actually, Xiao Chen's vision was too broad. Within the 4 great dynasties, rank 7 sects were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, and their numbers were extremely few. A 7th grade sect was already standing at the peak of this world. For an ordinary person, Being able to join a rank 6 sect was already extremely amazing. Xiao Chun could obtain a place for himself in the dynasty and make a name for himself in the entire Central Great Realm. Furthermore, there was a limit to how many disciples a rank 7 sect could recruit. Many of the rank 6 sects were true inheritors. In reality, they weren't much weaker than the disciples of the rank 7 sections. It's time to start cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Xiao Chen's cultivation had already stagnated for some time. He needed to dual cultivate the demonic and martial veritable essence energy to raise his cultivation. Cultivating any one of them alone would not allow his cultivation to improve. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art had a total of 9 layers. Each layer was extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring vast resources and a corresponding demonic tribulation. While cultivating, Xiao Chun also had to guard against the corrosion of heart demons, which was even harder to cultivate than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This was another challenge for Xiao Chun. It was also a difficulty that he had to face while dual cultivating the demonic and martial veritable essence energy. During the Great Desolate Aeon, ferocious beasts ran amok. The world was in chaos, and logic no longer existed. Only the strong could survive. Among the many ferocious beasts, there was a huge bird that could hold up the sky called the demonic cloud. At first, it was just a demonic cloud born in the primal chaos. Although it had the bloodline of a god demon, it was still incredibly weak. The title page recorded the origins of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. This cultivation technique was born from the demonic cloud bird, a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. After the primal chaos demonic scripture, the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation technique was lost. This cultivation technique became one of the top 10 demonic Tao cultivation techniques. Ever since the Scarlet Blood Pirate King fell, this cultivation technique had not appeared for 10,000 years. Now, people knew very little about it. Xiao Chun carefully read through the book, entering deep thought. If one wanted to cultivate this cultivation technique, one had to condense a demonic cloud seed in one's body. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it. With this thought, Xiao Chun stood up and left the room. Then he looked at the night sky. After some thought, Xiao Chun soared into the air and soared up. After a while, he arrived in the clouds. Condensing demonic clouds was not a difficult task in the Forbidden Sea. However, in the Yanwu dynasty, a nation ruled by the righteous Tao, it was not easy. The environment with spiritual energy was different. The spiritual energy of the Yanwu dynasty was astonishingly pure. There was practically no need to purposely temper it. The spiritual energy was already very dense. From the moment one was born in the Yanwu dynasty, one would have a higher spiritual energy than the people of the outside world. It is not enough. The clouds here are too thin. I have to find a place with exceptionally dense clouds. Xiao Chun casually grabbed a cloud and analyzed it for a while. Then he looked higher. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen's figure continued upward, he slowly felt a huge pressure. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire dynasty's territory. When Xiao Chun looked up, he seemed to see a huge, invisible dragon glaring at him. It was the imperial dynasty's dragon luck that was protecting this ancient dynasty. When it reached a certain point, it would offend the dynasty's might. Flying upward would become increasingly difficult. However, Xiao Chun already saw an extremely dense cloud layer 10 kilometers above. It was very suitable for condensing demonic clouds. Xiao Chun released his dragon might and forced his way through, heading for that dense cloud. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chen's dragon might seemed very insignificant when compared to the dynasty's luck. As the dragon might clashed, lightning tore through the sky, spreading in all directions. The clouds below clashed, and thunder roared and lightning flashed, followed by heavy rain. I've arrived. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief and entered that terrifyingly dense cloud layer. The cloud layer was pitch black. It was a terrifying thundercloud. Xiao Chun could not even see his fingers. The extremely dense lightning-attributed energy within interfered with Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chun could not send out his soul energy at all. What soul energy feared the most was this kind of naturally occurring lightning. With just a touch, soul energy would scatter. Xiaochen could only open his heavenly eye and barely explore the cloud layer, advancing carefully. This thundercloud was unfathomably vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the entire soaring dragon market, looking exceptionally startling. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crystalline ferocious beast flickering with electric light appeared in front, flying towards Xiaochen. Thunder essence. Xiaochen recognized this ferocious beast. It was a spirit born from a peak attribute. It happened to be a lightning-attributed spirit. It had a cruel nature, a fiery temper, and an extremely aggressive nature. This was a 100-year-old thunder essence with the strength of a star venerate. Its entire body was made of energy, which was exceptionally problematic for ordinary people to deal with. However, Xiaochen had his own methods. He took out the wedding funeral bow and fired 10 arrows before the thunder essence arrived. Then he infused the heart flame in the arrows and fired 10 arrows in a row. When the thunder essence was only 1 kilometer away from Xiaochen, it finally crumbled, turning into bolts of lightning that looked like electric snakes slithering out. It left behind a resplendent crystal floating in the clouds. This crystal was known as a thunder crystal rock. Its value varied according to the age of the thunder essence. To lightning-attributed cultivators, it was very valuable. Experts specialized in hunting thunder essences in thunderclouds to obtain thunder crystals. Xiaochen casually put away this 100-year-old thunder crystal rock and continued forward. As Zhang Xian traveled further and further away, he encountered more and more thunder spirits. There were all kinds of thunder spirits. Sometimes they were snakes, sometimes huge trees, and sometimes humans. The only thing they had in common was that they were energy bodies. After dealing with a batch of more than 100 thunder essences, Xiaochen stopped advancing. If he went any further, he would end up in danger, given his strength. These thunderclouds were much more horrifying than he had imagined. However, it was enough to stop here. He could absorb the cloud energy and condense demonic clouds. Xiaochen released the demon blood vulture to protect him. The demon blood vulture screeched and hid in the clouds, flying around happily. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he lit up his 9-star primal core. As Xiaochen infused his demonic-attributed veritable essence energy into his hands, Xiaochen continuously formed hand seals. As Xiaochen's hand seals changed, his demonic-attributed veritable essence energy drained continuously. A terrifying aura slowly spread out from his body. This aura caused the clouds to churn, rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Then Xiaochen formed the heaven-swallowing seal. A huge demonic cloud bird image appeared behind Xiaochen. As the heaven-swallowing seal formed, the demonic cloud bird opened its beak and sucked. The demonic nature hidden in the unfathomably deep demonic clouds turned into thousands of tiny black lines that entered Xiaochen's body. Those black energy lines gave off a demonic glow. As they danced around, they stirred up demonic clouds. The process of condensing demonic clouds went rather smoothly. Chapter 1863. Amidst the unfathomably vast and mysterious thunderclouds, Xiaochen formed the heaven-devouring seal with both hands and absorbed the demonic nature hidden in the clouds. The demonic nature turned into countless black ribbons and entered Xiaochen's body. The environment here was different. The demonic nature here could not be compared to the Forbidden Ocean. It would definitely be much slower than in the ash-gray sea. However, as long as there were no accidents, it was only a matter of time before he successfully condensed the demonic cloud seed. The eyes of the terrifying demonic cloud bird behind him shone with a demonic light that seemed solid, looking somewhat terrifying. The demon blood vultures flying around occasionally exchanged glances with that demonic cloud bird, feeling fear in their hearts. It was as if he had bumped into his ancestor, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. For hours later, a black light appeared above his dantian. This speck of black light was exceptionally deep. It was only a speck, but it gave off the feeling that it carried an enormous amount of energy. The demonic cloud seed was about to be successfully condensed. At this moment, in the depths of the thunderclouds, two strange black-clothed men were hunting thunder crystals. Sensing the abnormal auras, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Strange, there are people cultivating demonic arts here? Let's go take a look. Maybe they're from the same clan. The reason why these two freaks were called freaks was because their faces were covered with faintly discernible black scales. Furthermore, there was a single horn at the center of his eyebrows. He did not look like a human. So. As the two walked out of the thunderclouds, they saw streaks of black demonic light gently drifting in the thunderclouds like ribbons. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Big brother, this looks like the heaven-devouring seal. It's the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. I've read about it in ancient texts, and it's one of the 10 great demonic techniques. This person should have just started cultivating. If he succeeded, he would be able to absorb the demonic nature of this place in an instant. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. The stronger of the two had thicker scales on his face, and his figure was thin. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was greedy. Go. The two of them moved as fast as lightning in the thunderclouds, flying toward Xiao Chen's location. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture's feathers suddenly shone with a scarlet light. It let out a sharp cry that shook the surroundings. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A strong enemy had arrived. He's not one of us, the slightly plump-scaled man said in a deep voice as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by thousands of strands of demonic threads, and the demon cloud bird behind him. The lean man stared at the image of the demonic cloud bird and said solemnly, "It is indeed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Go." Without hesitation, the two of them turned into a flash of lightning and flashed toward Xiao Chen. However, just as he was halfway there, countless tiny red lights shot out from the thunderclouds. Those were the demon blood vulture's feathers. They looked like arrows covering the sky as they shot towards the two. Clang, clang, clang. The demon blood vulture's sudden attack covered a wide area. The two strange men could not dodge. Unable to dodge in time, the two of them were struck by hundreds of feathers. A water barrier flickered on the two's bodies, successfully blocking the poisonous feathers. However, his attack was also stopped, and he was forced to retreat. Demon blood vulture. That was the cry of this strange bird earlier. To think that there is a demon blood vulture protecting him. Big brother, this person is somewhat difficult to deal with. The slightly plump-scaled man hesitated, fearing that it would be difficult to deal with Xiao Chen after he succeeded. What are you afraid of? Riches come from danger. This person is not a holy venerate. So what if he wakes up? The lean man was clearly overcome by greed. After he recognized the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he did not want to give up. Go and restrain this strange bird. Whoosh! The plump man roared angrily, and the scales on his face appeared, densely covering the surface of the water. Then he swung his sword horizontally. He easily sliced through the thunderclouds, and the sword landed on the demon blood vulture's back. The heavy strike made the demon blood vulture very uncomfortable. However, the demon blood vulture was not to be trifled with. The moment the sword struck it, it immediately counterattacked. The demon blood vulture turned around and pecked. Its huge body nimbly turned in the air, and its hook-like beak pecked a large hole in the lean man's chest. Ding! The slightly plump-scaled man held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. However, the strike still knocked him back. His sword nearly flew out of his hand. Damn it! The slightly plump-scaled man roared furiously as he fought the demon blood vulture. The slightly plump-scaled man used his advantage in the terrain to fight the demon blood vulture evenly, unable to gain any advantage. The demon blood vulture was strong, but it could not do anything to the other party. The demon blood vulture hid in the clouds, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Despite its strength, the demon blood vulture could not catch the other party. The demon blood vulture wanted to launch a large-scale attack several times. However, because the demon blood vulture was too close, it feared accidentally injuring Xiao Chen, so its hands were tied. This is a good opportunity. I'll kill it with one sword strike. The lean man's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. The lean man immediately made up his mind and drew his demonic sword. The lean man's eyes filled with a demonic nature. His sword flickered with a purple watery light, and motes of light spread out. The demon blood vulture's sword gave off ripples of electricity. That was water-attributed energy and lightning-attributed energy perfectly merging. This silent sword strike contained the berserk speed of lightning-attributed energy and the stealth of traceless water. The gentle water-attributed energy perfectly masked the lightning-attributed energy and surging sword intent. An ordinary person would easily ignore the might of this sword strike and rush to receive it. Without any mental preparation, one would often be caught off guard and lose their lives. Xiao Chen felt somewhat nervous. The black light in his dantian had not formed a demonic cloud yet. He needed some time. Xiao Chen had no choice but to take a risk. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be for naught, and he would suffer even more severe injuries. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and executed the sharp spirit finger with one hand and the heaven-swallowing art with the other. At the crucial moment, he split his attention. Clang! Xiao Chen gathered all his veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi, filling his limbs and bones. He used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world. Xiao Chen's sharp spirit finger finally caught the other party's sword strike. Boom! A berserk force exploded from the other party's sword. The lightning sword intent contained in the water instantly exploded, nearly sending Xiao Chen flying. Fortunately, there was a demonic cloud bird image behind him, helping him stabilize the space. How can this be? The other party caught the other party's sword strike with 2 fingers, startling the skinny man. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and the energy gathered between them immediately bounced back. The lightning sword intent in the skinny man's sword immediately bounced back. The sword continuously twisted, and the skinny man vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated 10 kilometers. After knocking the other party back with 1 finger, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to pursue. He quickly formed hand seals and absorbed the demonic nature in the thunderclouds, condensing a demonic cloud seed. I don't believe that you can receive another sword strike from me. The skinny man roared, and scales appeared on his face. Then he sent another sword strike at Xiao Chen. 3, 2. When that sword strike was less than half a meter away from Xiao Chen, the demonic cloud seed finally condensed. The demonic cloud bird image behind Xiao Chen entered Xiao Chen's body, and thousands of strands of black demonic light entered at the same time. The black light gathered in the spot of black light above Xiao Chen's dantian. However, at this moment, the skinny man's sword light was less than 3 centimeters away from Xiao Chen. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the blue dragon divine wings behind Xiao Chen unfurled. The wings spanned 30 meters and flapped ferociously. Electric light spread out as Xiao Chen turned into a beam of light and arrived behind the skinny man. Xiao Chen instantly drew the tyrant saber. The purple tyrant saber successfully pierced through the other party's water barrier and scales, sending up black blood. However, the skinny man only managed to hit the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The skinny man let out a miserable shriek, revealing a pained expression. The scales on his face turned back into patterns. Whoosh! When the skinny man drew the tyrant saber, blood spurted out again, and the skinny man cried out miserably. Not daring to turn around, the skinny man plunged downwards, trying to flee this place. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, revealing a suspicious expression. What is that? There is a fiendish demon aura in his body. However, the black scales and the horn on his forehead seemed to have some dragon race bloodline. The person who fled was rather strong, so Xiao Chen did not intend to give chase. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to let the other strange man fighting the demon blood vulture go. Chapter 1864. Xiao Chen looked at the faintly discernible scaled man flying about in the clouds. After carefully observing for a moment, the azure-colored dragon wings on Xiao Chen's back flapped ferociously. Violent winds blew, rolling up boundless thunderclouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chen appeared in front of the scaled man, blocking his path of retreat. The scaled man was slightly startled. He did not expect Xiao Chen to suddenly appear and block his path of escape. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Boom. An astonishing power of thunder erupted from his body. The radiance was resplendent, and the water rippled faintly. The resplendent lightning contained a frightening power. Once this kind of monster erupted, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Xiao Chen didn't want to retreat anymore. He didn't want to let this person go. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and drew his purple tyrant saber. Starlight flickered in his eyes. The star venerate will merged with the saber, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated. In that instant, the saber lit up with the resplendent saber light. Aside from the resplendent saber light, there was only black and white in the thunderclouds. With a loud bang, the scaled man was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber. The demon blood vulture cackled strangely. Then, it opened its mouth and quickly swallowed this scaled man. Awesome! Who asked you to jump around? You still ended up being eaten by me. The demon blood vulture felt incredibly excited after swallowing up this strange scaled man. Xiao Chen watched this scene in shock. As he looked at the demon blood vulture's raised head, he smacked it hard. Without waiting for the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian turned him into a ring and sealed him up temporarily. What an idiot, Xiao Chen pondered for a long time. This scaled man was indeed strange. He had some low-level dragon bloodline and the aura of a fiendish demon. Unable to think of a reason, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the clouds. At this moment, the sky was already bright. It had already been a night since he left. Xiao Chen did not dare to stay for too long and hurried back to the Marquis's mansion. After asking the little monk, Xiao Chen learned that the soaring dragon Marquis and the others had not come to look for him. It looked like the matter of monarchy would have to end for now. However, during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Marquis's mansion and concentrate on cultivating. It was better to be careful. After setting up a spirit-gathering array in the cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the eye of the array. Xiao Chen looked into his body and saw that a demonic cloud seed had formed above his dantian. Blood drop seal. In accordance with the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, Xiao Chen's hands formed a blood drop seal. His heart shattered, and a drop of his heart's blood slowly fell, emitting a strange bloody light. As Xiao Chen's hands landed, his hands continued to move, continuously infusing his soul energy, veritable essence energy, and vital qi into them. This caused the heart blood to shine brilliantly and emit an intense bloody glow. The intensity of the light even seeped out of his body, covering Xiao Chen's body with a layer of bloody light. If an outsider was here, they would be able to tell with a single glance. What Xiao Chen cultivated was definitely not some orthodox cultivation method. Xiao. This drop of heart blood, which contained Xiao Chen's soul, quintessential essence, and vital qi, landed accurately on the demonic cloud seed. The scarlet light entered it. It instantly vanished, and the black demonic cloud changed color, turning a faint scarlet. The demonic cloud seed formally formed. As Xiao Chen cultivated, this demonic cloud seed turned into a demonic cloud bird, living in Xiao Chen's body. This process was no different from the birth of the true demonic cloud bird during the Great Desolate Aeon. At first, the demonic cloud bird was just a demonic cloud infused with the primal chaos god demon bloodline. Then, it evolved into the heaven-swallowing demonic cloud bird. However, now, the primal chaos god demon bloodline was Xiao Chen's, which was much weaker. However, Xiao Chen's bloodline was much stronger than the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's. Xiao Chen had the rank 8 blue dragon bloodline in his body. While the power of this bloodline was not unrivaled, it was definitely unparalleled. The demonic cloud seed infused with the heart's blood became even more demonic, like it was nurturing life. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen could vaguely hear a heartbeat. It was exceptionally strong and contained vast life force. Mission accomplished. Xiao Chen's hand seals changed, forming the heaven-swallowing seal to assist in his cultivation. The spirit-gathering formation activated, and the spiritual energy it contained entered the demonic cloud seed at an incredible speed in the span of a breath. After that, The demonic cloud seed breathed and turned into pure demonic chi, veritable essence energy that flowed into the 9-star primal core. Because Xiao Chen had not cultivated for the past few days, his demonic chi, veritable essence energy, was at a clear disadvantage. Unable to balance the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy, Xiao Chen could not bring out the Taiji force field. The Taiji Dao emphasized balance. Once the balance was broken, Xiao Chen could not bring out the Taiji force field. After about 7 minutes, the 100 medial grade spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation were drained. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and frowned slightly. This was the disadvantage of demonic Dao cultivation techniques. The stronger the demonic Dao cultivation technique, the more horrifying its expenditure would be than a righteous Dao cultivation technique. If this continued, who knew when he could successfully cultivate the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen took out superior grade spirit jades this time and placed them in the indentations of the formation's nodes. Superior grade spirit jades were exceptionally rare, much more valuable than medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen had only managed to find some in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, but there were not many. There were less than 100,000 superior grade spirit jades, which were exceptionally rare. Normally, Xiao Chen could not bear to use them. However, now that he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he had to use them. Time passed quickly, day after day. It had been more than 2 months since Xiao Chen fought with Monarch Yu at the drill ground. In the past 2 months, several Long Clan disciples came to seek an audience. They wanted to befriend Xiao Chen or ask for pointers on saber techniques or archery. However, Xiao Chen refused to meet them. Time was tight. Xiao Chen needed to go to the Divine Dragon Empire soon. How could he waste time on this? However, the little monk jumped out and happily accepted the Long Clan disciples' attentions. Back then, the little monk swept through Monarch Yu's subordinates and suppressed 2 holy venerates, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Several Long Clan disciples also felt admiration for the little monk. Knowing that the little monk was willing to guide them, they all felt excited. Unfortunately, not everyone could be as calm as Xiao Chen, able to calmly face the misfortune attribute of the little monk. While he was practicing with the little monk on the drill ground, all sorts of accidents happened to the disciples of the Long family. In just 7 days, more than half of the Long family's disciples had crippled themselves. No one dared to look for the little monk anymore. The little monk felt bored. He could only lead the demon blood vulture around the Marquis's residence. Those who saw them were afraid, and those who saw them would run. In the Marquis's mansion, the Marquis's mansion was really the tyrant. He was even more domineering than the eldest young master of the Marquis Manor. He entertained himself and was quite happy. This caused everyone in the Marquis's residence to suffer unspeakably. They all complained to Long Yen, wanting this little overlord to leave as soon as possible. Long Yen smiled bitterly. It was clearly impossible for him to persuade them to leave. On this day, an old monk arrived at the entrance of the manor. He wore gray monk robes and a kasaya draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows and beard were all white, and he held a magic staff in his hand. When the Soaring Dragon Marquis heard the news, he led the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence and his heirs out to personally welcome them. Venerable Su Yun, sorry for the wait. When facing this seemingly ordinary old monk, the Soaring Dragon Marquis used the Buddhist sex etiquette to show respect. May the Lord Buddha bless you. Lord Marquis is too polite. That little disciple of mine did not cause trouble for the Marquis's residence, right? The Venerable Su Yun said with a benevolent smile as he bowed slightly and returned the greeting with one hand. Someone in the Marquis's residence immediately wanted to speak and list the little monk's crimes. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis stopped him with a look. He said softly, "The child is a little mischievous. It is not a big deal. Venerable, there is no need to worry." This was an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone that even the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor respected. "Haha, Master, you finally came. I am very happy in this Marquis's residence. I eat well and sleep well. If you had still not come, I would have stayed here for a long time." A berserk scarlet wind blew above, accompanied by cheerful laughter. The little monk rode the demon blood vulture and appeared before everyone. Whoosh, whoosh. The little monk pushed the demon blood vulture's speed to its limits, kicking up a strong wind that howled endlessly. Clang! The Marquis's residence's signboard on the gates fell off. This startled Long Yen, causing his expression to change drastically. He quickly soared into the air and caught the signboard. The little monk landed on the ground. When he saw this scene, an awkward expression appeared on his face. "Sorry, Big Brother Long, let me help you hang it up." The little monk quickly walked over and grabbed the Marquis's residence's signboard, wanting to make up for his mistake. Long Yen quickly said, "There's no need. There's really no need. It's fine. It's what I should do." Crack! A huge force pulled the signboard in half, breaking it in the middle. Everyone in the Marquis's residence turned green. Even the soaring dragon Marquis's lips twitched involuntarily. Breaking someone's signboard was no less than killing one's father. The signboard of the Marquis's residence represented the Long clan's reputation for at least 1,000 years. It already involved the clan's luck. To any clan, breaking a signboard was something unbearable. When the demon blood vulture saw this scene, it laughed maniacally in its heart. "Who asked you to torture me all the time? Now you are in for a treat." The little monk felt incredibly embarrassed. The soaring dragon Marquis had not seen his master for a long time. The moment he saw him, he caused quite a bit of trouble. The venerable Su Yun's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like it cannot be fake. You are really my obedient disciple. If Lord Marquis does not mind, this old monk will write a new signboard for the Marquis's residence to express my apologies." The soaring dragon Marquis immediately rejoiced in his heart, overjoyed. The venerable Su Yun's cultivation was so high that even the soaring dragon Marquis could not figure it out. If the venerable Su Yun put some effort into the words he left, they would rival a soul tool. What was even rarer was that the venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. His cultivation of the Buddhist Dharma was unparalleled in the world. Naturally, the venerable Su Yun would receive the protection of the Buddhist sect's wishes. This in itself was a kind of blessing. According to rumor, there were several signboards in the royal palace's courtyard. The royal clan had personally asked the esteemed monks of the Hidden Spirit Temple to write them. This was equivalent to receiving the royal treatment. "Venerable, this way please." The soaring dragon Marquis led the venerable Su Yun into the Marquis's residence. The little monk felt very depressed as he followed on the demon blood vulture. Occasionally, the demon blood vulture would smack the demon blood vulture's head. However, when the venerable Su Yun thought about the consequences of doing so, he helplessly endured. The venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. When he chatted happily with the soaring dragon Marquis, he immediately left behind a calligraphy treasure. The disciples of the Long family who were fortunate enough to be present to observe were all extremely shocked. It was said that every word that Master Su Yun wrote, it was said that with every word the venerable Su Yun wrote, Buddhist chanting rang out, and a 5-colored treasure light poured out, shocking everyone. After leaving behind the calligraphy treasure, the little monk led the venerable Su Yun to Xiao Chen's cultivation room. Chapter 1865. In the cultivation room, Xiao Chen had been in seclusion for 2 months. Time was of the essence, and he wanted to make the best use of his time to master the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. In just 2 short months, Xiao Chen had already spent 10,000 of the 100,000 superior-grade spirit jades. If it were medial-grade spirit jades, the number of medial-grade spirit jades would probably reach 10 million. Furthermore, it didn't have such an effect, and the time it took was much longer. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already failed to cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. According to the book, the demon cloud bird tattoo would appear on one's back after successfully cultivating the first stage. Demonic path true essence could transform one's body, physique, soul, and will. However, 2 months of bitter cultivation was not without gains. The demonic cloud above his dantian had already begun to unfurl, and the embryonic form of a cloud had appeared. It was no longer just a blackta. The life force of the scarlet demonic cloud had become even stronger. Over the past 2 months, Xiao Chun could feel his soul while being constantly devoured by the demonic clouds. This demonic cloud seed was probably not as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. There would be many mysteries beyond his imagination. At this time, the demonic nature within Xiao Chen's body suddenly erupted, and the demonic true essence within his body flooded his entire body. Black demonic light flowed out of his body as he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with demonic nature. Although Xiao Chen's physical body had been modified by the Mahasvara Buddha's Saraira, he could cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique and merge it with the immemorial demon soul formation. The demonic nature in his body had already penetrated deep into his bones and blood vessels. It was inevitable. This was the instinctive reaction of the devil after encountering its natural enemy. At this moment, he was cultivating demonic arts to begin with, so the demonic nature of his body took over at this moment. However, a moment later, the Buddha nature contained in the deepest parts of his organs, limbs, and bones. It turned into a gentle breeze and spread out from his body, dispelling the dominance of the demonic nature over his physical body. All of this happened without Xiao Chen's control. It was all an automatic reaction of his body. Looking at it from this angle, it also proved that Xiao Chen's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had yet to reach the point where he could control them as he pleased. It was like walking on a tightrope above a cliff. It was extremely dangerous. Closing his eyes again, Xiao Chen released his soul power to see what was going on. Within Xiao Chen's perception, everyone in the Marquis's residence was instantly detected by Xiao Chen. Everyone was a flickering dot of light. The flow of quintessence in the bodies of the weaker ones could be clearly seen, clearly imprinted in their minds. As for holy venerables, they were like a ball of burning flames. Unless one used their soul power to sense them, they would not be able to sense them. Otherwise, he would only be able to see this blurry ball of flame. As his soul power swept across, there were 3 flames that were particularly eye-catching. A ball of blazing flames gave off a terrifying aura that rushed into the sky. There was also a faint king's might within it, and a mysterious dragon fate covered it. Xiao Chun could not detect this person at all. Without a doubt, it was the soaring dragon Marquis himself. There was also a clump of flame that was about the same size as the soaring dragon Marquis. However, it seemed lethargic. This should be a hidden sovereign personage expert of the Marquis's residence. As for the third cluster, it was the karma that caused the demonic aura in Xiao Chen's body to erupt. That was a clump of flame that gave off pure Buddhist might. It was like a lamp, not dazzling or eye-catching. It only slowly burned, and the flames drifted about. Only the flame's heart remained fixed, unchanging since ancient times. It was like the flame in this flame's heart had existed since the world was created, never extinguishing. Beside this flame was a clump of mixed black flames. It looked very mighty and overwhelming with demonic might. However, when one looked carefully, one could see the core of this black flame, the pure flame's heart without any impurities. This was the little monk Yen Chen, who had committed overwhelming sins but had a Buddhist heart and wielded the Buddhist sex commandment saber. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and roughly understood what was going on. The little monk's master came with him. Not daring to delay, Xiao Chen stopped circulating his energy and walked out of his room. Then, he went to the courtyard to personally welcome the little monk. "Big brother, my master is here." The little monk rode on the demon blood vulture and happily led the way, introducing Xiao Chen to him. The venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said softly, "I have long heard of Benefactor Zhao's name. Today, I finally get to see it for myself." Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and smiled. "Venerable, you must be joking. Long heard of it? I just arrived in the Central Great Realm not long ago. It has only been 2 months since I arrived in this soaring dragon market. Although I caused a commotion, my fame only spread within the soaring dragon market, far from spreading in the Yenwu dynasty. I am not joking. A monk does not lie. I met Benefactor Zhao 17 years ago." The venerable Su Yun smiled mysteriously but did not elaborate. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. 17 years ago was when he first met the Mahasvara Buddha. Could it be that when the Mahasvara Buddha turned around, some mysterious phenomenon happened, allowing this venerable to see me? Yenchen, you already told me about your situation. Can this old monk take a look at you? The Venerable Su Yun asked softly to Xiao Chen after he was led in. Xiao Chen glanced at the little monk. When he saw the little monk's innocent expression, he knew that the little monk was worried about him. Something happened to his dual cultivation of righteous and demonic. Hence, Xiao Chen got his master to check on Xiao Chen for him. That's fine. If I can get some pointers or find some hidden dangers, it will be a gain. Xiao Chen nodded and lowered his guard. Then he said softly, as you wish. The Venerable Su Yun put down his staff, and a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead. This was an extremely strong magic skill of the Buddhist sects, the heavenly eye. According to rumor, when the heavenly eye was cultivated to its limits, one could see not only space and time but also the river of fate, becoming the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the past and the future, knowing the karma of the past and present. Xiao Chen felt speechless. Since the heavenly eye was open, whether he agreed or not, the Venerable Su Yun would see everything he wanted to see. The Venerable Su Yun gave off a faint Buddhist light, giving off a mysterious energy similar to the one the heavenly book scholar once showed. A beam of golden light shot out of the heavenly eye and encased Xiao Chen. Time and space flickered. The various cultivation techniques that Xiao Chen cultivated in the past and the various hardships that his physical body experienced appeared. However, the Venerable Su Yun's heavenly eye did not check Xiao Chen's soul pool. He only wanted to check if Xiao Chen's body had any hidden dangers and give pointers. The Venerable Su Yun did not want to dig out all of Xiao Chen's secrets. Actually, even if he did not check his soul pool, if Xiao Chen saw the scene in the Venerable Su Yun's eyes, he would still feel shocked and amazed. They would also feel shocked and surprised, no different from being seen through. After a while, the vertical eye on the Venerable Su Yun's forehead slowly closed. Master, how is it? Is my big brother fine? The little monk asked out of concern before Xiao Chen could say anything, appearing even more anxious than Xiao Chen. The Venerable Su Yun smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao is doing very well now, even better than this old monk. His life force flourishes boundlessly. His physical body does not have any major problems. All sorts of fortuitous encounters and karma are truly startling. His fate with Buddhism is enviable. The little monk said happily, That's good. Otherwise, if I leave and we meet again in the future, Big Brother will look completely different. I will not be able to accept that. Xiao Chen found this strange. He asked, Venerable, I once heard that dual cultivating righteous and demonic Tao is a great taboo in the righteous Tao. This is especially so in the Buddhist sect. It is also a taboo in the demonic Tao. Why is Senior so calm about it? The Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and asked, Let me ask you, what epoch is it now? Naturally, it is the martial epoch. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques and the righteous Tao cultivation techniques look very different, even intensely conflicting. In reality, they are inseparable from the word martial. They come from the same source. Why can't we cultivate them at the same time? This was the first time someone asked Xiao Chen this question, so he did not know how to answer. The Venerable Su Yun said sullenly, Actually, you already know the answer in your heart. There is no need to hesitate. Be it Buddhist, demonic, or righteous Tao, it does not matter. If you can distinguish your heart, it does not matter. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Venerable Su Yun's words swept away the final doubts and lack of confidence in his heart. This would allow him to be even more determined on this path. Many thanks for Senior's pointers. The Venerable Su Yun looked into the distance as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he said, The reason why the righteous Tao and demonic Tao oppose it is easy to explain. The conflict between the two factions is intense. They do not get along, like fire and water. After several battles between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao, the two factions became mortal enemies. How can they accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Since you chose this path, the future will be difficult. Please be mentally prepared. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Actually, there is another reason. Why can't the two factions accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Why? Because they are too strong, they are feared by others. There have been many people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao in history. However, they did not walk to the end. In the end, they all made a choice. Otherwise, it would be hard to distinguish their heart, and they could only choose one side. The Venerable Su Yun's tone was calm, but he revealed a startling secret to Xiao Chen. I know of a total of 3 people. One is the Kasyapa Buddha. Actually, he dual cultivated Buddhism and demonic Tao. However, the moment he became a Buddha, he abandoned his demonic Tao and started the age of Buddhism. The second is a certain dragon race blood-soaked emperor. However, he eventually fell into the demonic Tao and took another path. This stunned Xiao Chen slightly. He could not hide his expression. This was simply too shocking. Back then, the blood-soaked dragon emperor dual cultivated righteous and demonic Tao. However, he did not walk to the end and fell into the demonic Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why the blue dragon bloodline was completely destroyed. The third is the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. He is a Buddhist sect genius, rarely seen in thousands of years. Unfortunately, I found out later that he was the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. However, in the end, he made a different decision. He abandoned the demonic Tao and saved the Buddhist sect, directly leading to the Black Lotus Church's decline. Chapter 1866. As the Venerable Su Yun spoke softly, he casually revealed some startling secrets. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt somewhat shocked, unable to recover his wits for a while. It was understandable that the Kasyapa Buddha dual cultivated the demonic Tao and martial Tao. If one understood the Buddhist scriptures, one would know that Buddhism was emotionless. If not for the Kasyapa Buddha cultivating demonic Tao cultivation techniques, he would not have left behind Buddhist Tao martial techniques that countered demonic Tao cultivation techniques. It was impossible for the Kasyapa Buddha to appear out of thin air. One had to know its origin and understand its principles. However, this Kasyapa Buddha was too far away from Xiao Chen. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything. The main reason was the blood-soaked martial emperor. Right now, a strand of the blood-soaked martial emperor's remnant soul was in Xiao Chen's body. No wonder the blood-soaked dragon emperor quickly fell asleep after waking up. It must have had something to do with Xiao Chen entering the demonic Tao. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused now. The blood-soaked dragon emperor entered the demonic Tao. The Qing emperor entered the demonic Tao. Eventually, Xiao Chen also entered the demonic Tao. Was there really fate in the unseen world? This was too much of a coincidence. The reviver of the blue dragon race was destined to enter the demonic Tao? When Xiao Chen suddenly thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If not for the enlightenment he gained when he faced the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he would not have been able to escape. If not for the enlightenment he gained when facing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he might have ended up on the same path as the Qing Emperor, sinking into the demonic Tao. Unknowingly, he would have taken the same path as the Qing Emperor. Fortunately, Xiao Chen managed to walk out in the end and figure out his own heart. What was even more unexpected was that the last person was related to Xiao Chen. The creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique actually dual cultivated Buddhism and the demonic Tao. Furthermore, he caused the Black Lotus Church's decline. What was more terrifying was that this person was actually the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. What I told you are secrets and taboos. Little friend, do not spread them, the Venerable Su Yun instructed softly, his tone grave. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and nodded. I understand. However, the first 2 people already told me their identities. This third person is Patriarch Black Lotus's reincarnation. Why didn't he tell me his identity? Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said, Benefactor, you really listened carefully. This third person's identity is very complicated. His descendant now has a powerful faction. It's better not to know about it, lest we get into some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, this person can be considered to have realized his mistake and turned back. It's really rare. So mysterious? The more this was so, the more Xiao Chen felt curious about the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, Since Great Master Su Yun did not say, Shaochen naturally would not ask. Venerable Su Yun smiled and said, "My obedient disciple, you have taken care of me during this period. You obtained a great fortuitous encounter. As your master, I do not have any gift to thank you. I can only bestow you a finger as a token of my sincerity." Xiao. Right after Venerable Su Yun spoke, he tapped Xiao Chen's forehead with his finger. An extremely vast energy poured into Xiao Chen's body. Kacha kacha. Xiao Chen's bones crackled like soybeans being fried, crackling nonstop. After a while, when Venerable Su Yun released his finger, Xiao Chen immediately felt refreshed, and his body became much lighter. What was more pleasant was that he felt his physical body break through some kind of shackle. With a thought, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. Vital qi surged like a surging river or the sea. Xiao Chen easily gathered 25 cauldron force. This, Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. Venerable Su Yun's finger helped him break through the bottleneck of 20 cauldron force. The rest was flat, saving Xiao Chen a lot of effort. Whoosh! Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt that some of the hidden ailments in his body vanished with this finger. What was even rarer was that Venerable Su Yun's finger contained a Buddhist might that was extremely compatible with the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira's Buddhist nature in Xiao Chen's physical body. This invisibly raised Xiao Chen's Buddha nature. This gentle finger was truly wondrous, benefiting Xiao Chen greatly. "Thank you, senior." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. Venerable Su Yun shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. It is far inferior to what you gave Yenqin. I'll give you another page of the Hidden Spirit Temple's golden letter. In the future, if someone from the Buddhist sect makes things difficult for you, you can take it out." When Xiao Chen received it, he discovered that it was not much different from the one that the Venerable Xianbei gave. However, the inscription was changed to the Hidden Spirit Temple, which immediately changed its value. Its rarity was no longer the same. "It's time to go our separate ways. You still have some secrets on you. Although I didn't look at them, I still have some secrets. Although this old monk did not look at them, I can sense that they are an untouchable and unexplored power. They are very precious." Venerable Su Yun bowed with one hand as a form of farewell. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There are still secrets? Is it because of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation? Xiao Chen could not be bothered to think too much about it. He kept feeling that the secrets of immortals were too distant from him, so he did not want to touch them. "Big brother, I'm so sad. I wonder when we will meet again." The little monk appeared somewhat sorrowful. Such an expression on his tender face was simply too cute. However, when the little monk thought of something, he gently rubbed the demon blood vulture's head. Then he smiled and said, "Silly bird, I see that your comprehension ability is pretty good. Come back to the temple with me and enter the Buddhist sect. In the future, you can be a protector holy beast." It was rare for the little monk to pet it like this, scaring the demon blood vulture significantly. Its body immediately shrank and turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then, it took the initiative to turn into a ring on Xiao Chen's finger. "How can this great me become a monk? Even if you beat me to death, I will not do it. Master, please don't give me away. I will even be a cow or a horse by your side." The little monk nearly caused the demon blood vulture to crumble. When it heard that Xiao Chen wanted to go to the Hidden Spirit Temple with him, it immediately became frightened. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Little monk, stop scaring it." Yen Chen's lips curled up as he said, "I am giving it an opportunity. Forget it if it doesn't want to." Xiao Chen looked at the Venerable Su Yun and said, "Honestly speaking, the little monk has karma with me. I also thank Venerable for taking care of the little monk for the past 10-odd years." The Venerable Su Yun narrowed his eyes and smiled. This old monk understands what benefactor is saying. He is the blessing of my Buddhist sect. How can I not take good care of him? Benefactor, if you have time in the future, you can come to the Hidden Spirit Temple as a guest. Not long after Xiao Chen parted reluctantly, another honored guest arrived at the courtyard that had been deserted for a long time. It was the Soaring Dragon Marquis, accompanied by Long Yen. However, Lan Luo was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Qin knew that it was time for him to leave. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was here to send off the guest. "Young Master Xiao, it is time to send you to the Divine Dragon Empire," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said in a respectful tone. Xiao Qin said politely, "Thank you, Lord Marquis. Please." There were some things that the two already knew. Monarch Yu's matter was already settled. Along the way, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was very polite to Xiao Qin. If word of the Soaring Dragon Marquis personally giving it to a junior got out, the entire Soaring Dragon Marquisate would be shocked. After boarding a Marquis's residence's warship, Xiao Qin's group left the Marquis's residence and flew out of the city. From the start to the end, Lan Luo did not appear. Xiao Qin could not help feeling that it was unfortunate. This is fine as well. Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. There were some feelings where rejection would hurt, but acceptance would hurt even more. The Marquis's residence's warship flew increasingly higher. The Soaring Dragon Marquisate grew increasingly smaller in Xiao Qin's eyes. This parting would not last long. Xiao Qin believed that he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty. This short stay was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He did not get to experience the vast Yanwu dynasty at all. The dynasty's outstanding talents and the sect elites. Xiao Qin did not get to see any of the legendary monarch experts. This was very unfortunate. However, he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty sooner or later and meet the true elites and outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Qin wanted to experience the resplendent and dazzling outstanding talents of this age of the martial Dao. The Soaring Dragon Marquis stood beside Xiao Qin. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "I was the one who watched you perform your saber that night." Xiao Qin was not surprised. Only a few people in the Marquis's residence had the strength to approach him without him noticing. "I did not mean to injure Lord Marquis. Please forgive me." The Soaring Dragon Marquis's lips curled up in a smile as he said, "However, it has been many years since anyone managed to injure me. Although I was careless, I cannot deny your strength. If possible, I would really like to keep you in the army and make you my general." After gaining the Soaring Dragon Marquis's recognition and high regard, Xiao Qin felt rather happy. "Many thanks for Lord Marquis's praise. It is just the truth. It is not really a praise." As Xiao Qin watched the city get further away, the land before him grew increasingly desolate. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Where are we going?" "The military camp." Chapter 1867. A military camp? Xiao Qin revealed a doubtful expression. Could it be that the transportation formation to the Divine Dragon Empire is in a military camp? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Qin's eyes, the Soaring Dragon Marquis explained, "The dynasty's trans-realm transportation formation is controlled by the Yen Emperor Palace. They allow entry but not exit. The access requirements are very high, and the number of times it can be opened is limited. Although I can use it, it will be somewhat problematic if I bring you along. After thinking about it, I brought you to the military camp, using the transportation formation of my Scarlet Blood Army." Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity, "There are transportation formations in the military camp as well?" The Soaring Dragon Marquis replied calmly, "That is natural. The formation masters that the dynasty's Tai institution raised were not raised for nothing. They weren't raised for nothing. They had invented a portable teleportation formation a long time ago. All they needed to do was prepare a few specially made war chariots. When you want to use it, you just need to insert the formation flags and activate it with spirit jades. When the battle starts, we can retreat, and it's also convenient to deploy troops." The Soaring Dragon Province was the northernmost province of the Yanwu dynasty's 108 provinces. The Soaring Dragon Marquis's clan had been generals guarding the borders for many generations. Historically, there had been an ancestor of the Soaring Dragon Marquis who had been conferred the title of Marquis of a different surname. However, among the 108 marquises, the Soaring Dragon Marquis still held military authority. They held high authority and were rather special. This was why Duke Yun favored the Soaring Dragon Marquis and wanted to marry him. Upon hearing the Soaring Dragon Marquis make it sound so serious, Xiao Qin felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was still a need for war. Xiao Qin asked casually, "The Yanwu dynasty is so strong. Are there still enemies who dare to offend it? The soaring dragon Marquis showed a grave expression as he replied softly, "The central great realm is not as peaceful as you imagine. The age of fiendish demon chaos was long ago, only recorded in ancient books. However, the last war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions was not that long ago, just 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, although the Yenwu dynasty is strong, it is vast and boundless. There are always places beyond our reach. Take the north for example. The greatest enemy is the innately warlike and uncivilized barbarians. They frequently harass the borders. The place where the barbarians are established is a dangerous environment. Poisonous gas pervades the air, and spiritual energy is thin. It's hard for dynasty to unleash their advantage in numbers, so we can't eliminate them. If we let Yen Huang lead the troops personally, it would be too much of a fuss. It's obviously not suitable." The soaring dragon Marquis paused for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, "However, although the barbarian race is troublesome, it is not a great threat. After all, they are just a group of uncivilized barbarians, and they will not amount to much." From his words, it seemed like there was an even more terrifying enemy. That was the real threat. Xiao Chen didn't ask any more questions. Below him, he could already see the barracks. At the garrison, there were soldiers drilling in formation. Waves of loud shouts, full of energy, gathered together. His voice shook the heavens, and vaguely, there were even strange phenomena accompanying it. It made people feel dizzy, and the blood in their bodies flowed faster. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. These soldiers were all elite martial artists. Although their cultivations were not high, they were still extremely powerful. However, there were many of them, and every one of them was a decisive killer. Boundless killing intent was hidden within their bodies. Under the unified training, their essence, qi, and spirit condensed into one. Their chests filled with a breath of air, and they shouted and roared at the same time. Their voices were vast and mighty, and their auras rushed to the clouds. These soldiers were not a motley crew. An individual's martial prowess seemed insignificant before this sea-like aura. As Xiao Chen observed the Scarlet Blood Army's drill below, he somewhat overturned his traditional understanding of the army. Originally, he believed that no matter how many major primal core venerates there were, they would just end up being slaughtered when they ran into a holy venerate. No matter how many came, they would all die. The dynasty's army was a dispensable existence. It did not have much meaning. However, Xiao Chen felt somewhat different now. There were so many venerables. When they were polished into a steel lion, they had a terrifying cohesiveness, strong willpower, and a murderous aura. When combined, just the shouts of essence, qi, and spirit, and the gathering of qi and qi could scatter a holy venerate's attack. Before such might, a lone holy venerate seemed too insignificant. Furthermore, they could lay formations, use war chariots, and use formation flags. After many years of bitter training and killing, they forged a true army of tigers and wolves. Any powerhouse who saw such an army would have to retreat. After thinking about it, this was actually the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Something that looked insignificant could change qualitatively when it reached a certain amount. The Scarlet Blood Army was at the border, a desolate and uninhabited place. The environment there was very harsh. Occasionally, officers organized soldiers. They entered the surrounding mountains, hunted ferocious beasts, and trained the soldiers. The Marquis's residence's warships slowly landed. A large number of warships were parked here. Their banners fluttered in the wind, looking very majestic. Lord Marquis, first young master. The moment the Marquis stepped out of the warship, a group of armored generals immediately walked over with large strides. The generals had to straighten their backs and walk with heavy steps. When they walked, their armor clanged against each other. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded indifferently. Then, he said casually, "Long Yen, bring Xiao Chen to take a look around the army. Then, send him off. Don't delay him." His father. The soaring dragon Marquis looked like he still had many things to deal with. After giving some instructions, he left in a hurry. The group of generals hurriedly followed and reported what had happened recently. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp, so he heard some of it. Lord Marquis, the underground demons have been appearing frequently recently. It is somewhat strange. I feel that we need to bring some people to sweep them out. It is almost winter, and those barbarians are not behaving. They tried to cross the border several times, and many of our brothers died. The royal court's recent supplies have not arrived yet. We have to send people to rush them. These were all important military matters. That group of people walked hastily, moving further away. Soon, Xiao Chen could no longer hear anything. Long Yan said, "Young Master Xiao, if you are in a rush to leave, I can bring you directly to the transportation formation. If you are not in a rush, you can also take a look around the army." "Let's take a look then." This was Xiao Chen's first time entering a military camp, so he felt somewhat curious. Normally, a military camp would not allow outsiders to view its important places. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not treat Xiao Chen as an outsider and was exceptionally kind to him. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not miss out on such an opportunity. Being deep in a military camp, Xiao Chen could not help but compare it to a martial Dao sect. In a certain sense, the two were somewhat similar. They were both places where cultivators gathered. However, the difference was also very clear. The greatest impression that Xiao Chen got from the military was the exceptionally strict discipline. Every soldier was like all sorts of precise components. Only when they were combined could they bring out their greatest might. They did not allow any mistakes to occur in any of the segments. Under such circumstances, uniformity stifled individuality. Clearly, it was not suitable for the inheritance of the martial Dao. However, an individual's strength and willpower would improve rapidly in the midst of killing. However, one's comprehension ability and spirituality might be slowly erased in the army. In comparison, sects had a lot of freedom and emphasized individual martial prowess. Regardless of the rank of the various large sects, their structure was very similar. Through the selection of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and true inheritors, the most outstanding ones would be picked out. This ensured that the people with outstanding talent and comprehension ability could stand out and bring out their potential to the greatest extent. Just in terms of the martial Dao, sects were clearly more suitable for inheritances and could produce powerful experts more easily. This was also the reason why many nobles would send their children to sections. Comparing the two, each had its advantages and disadvantages. Both had their reasons for existing. The 10-odd war chariots formed a procession on the main road, attracting Xiao Chen's attention. The war chariots carried corpses, the trophies of the soldiers. Unlike the ferocious beasts from before, the corpses on these war chariots were all humanoid corpses. More accurately, many of them were the scaled monsters that Xiao Chen met in the thunderclouds that day. Xiao Chen pointed to the corpses on the war chariots and asked, "What are these?" Long Yan looked in the direction that Xiao Chen pointed and explained, "These are a type of underground demon, flood dragon humans." Underground demon? That's right. Back then, after the fiendish demons were defeated by the sages, they vanished without a trace. However, the descendants of the fiendish demons survived and occupied the abyssal underworld. This is also commonly known as the underground world. These descendants of the fiendish demons are collectively known as earth demons. Long Yan nodded and continued, "The abyssal underworld has a total of 9 layers, inhabited by 9 underworld monarchs. The lower you go, the more horrifying the strength of the earth demons. They possess the blood of fiendish demons and startling comprehension abilities. They cultivate demonic Dao cultivation techniques and have many advantages. As they slowly lay dormant, they actually developed. By the time the righteous Dao awakened, they had already become a faction that could not be easily destroyed. Speaking of which, they are a much greater threat than the barbarian race. Fortunately, the 9 great underworld monarchs have their own conflicts, and the underground world is not peaceful in the first place." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The central great realm was indeed much larger than he imagined. Just this soaring dragon market was just the tip of the iceberg. The things that Xiao Chen saw already dazzled him. However, why do I feel that aside from the blood of the fiendish demons, these flood dragon humans also have the aura of the dragon race? The topic returned to the flood dragon humans. This was what Xiao Qin was more concerned about. Upon hearing that, Long Yen looked at Xiao Qin, feeling it strange. He asked, "You don't know?" Xiao Qin felt bewildered. What's with that expression? It's like I have to know. Is it strange that I don't know? Long Yen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I saw that you also have the dragon race bloodline, so I thought you would know about this." Back then, the dragon race's Black Dragon King led his subordinates and defeated the 9 great underworld monarchs. He became known as the Supreme Underworld Monarch and unified the abyssal underworld for the first time in history. This should be something that everyone in the dragon race knows about. Its influence is very deep. So that's the case. Xiao Qin felt enlightened. A regular dragon race cultivator should know about this. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was not. No wonder Long Yen revealed such a surprised expression. Back then, the dragon race cultivators that followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld became the strongest of the earth demons. After the baptism of the underworld river's water, they became flood dragon humans with both the blood of the fiendish demons and the bloodline of the dragon race. When the Black Dragon King was alive, these flood dragon humans naturally enjoyed great fame and prestige. However, now they have become the lowest existences among the earth demons. Long Yen caught his breath and continued, "When the Scarlet Blood army swept through the underground world, they killed the most flood dragon humans." For some reason, when Xiao Qin heard this, he felt uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he was also a member of the dragon race, but when he saw how miserable these former members of the dragon race were now, he felt some compassion. The Black Dragon King was a mixed blood dragon in the first place. Many of his followers were mixed blood dragons as well. Even in the Divine Dragon Empire, they were at the bottom. At the same time, Xiao Qin thought of the seal in the underground dragon city in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. He thought of that senior's words. The Black Dragon King would appear within 100 years. Chapter 1868. What happened? Long Yen asked in confusion when he saw that Xiao Qin was deep in thought. Xiao Qin said softly, "I thought of something and I've seen enough. Let's go." "I still haven't asked, where can the army's transportation formation send me?" The two chatted as they walked. Long Yen said, "The furthest it can go is to the borders of the Divine Dragon Empire. After that, you can cross a desert and enter the Divine Dragon Empire." Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Then, he said sullenly, "There's no other way. Directly teleport into the Divine Dragon Empire?" Long Yen shook his head and said, "No. Only a trans-realm transportation formation can do that. The trans-realm transportation formation is controlled by the Yen Imperial Hall. Hence, it will be somewhat difficult. However, it will be more convenient for you to go to the Divine Dragon Empire." Xiao Qin thought about it and felt that it was okay. Even if Xiao Qin could teleport to the Divine Dragon Empire, he did not know which city he would end up in. Xiao Qin knew too little about the dragon race. After slowly familiarizing himself with it, he had to properly plan how he was going to walk the path of the Dragon Clan. Boom! At this moment, the ground trembled slightly. A war chariot was carrying a mountain-sized rock beast. He slowly drove towards the military camp, escorted by thousands of people. Enthusiastic cheers sounded in the barracks when they saw the huge beast enter. Xiao Qin could not help but take a few more glances. That's a hill giant demon, a wholly venerate-level ferocious beast. It is said to be unrivaled among its peers. It is worshipped by the northern barbarians as a divine beast. Usually, killing this kind of ferocious beast signifies a great victory against the barbarians. A smile appeared on Long Yan's face as he explained to Xiao Qin. The atmosphere in the military camp made Xiao Qin a little envious. Live and die together, advance and retreat together, share the glory with your son. We're here. I'll get someone to set up the formation. A moment later, the two came to an open space in the army. Long Yan called out, "What?" 38 war chariots came from different directions at an extremely fast speed, like flowing lights and phantoms. After a few breaths, the chariot was pieced together to form a Dao platform with complicated runes. So. Many martial artists flew out from the war chariots, holding war flags that shone with radiance, and inserted them into the Tao platform. Immediately, flowing light overflowed in all directions. 38 white rainbows descended from the sky. Auspicious energy swirled in the air, and a rain of flowers bloomed. A Taoist gate rose up from the center of the garden and stood erect amidst the rain of flowers. The teleportation array, which should have been incomparably complicated, was constructed so easily and quickly. It was indeed an eye-opener. Xiaochen didn't have time to continue admiring it. He had to go on the road. This is some information on the Divine Dragon Empire. Father has been collecting it for you. There are also maps and some spirit jades. You might need them on the way. Before leaving, Long Yen handed over the items that the Soaring Dragon Marquis had prepared for Xiaochen. Xiaochen didn't stand on ceremony. After accepting it, he cupped his hands and said, "We'll meet again if fate wills it." "See you later, Xiao." With a light tap of his feet, Xiaochen's body was as light as a swallow. Dressed in white, he slowly entered the gate of Tao. Her movement technique was elegant and light like a dream. It was just like when Xiaochen was in the Yanwu dynasty. With a gentle tap, before ripples could appear and Xiaochen could appreciate the boundless charm of the dynasty, he left. Xiaochen's trip to the Yanwu dynasty came to an end. Half a month later, a vast, boundless desert appeared before Xiaochen at the border between the Divine Dragon Empire and the Yanwu dynasty. Heavy rain fell from the sky. Black clouds spread out, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Xiaochen was about to enter the dragon race's territory, but the weather was not good. This was rather strange. It rarely rained in the desert. Once it did, it would last for several months, even half a year. The sudden heavy rain and bad weather seemed to foretell a bumpy road ahead. As Xiaochen looked at the desert amid the heavy rain, he felt rueful. Counting carefully, it had already been 4 years since he left the abandoned land, the Kunlun realm. After 4 years, he was finally about to step into the dragon race's homeland. The promise he made to the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace flashed before his eyes. When Xiaochen thought about it, a clear scene appeared in his mind. It seemed very close yet very far at the same time. If the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate disciples knew that Xiaochen was about to step into the Divine Dragon Empire, what would they think? If those old friends of his knew that Xiaochen had already gone very far, they would probably wish him well. In a short 4 years, Xiaochen advanced from a veritable Essence Stage disciple to a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Xiaochen finally gained the qualifications to step into this central great realm and compete with the most resplendent, outstanding talents of this era. The effort and sorrow that Xiaochen had put in were hard to imagine. Xiaochen walked step by step with trepidation. He had suffered humiliation, suffered disdain, fought schemes, and struggled to survive in the hands of holy venerates. Today, the dragon returned to its homeland. Xiaochen finally arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. Instead of riding the demon blood vulture, Xiaochen walked to this desolate desert that belonged to the Divine Dragon Empire. This was the start of the next part of Xiaochen's journey. As Xiaochen draped a conical bamboo hat in the heavy rain, his steps were steady, and his eyes were resolute without any hesitation. When the heavy rain stopped, Xiaochen walked and stopped, calming his emotions in the heavy rain. At the same time, he checked the information that the Soaring Dragon Marquis left for him. Right now, the Divine Dragon Empire's territory was about 1% of the Yanwu dynasties. Of course, that only included the Central Great Realm. It did not include the other subordinate realms of the dragon race outside the Central Great Realm. Just like how the Soaring Dragon Marquis had the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the Divine Dragon Empire had many subordinate realms. However, compared to the Yanwu dynasty, its population was somewhat pitiful. The Yanwu dynasty had tens of billions of people, but the Divine Dragon Empire barely had 100 million. This was mainly because only cultivators with the dragon race bloodline could be considered part of the Divine Dragon Empire's population. The 8 great empires were all like this, founded on bloodlines. For the sake of maintaining the purity of their bloodlines, they maintained their independence and did not accept outsiders. The 4 dynasties were more casual. Aside from cultivators, they also had a large number of ordinary people. The empires could not compare to the dynasties in terms of population. The Yenwu dynasty had 108 provinces. Each province governed 100 counties. The size of a county was almost the size of a large world in the outside world. The Divine Dragon Empire had only 7 provinces. The 6 colored divine dragons each ruled a province, and the Dragon Emperor ruled another province. Aside from this, there were many independent counties scattered throughout the empire's territory, managed by the dragon race factions with slightly lower bloodlines. Overall, the Divine Dragon Empire had about 1,000 counties. Unlike the dynasties, the 6 colored divine dragons were like feudal lords within the dragon race, possessing strong independence. For example, even the Dragon Emperor could not interfere with the internal affairs of the white dragon race. The Dragon Emperor was revered as the dragon god, the leader of the dragon race in name. Right now, the Dragon Emperor did not have as much authority as the dynasty's holy emperor. However, he controlled an additional province. Furthermore, with the title of Dragon Emperor, he still wielded great authority. Right now, the Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon race's clan head of the 6 colored divine dragons. He had already been on the throne for 1,000 years. The Golden Dragon race was currently the strongest and noblest bloodline in the dragon race. Based on the Soaring Dragon Marquis's information, the dragon race determined status and rank based on bloodline. The Golden Dragon race was undoubtedly the top bloodline. Next were the remaining divine dragons without bloodlines. Next were the cultivators with only true dragon bloodlines. Furthermore, the dragon race bloodlines were extremely thin. There were all sorts of them, and they were collectively known as mixed blood dragons. If one's background was not good, it might affect their future. Although there were some mixed blood dragons who managed to turn the tides and held high positions in the empire, they were known as heaven dragons. However, this did not change the fact that the dragon race, which was the most populous, had low status. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not like the idea of a hero being determined by one's background and bloodline. However, what surprised Xiao Chen was that even the Soaring Dragon Marquis's information did not mention the Blue Dragon bloodline. The information that the Soaring Dragon Marquis could collect in the Yenwu dynasty was already very high. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis still could not find any information on the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, it was only in an unremarkable corner. The Blue Dragon bloodline was once the strongest of the dragon race. Now, it no longer exists and the details are unknown. The words were blurry, and Xiao Chen only read one sentence. Soon, it was the introduction of the other dragon race. Xiao Chen had accidentally overlooked it. The rain had not stopped yet. Xiao Chen closed the information. Under the heavy rain, he felt somewhat lonely for some reason. After so much difficulty, he arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, not a single member of his race was here. Even the people of the dragon race did not know that the Blue Dragon bloodline once existed. The dragon returned home with lofty aspirations. However, in this nation of 1,000 counties, the Blue Dragon bloodline only exists, only I exist. Chapter 1869. Heavy rain fell in the desert for a long time. However, the heavy rain would eventually stop. 2 months later, the sky cleared up and the temperature of the desert experienced an extreme change. The dry air and high temperature were unbearable. However, the desert before Xiao Chen seemed to come to life. Perhaps what the desert needed wasn't heavy rain or water, but the blazing sun and endless heat. Only in such an environment could the desert exude its true charm. Xiao Chen took off his conical bamboo hat and put on his white robes, walking in the desert like an ascetic monk. When the desert truly came to life, its ferocious and scary side appeared before Xiao Chen. Huge cactuses covered in sharp needles suddenly came to life and attacked him. Venomous lizards came out of the desert or scorpions that Xiao Chen could not shatter even after infusing great Tao energy into their bodies. Several dangerous situations nearly claimed Xiao Chen's life, making him exceptionally cautious. Whoosh! Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber, and a dreamy purple saber chi shot out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Xiao Chen fought with a 4-legged colorful lizard. Xiao Chen had seen this colorful lizard before. He did not know what kind of ferocious beast it was. He only knew that it possessed ferocious combat prowess and startling defense. Its body constantly gave off a tiny amount of poisonous powder. When mixed with the air, it was colorless and odorless, catching people off guard. It could even penetrate veritable essence energy shields and permeate the skin. The first time Xiao Chen entered a dangerous situation was because of this colorful lizard. Xiao Chen had not expected the poisonous powder's penetrative power to be so terrifying, numbing his body and slowing his movements. He had nearly been eaten. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Chen activated his blue dragon bloodline. The instant his combat prowess soared, he instantly killed this colorful lizard, saving his life. If not for the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen really would have died here. After that, Xiao Chen became more cautious, preserving half of his veritable essence energy to protect his body at all times. Clang! After 100 moves, Xiao Chen chopped off the lizard's tail. In pain, the lizard burrowed underground and fled far away. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to give chase. He sheathed his saber and revealed a doubtful expression. Zhang Xian took out the map and examined it carefully. He suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction. According to Long Yan's instructions, there shouldn't be too much danger in the desert. Strange, I almost lost my life a few times, and you call this not dangerous? Xiao Chen put away the map and compared it with the route. After confirming that he had not gone the wrong way, he shook his head and continued on his way. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped sharply. After Xiao Chen laid down a simple defensive formation, he continued cultivating the demonic cloud art. He felt that there was still some distance to the first layer of the demonic cloud art. If Xiao Chen did not make any progress in the demonic cloud art, his cultivation would remain at small perfection middle stage star venerate, unable to advance any further. Primal chaos true essence had to be cultivated together in order to increase one's realm. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with a demonic aura. He had been targeted. This was an instinctive sense of danger. Xiao Chen thought about it. He had killed many beasts in the past few days. Perhaps some overlord-class ferocious beasts smelled the baleful aura of ferocious beasts on his body. Or perhaps he accidentally entered the territory of some ferocious beast. Or perhaps he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, and some ferocious beasts with a strong demonic aura sensed the demonic aura. Everything was possible. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to deal with the changes by remaining calm. Holding the tyrant saber by his hand, Xiao Chen carefully looked around. He extended out his spiritual sense and did his best to search for the hidden ferocious beast. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing was not the strength of the enemy but the danger and craftiness of the enemy. The enemy was good at hiding and enduring, catching you off guard and dealing a fatal blow. How crafty! The instant Xiao Chen opened his eyes, that ferocious beast sensed that it was exposed and carefully hid. However, Xiao Chen could sense a pair of cold eyes staring at him in the darkness. Where is it? Where is it? Xiao Chen quickly turned his head and saw a silver figure flashing on a distant sand dune in the boundless night. When Xiao Chen focused his gaze again, he could no longer find that silver figure in the darkness. How fast? No, it did it on purpose. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling light appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It illuminated the dark night as clearly as if it were daytime. That resplendent light contained a frightening amount of energy that stirred up boundless gales. The wind was so strong that even space distorted slightly. Even Xiao Chen's movement technique was greatly hindered. Boom! In the next moment, this resplendent moonlight landed where Xiao Chen had been standing. A terrifying pit immediately appeared in the ground, looking as scary as a planet crashing into the ground. A horrifying shock wave radiated in all directions. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time. The shock wave struck him, sending him flying back like his bones were falling apart. When Xiao Chen landed, horror spread in his heart. If he hadn't dodged in advance, he would have died on the spot. Not even his dregs would have been left. That silver figure clearly let Xiao Chen see it on purpose to attract his attention. What a crafty, ferocious beast. Its scheming was truly frightening. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled. When the dust settled and the huge pit appeared before him, he felt even more shocked and horrified. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, a beam of silver light flew at him, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye. Dang! Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber, and the purple blade blocked this beam of silver light. A strong force bounced back from the silver light. Xiao Chen's right palm cracked, and the tyrant saber nearly flew out of his hand. This time, Xiao Chen clearly saw that what appeared before him was a silver fox, a desert silver fox. This desert silver fox did not have the nimbleness and elegance of an ordinary mountain fox. Instead, it had the ferocity of a desert fox. As it looked at Xiao Chen, its cold eyes contained a strong murderous intent. Aside from the murderous intent, there was also a greed for prey. An overlord-level ferocious beast. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. An overlord-level ferocious beast was practically unrivaled in the same cultivation realm. The desert silver fox before Xiao Chen was such a star-venerate overlord-level ferocious beast. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be very difficult to kill. Most importantly, this desert silver fox's craftiness and scheming already showed its effects. Before the fight started, it injured Xiao Chen, gaining the initiative. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After gaining the initiative, the desert silver fox lunged at Xiao Chen, trying to exaggerate Xiao Chen's injuries. Xiao Chen showed a sullen expression, maintaining a calm state of mind as he continuously retreated. Although the desert silver fox did not look large, each of its attacks contained tremendous power. Xiao Chen infused 2 strands of great Tao energy into his saber. However, he could only barely block, unable to gain the upper hand. As he retreated, Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. Whoosh, whoosh. The desert silver fox's speed increased, and the sound of it tearing through the air became sharper. This extremely sharp fox cry spread in all directions, causing a commotion. When the many ferocious beasts in the desert heard this cry, they fled in panic. Clearly, this desert silver fox was normally a tyrant in this area, shocking everyone. If this continued, Xiao Chen needed to surpass the desert silver fox in terms of speed. He could not let this desert silver fox drag things out. He had to end the battle quickly. Resolving the mundane. A swastika shot out from Xiao Chen's forehead, releasing a boundless and ferocious Buddhist might. Instantly, Xiao Chen resolved his resolving the mundane. His face remained expressionless, and a huge Buddha image appeared behind him. An eternal saber light flew out. This was Xiao Chen's strongest killing move, ruthlessly chopping down. This was the first time the desert silver fox, which held the advantage in terms of strength, was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. The wings on Xiao Chen's back spread out, and he used the Thunder Great Tao to drive the might of the tyrant saber in his hand. The purple saber immediately burned with a hazy purple flame. The Thunder Great Tao energy filled Xiao Chen's body. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen shouted, and the Thunder Great Tao energy in his body burst out. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the Blue Dragon Divine Wings to execute the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. With a thought, he executed the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. The instant electric light exploded in Xiao Chen's body, his figure flickered. In one breath, 81 saber lights burst out of the desert silver fox's body. With the assistance of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon 9 transformations did not need to focus more veritable essence energy on speed, allowing it to become even mightier. The desert silver fox howled in pain as it fell to the ground. Saber lights continued to pour out of its body. Blood flowed out endlessly, and its life force drained continuously. With Xiao Chen's desperate counterattack, it sustained severe injuries. Then, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and took out the God Shadow Bow. Then he infused his soul energy into it and fired an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow immediately nailed the fleeing desert silver fox to the ground. A miserable shriek came from the desert silver fox's mouth, sounding exceptionally miserable in the night. The might of the God Shadow Bow's arrow was horrifying. Xiao Chen put away the God Shadow Bow with a slightly pale complexion. Overlord-class ferocious beasts were indeed hard to deal with. Xiao Chen checked his injuries. Aside from the damage to his internal organs, his will of soul was also injured. This desert silver fox was much stronger than that monarchio. They were on a completely different level. The desert silver fox's life force drained rapidly. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He gently pushed off with his feet and arrived beside the desert silver fox. This desert silver fox's smooth fur flickered with a faint glow in the night sky, looking very spiritual. If not for the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand revealing its true form and driving it with the Thunder Great Dao, it would have been very difficult to penetrate the desert silver fox's defense. Xiao Chen thought about it. If he made a robe out of this desert silver fox's fur, it would be incredibly gorgeous. It would definitely be incomparably gorgeous, and with the support of the array formation, it was completely a natural Dao artifact. After many years, it might even become an inherited Dao tool or even go further. The desert silver fox's injuries were significant. However, the harvest was huge. Not to mention its fur and bones, just the beast core was worth cities. After being struck by the god Shadow Bao, the desert silver fox's life force completely drained away. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow. Then he tried to pull it out. However, just at this moment, the desert silver fox's closed eyes suddenly opened. A boundless fiendish light came from its eyes, looking exceptionally eye-catching in the dark night. A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from the dead silver fox. A loud bang rang out. The desert silver fox's body suddenly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge creature. 6 long tails appeared behind it, soaring into the clouds. Damn it! Xiao Chen's face sank. He got tricked again. This desert silver fox was too crafty. Chapter 1870. The dying silver fox suddenly turned into a towering colossus. Its 6 silver tails extended into the sky. A boundless might burst out of the silver fox, shaking the sky. Xiao Chen was already sufficiently careful. After resolving the mundane and Thunder Dragon's 9 transformations were struck, he even used the god Shadow Bao, a soul tool. Even without using the heart flame, one arrow from the god Shadow Bao could severely injure an ordinary holy venerate. For a silver fox that was on the verge of death, it was even easier. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, even so, this silver fox still managed to trick Xiao Chen. Buddhist major magic skill, Dermic World. Xiao Chen's figure wavered, and his physical body turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. Then, he turned around and clenched his fist as he charged forward. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers crackled like thunder. The force of his punch reached 25 cauldron force, shaking the clouds. Xiao Chen reacted very quickly. The moment the silver fox changed, he executed Dermic World, preventing the other party from trampling him to death. However, Xiao Chen was still too slow. The silver fox that successfully tricked Xiao Chen struck Xiao Chen's chest with its claw. The silver fox took the initiative to attack Xiao Chen. Pain. Not only did the punch miss, but the other party even struck his chest. The pain made Xiao Chen suck in a breath of cold air, and he clenched his teeth. The sound of wind rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as his body flew back like an arrow. The Dermic World's 3,000-foot Dermic body slowly disappeared under this heavy blow. Whoosh! After retreating 50 kilometers, Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and looked up. The 6-tailed silver fox in the sky was incredibly huge. When he looked at it, he felt very insignificant. Pussy. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled even further. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that while this silver fox's aura looked extremely horrifying, it seemed somewhat weak. Final radiance of the setting sun. These words appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, reigniting hope in the somewhat despairing Xiao Chen. If this silver fox remained this strong, Xiao Chen would not be able to defeat it in his current state. However, since this was just the final radiance of the setting sun, it was worth a gamble to see who could survive to the end. What? The 6-tailed silver fox howled at the sky, opened its mouth, and sucked hard. A powerful suction force spread out in all directions, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged toward the silver fox. It formed a whirlpool and spun around the silver fox's mouth. A circle of energy appeared in the mouth of the six-tailed silver fox. In the center of the vortex, it became more and more resplendent, like a demon fox swallowing the moon. This demon fox really wanted to kill him. It had to kill him no matter what. It wanted to devour his flesh to replenish its injuries. Either you die or I die. Shao Chen roared at the sky. At this moment, the blue dragon bloodline was fully activated. The ancient blue dragon divine might spread in all directions. The dragons might almost materialized into a flame that soared into the sky. Shao Chen's heart was as cold as water. He allowed his killing intent to spread out in all directions. Buddhist 7-kill seal. Shao Chen shouted, and his left hand moved nimbly. Killing chi filled the air like formless water. As Shao Chen's nimble fingers moved, the killing chi in the air changed wantonly, taking all sorts of forms. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. When the 7-kill seal formed, at this moment of life and death, Shao Chen's irritable heart calmed down. It was clearly the Buddhist 7-kill seal that made the killing chi in the air even more terrifying. However, it made Shao Chen's mental state incredibly calm. It was like he was just a bystander, coldly watching the killing chi in the air, watching this battle of life and death. Boom! When the silver fox sensed the sevenfold killing chi after Shao Chen activated his blue dragon bloodline, its movements paused, not daring to drag this out. The six-tailed silver fox lowered its head and roared at Shao Chen. That resplendent energy ball looked like a bright moon falling to the ground as it smashed towards Shao Chen. The bright moon did not shine. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up a sandstorm, covering the sky and sun as it flew out in all directions for 500 kilometers. Shao Chen snorted coldly and drew his tyrant saber. The sevenfold killing chi gathered on his saber. Without needing to drive it, a surging saber intent appeared on the saber. As Shao Chen soared into the air, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Using his great desolate Ian physique, he gathered the sevenfold killing chi and executed Flying Sky Falling Moon. Flying Sky Falling Moon. A saber light flashed, and Shao Chen chopped that bright moon-like energy ball in half. Moonlight spread out, and when it landed on the ground, it blasted out hundreds of thousands of huge pits in the desert. The boundless desert became a scene of desolation, and the terrain changed drastically. Die! While the blue dragon bloodline still had one breath left, Shao Chen unfurled his blue dragon divine wings. Then he soared into the sky and landed, turning into a beam of azure light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, blood spurted out, and the six-tailed silver fox's head flew off. However, before the six-tailed silver fox could land, its 6 huge tails swept towards Shao Chen at the same time. Boom! The blue dragon bloodline slowly receded, returning to Shao Chen's physical body. This strike knocked Shao Chen into the air. After Shao Chen landed, he felt the world spin around him. Everywhere he looked, the scene turned upside down, and everything turned blurry. Shao Chen felt a splitting headache. His eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain, and he could not control them. Demon blood vulture, protect me. Shao Chen instructed in his heart. Then he could no longer hold on. He stumbled and fell to the ground. 3 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. 50,000 kilometers away, a group of men and women appeared on a rather tall sand dune. When this group of people climbed the sand dune and looked down, they were all stupefied. They saw huge pits tens of kilometers wide in the boundless desert before them. The area within 50,000 kilometers was a scene of desolation. Terrifying killing chi and fiend chi still lingered in the desert. The entire terrain had been completely changed. There were deep pits everywhere, and the ground was sunken. With one glance, everyone felt deeply shocked. Six-tailed heavenly fox. Someone practiced an eye technique and possessed astonishing vision. When he saw the huge corpse of the six-tailed silver fox, his expression turned incredibly shocked. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox? The moment this person said that, the expressions of this group of cultivators changed somewhat. The six-tailed heavenly fox was an overlord-level star venerate ferocious beast. Regular holy venerates would find it difficult to defeat. It was an absolute tyrant in this area. More importantly, this six-tailed heavenly fox was cunning by nature and very hard to kill. If it encountered an existence that was stronger than it wouldn't show itself at all. If it targeted an existence that was weaker than it would never fail. There was a saying in the desert, when you see the six-tailed heavenly fox, you are already dead. Don't get any ideas. Since you discovered the six-tailed heavenly fox, it must have been intentional. However, at this moment, the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox appeared before them. Furthermore, this was a scene of desolation. The 50,000-kilometer-long sand pit was shocking. Could it be that someone fought with the six-tailed heavenly fox and killed it? Or was all this an illusion created by the six-tailed heavenly fox? After all, the six-tailed heavenly fox was famous for its cunning. Senior Sister Tang, Senior Brother Deng, there is another corpse over there. At that moment, the cultivator who had mastered the eye technique uttered another shocking statement. The leader, a man and a woman, exchanged glances. Shock flashed in their eyes. This group of people were dragon race cultivators with the dragon race bloodline. They came from the same sect and were here for experiential training. Should we go and take a look? The man with the family name Deng asked softly as he looked at the woman with the family name Tang. A fervent look flashed in his eyes. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox was priceless, inestimable. Unexpectedly, there would be such a harvest when he brought his junior brothers on experiential training. This was truly surprising. The woman with the family name Tang was called Tang Dan. She looked gentle and had a gentle temperament. However, she was very cautious when doing things. She did not lower her guard because of the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse. Senior Brother Deng, let's go and take a look first. If there is no danger, we can bring our junior brothers over. How about that? Tang Dan suggested softly as she looked at the man with the family name Deng. Sure. The two gently pushed off with their feet and flew close to the desert like roaming dragons. As their bodies rubbed against the air, the two burned their protective veritable essence energy. From a distance, they looked like two roaming dragons flying at lightning speed in the air. They were as fast as lightning, like rainbows. After about 7 minutes, the two landed beside the six-tailed heavenly fox with grave expressions. It really is the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox. Seeing was believing. At this moment, they could clearly feel the lingering fiendish chi and resentment of the six-tailed heavenly fox. They had no choice but to believe it. Senior Sister Tang, look at the wound on its neck. The man with the family name Deng pointed to the neat wound on the six-tailed heavenly fox's neck, and his expression changed slightly. What a fast saber! Tang Dan could not help exclaiming when she saw it. This saber strike was extremely fast and boundlessly sharp, containing a strong saber intent. A scene appeared in her mind. A bladesman holding a saber flew over in the night sky. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber in his hand, turning into a saber light that illuminated the entire night sky. The saber light flickered. In the next moment, the six-tailed heavenly fox's head fell from the sky. The man with the family name Deng released a safety signal, and the other dragon race cultivators rushed over. When they saw the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they all sighed. Senior Sister Tang, this person does not seem to be dead. Just at this moment, someone discovered that Xiao Chen was not dead. However, his aura was extremely weak and hard to detect. What? Tang Dan's figure flashed, and she had the others move back. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen's pale complexion. There was no life force flowing in Xiao Chen's body. He did not seem alive. Let me take a look. Tang Dan showed a cautious expression as she carefully walked over and placed her hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. Chapter 1871. Tang Dan placed her right hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. After a while, she revealed a strange expression. This fellow is quite lucky. To think that he could survive the six-tailed heavenly fox's attack. He has delicate features and looks quite young. I don't know where it came from. A group of people looked at Xiao Chen and discussed him. They were very curious about him. Senior Brother Deng. At that moment, the man with the surname Deng felt that something was strange. He walked over from the six-tailed heavenly fox's side. He had a smile on his face. It was clear that he was in a good mood. When he saw the strange expression on Tang Dan's face, he asked, "Senior Sister Tang, what's wrong?" Tang Dan did not let go. She said somewhat uncertainly, "This person's body, his body has dense demonic qi. He is severely injured. It looks like he fought with the heavenly fox. He must have fought for a long time to leave behind such injuries. Furthermore, he is a bladesman, so it is very likely that..." The underlying meaning was clear. It was very likely that the six-tailed heavenly fox had died at this person's hands. Right after the man with the family name Deng spoke, the smile on his face immediately vanished. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. This six-tailed heavenly fox must have died at the hands of some expert." Furthermore, that expert did not care about the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse at all. He left behind this mess and left in a hurry. Look at this person. No matter how I look at it, he is just a middle-stage star venerate. How could he kill the six-tailed heavenly fox? The man with the surname Deng showed a decisive expression, insisting that the six-tailed heavenly fox was definitely not killed by Xiao Qin. The reason for this was simple. If it was killed by Xiao Qin, then this six-tailed heavenly fox would no longer be ownerless. I feel that what Senior Brother Deng said makes sense. Even a holy venerate would find it hard to kill a six-tailed heavenly fox. How could it die at the hands of a star venerate? It's an overlord-class ferocious beast after all. Furthermore, it's the cunning and troublesome six-tailed heavenly fox. It's really impossible. Won't we know after waking him up? Some people agreed with the man surnamed Deng, while others suggested that they should save Xiao Qin first. However, it immediately caused another round of debate. That's not good, right? If he really did kill him and his character isn't proper, then we'll be caught in our own web. That's right. Master has also warned us not to trust others easily when we're outside. But I can't just stand by and watch him die. The group of people argued endlessly, but could not come to a decision in the end, not knowing what to do. Most importantly, Tang Dan's words had caused this simple matter to become complicated. Everyone has their own selfish motives. If Xiao Qin was just an ordinary person, saving his life in passing wouldn't be a big deal at all. However, if he really killed the six-tailed heavenly fox, it would affect the distribution of benefits. It would be hard to avoid a grudge. Let's just kill him with one strike and pretend that he's already dead. A trace of killing intent flashed across the eyes of the man surnamed Deng. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, looking like he was about to attack. The others were shocked by Senior Brother Deng's actions, but they didn't refute him. "Stop!" Tang Dan's expression changed slightly. She shouted coldly, "What are you doing? He also has the bloodline of the Heaven Dragon. He is of the same race as us. The Heaven Dragon lineage is weak to begin with. How can they kill each other? How can they watch others die?" As soon as he said this, the others were speechless. The man surnamed Deng's face was gloomy. He curled his lips, but in the end he didn't say anything and didn't push the matter further. However, no one noticed that just now. A faint red light flashed in the ring on Xiao Chen's finger, disappearing in a flash. Let's dissect the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse first. We'll keep its fur, blood, and bones. Let him keep the beast cores. Even if he killed them, it wouldn't be too much for us to take them away. The others had no objections to Tang Dan's arrangement. They could all accept it. Of course, this did not include the man with the surname Deng. He was rather displeased, but Tang Dan had a righteous cause, so he could only endure it for now. After feeding Xiao Qin a medicinal pill, Tang Dan infused several wisps of true essence into Xiao Chen's body, triggering the circulation of his own true essence. This way, he could recover faster and was more effective than any medicinal pill. After doing all this, Tang Dan said, "This person is severely injured. He will not wake up for a month. The two of you, take care of him." All right. It was clear that Tang Dan held high prestige in this group. No one dared to object to what she said. That's all for this experiential training. We'll return immediately. After we return, check this person and see if he joined the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, Senior Sister Tang, We have not completed our mission yet. I will explain the mission to Master. Since the beast died 20 years ago, the Flaming Cloud Desert has become exceptionally dangerous. It is not advisable to split up two people to continue taking risks. Their lives are more important than the mission. Oh! The group did not hesitate. After dissecting the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they returned. When the man with the surname Deng saw the others hand the beast cores to Tang Dan, displeasure flashed in his eyes. The six-tailed heavenly fox's beast cores were worth cities and extremely rare. Late at night, the man with the surname Deng opened his eyes. When he saw that Tang Dan was already in closed-door cultivation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The man with the surname Deng stood up and headed for Xiaoqin. Two dragon race cultivators stood guard beside Xiaoqin, chatting softly. Senior sister is really kind. If it were me, I would definitely not save him. That's true. One six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core can be exchanged for several true dragon-grade blood transformation pills. As long as I have one true dragon blood transformation pill, my strength will probably increase by 20%. I heard that the disciples of the other palaces receive true dragon blood transformation pills as a reward. That is nothing to them. So senior sister is right. Our heaven dragon bloodline is already weak enough. How can we just watch him die? The man with the surname Deng walked over expressionlessly and said, "Go and rest. I'll guard this person." When the two heard this, they quickly stood up and said, "Many thanks, senior brother Deng. In that case, we will take our leave first." Go. After the two left, the man with the surname Deng's expression suddenly turned sullen. As he looked at Xiaoqin, a murderous intent reappeared in his eyes. Those two earlier did not know how valuable the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was. It was not something that could be exchanged for a true dragon-grade blood transformation pill, but a divine dragon-grade blood transformation pill. If you die, then so be it. Why are you still breathing? How meddlesome. The man with the surname Deng cautiously looked at Xiaoqin. Then he bent over and placed his hand on Xiaoqin's pulse. The man with the surname Deng wanted to shatter Xiaoqin's internal organs and end his life force. He wanted to aggravate Xiaoqin's injuries and make it look like he died of natural causes. "I'm sorry," the man with the surname Deng said sullenly and prepared to make a move. "What are you doing?" Just at this moment, Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly as he looked at the other party, "You?" This startled the man with the surname Deng. He had not expected Xiaoqin to wake up so suddenly. After the shock, the man showed a ferocious expression as he said, "I want you dead." However, just as the man was about to use his veritable essence energy to shatter Xiaoqin's heart meridian, he was horrified to discover something. At some point in time, Xiaoqin had grasped the man's pulse with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! A weak but incredibly tyrannical strand of veritable essence energy entered the man with the surname Deng's body through the heart meridian. The man with the surname Deng immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. He could not help screaming in pain. This scream sounded exceptionally ear-piercing late at night, startling everyone. "What's wrong?" Tang Dan asked with a frown as she led a group of people over. "He wants to kill me," the man with the surname Deng said as he let go and pointed at Xiaoqin. However, the man with the surname Deng suddenly discovered that Xiaoqin had already closed his eyes at some point in time. Xiaoqin's breathing was very weak, showing no signs of waking up. "Junior brother Deng Yun, are you joking?" "I really did not. He clearly opened his eyes earlier and grasped my heart meridian. I swear." Deng Yun found this unbelievable. He pushed Xiaoqin hard and said, "Wake up. Stop pretending to be dead." So, Tang Dan quickly stopped Deng Yun. Then, she said sullenly, "Junior brother Deng, I know that you want to obtain the heavenly fox beast core to break through your bottleneck. However, there is no need to use such despicable means to ruin your reputation." "I'm not. He really wants to kill me." Tang Dan looked at Deng Yun coldly. "I think you are the one who wants to kill him. You still have not explained to me why you are here. Senior brother Deng took the initiative to help us take care of this person." The other two immediately spoke up when they saw that Tang Dan was angry. Deng Yun immediately became speechless, not knowing what to say. Tang Dan glanced indifferently at Deng Yun and said, "There's no need to explain. This will not happen again. If he really did not kill the six-tailed heavenly fox, I will definitely give you a share of the true dragon blood transformation pill that I exchange for the beast core. From now on, I will personally take care of this person." The commotion came to an end. Deng Yun left with an unsightly expression. Tang Dan ordered people to carry Xiao Chen to her tent. After entering the tent, the sword in Tang Dan's hand flashed with azure light. She pressed it against Xiao Chen's chest at an extremely fast speed and said coldly, "Stop pretending. I know you are awake." Sword in tent encased Xiao Chen's entire body. As she circulated her veritable essence energy, a faint murderous intent flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. If Xiao Chen still did not open his eyes, the sword chi would mince his entire body into shreds when she swung her sword. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. He did not say anything, only looking at Tang Dan. "Answer whatever I ask." Even though Tang Dan already knew that Xiao Chen had woken up, she still felt somewhat shocked when she saw this scene for herself. During the day, she had checked on Xiao Chen's injuries. They were extremely severe. She would need at least a month to wake up. However, she did not expect Xiao Chen to wake up that very night. "What do you want to ask?" Xiao Chen answered calmly, not showing any panic in his eyes. "Did you kill the six-tailed heavenly fox?" "Yes." Xiao Chen's simple answer startled Tang Dan slightly. After the shock passed, she found it unbelievable. However what? Tang Dan pressed. "Pussy." Just as Tang Dan pressed, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up and allowed the sword to pierce through his chest. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. Shock flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. Her mind paused for a moment. By the time she startled to her senses, Xiao Chen had already formed the 7-kill seal and placed a finger on her forehead. Xiao Chen's terrifying killing intent immediately strengthened sevenfold. Like a surging flood, it poured into Tang Dan's body. The killing intent filled every corner of Tang Dan's body, instantly restraining her, preventing her from moving. The terrifying killing intent made breathing difficult for Tang Dan, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Chen let go and stood up. Then he slowly drew his sword and said indifferently, "However, I do not like it when others point their swords at me." Chapter 1872. Every time the sword was drawn, Xiao Chen's complexion paled. Tang Dan, who watched this scene from a close distance, appeared even paler than Xiao Chen's, completely stunned. Whoosh! After a while, the sword in Xiao Chen's hand was completely drawn. Then he casually tossed it to the side. Then he stopped the bleeding, treated his injuries, and moved his body. After doing all that, Xiao Chen looked at Tang Dan, who was restrained by the 7-kill seal. With a thought, Xiao Chen's left hand moved continuously. Then he released the horrifying killing chi that had accumulated in Tang Dan's body. If he did not release it, the 7-kill seal would not be able to suppress it, and Xiao Chen would not be able to control it. At that time, even if Tang Dan did not die, she would be severely injured. Clearly, that was not what Xiao Chen wanted to see, nor was it his goal. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Dan held her chest and coughed intensely. Then she revealed a horrified gaze as she looked at Xiao Chen. This was the first time she saw such a terrifying person in her life. Xiao Chen's cultivation was clearly not high, but the feeling that he gave off was even more horrifying than when she faced her master. "Why did you not kill me?" Tang Dan looked at Xiao Chen, confusion flashing in her eyes. Xiao Chen found a place to sit down. Then, he said calmly, "Although I would have woken up even if you had not appeared, you still saved my life. My demonic pet told me everything that happened, so I definitely would not have killed you." If Tang Dan had not appeared and did not draw in Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he would have been unconscious for another 10 days or so. With the help of external forces, waking up became very simple. After sleeping for a few days, Xiao Chen's injuries had already healed significantly with the help of his bloodline power. His injuries were not as severe as Tang Dan imagined. The recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline was extraordinary in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline, which was even more extraordinary. Second, I have some things to ask you. Let's see if we can make a deal. A wary look flashed in Tang Dan's eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen. I came to the Divine Dragon Empire to meet someone. Even if I told you my second purpose, you would not believe me, so I will not say it. Xiao Chen told the other party the truth, not hiding anything. He continued, let's cut to the chase. I bear you no ill will. Although I killed that six-tailed heavenly fox, I can give you its beast core. I don't need it. You? Tang Dan's intuition told her that Xiao Chen was not lying. Most importantly, she felt that Xiao Chen had a powerful aura. It made her feel that Xiao Chen had no need to lie to her. What do you want to know? After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Dan reluctantly agreed to Xiao Chen's request. As long as it was not a secret, she could tell Xiao Chen everything she knew. In reality, Tang Dan was just a minor character in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. She did not know any secrets. Tell me about the current situation in the Divine Dragon Empire and how to get to Ancestor Dragon City. On hearing that, Tang Dan revealed a surprised expression. This was not a secret. Basically, every dragon race cultivator knew about it. While Tang Dan found it strange, she organized her thoughts and gave a simple explanation. Xiao Chen listened seriously, not missing a single word. When he heard the end, his expression turned somewhat grave. To think that Ancestor Dragon City was not open to the public. There was only one sect in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. Interestingly, this sect was also called the Dragon's Gate. One could enter Ancestor Dragon City only by entering the inner sect. Tang Dan was not clear about the inner sect situation. She only knew that entering the inner sect was a supreme honor. As for the outer sect, it was divided into 7 palaces. They were the Golden Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, the Gray Dragon Palace, and the Heaven Dragon Palace. While these 7 outer palaces were called the Outer Sect, in reality, any one of them equaled the strength of a peak rank 6 sect outside. Only those with the 6-colored divine dragons or extremely high-quality true dragon bloodlines could enter the first 6 palaces, rejecting mixed blood dragons. From top to bottom, all the palaces were controlled by nobles with divine dragon bloodlines. As for the Heaven Dragon Palace, while its name sounded nice, in reality, the disciples it took in were all mixed blood dragon bloodlines. The Heaven Dragon Palace had the most people but the lowest status in the dragon race. The resources they enjoyed were also insufficient. In this nation that valued bloodlines, mixed blood dragon bloodlines were like commoners in a mundane nation. Their statuses were exceptionally awkward. Tang Dan's group was an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They had come out for experiential training under orders. I want to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there any way to clear my identity? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen directly stated his purpose. Tang Dan gave Xiao Chen a strange look and said, "You are overthinking. Just join the Heaven Dragon Palace." Who would go out of their way to investigate a dragon race cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline? These words were somewhat implicit. In other words, Xiao Chen thought too highly of himself. The mixed blood dragon bloodline had a very low presence in the entire Divine Dragon Empire, practically negligible. No one would go out of their way to investigate. Xiao Chen did not mind. He asked softly, "Is there? If there is, I can give you a treasure that is no less valuable than the Heavenly Fox's beast core." Seeing how persistent Xiao Chen was, Tang Dan's words sounded very tempting. Tang Dan could not help seriously thinking about it. After a while, she said, "Naturally, there is a way. The Divine Dragon Empire has the most mixed blood dragon cultivators. It would not be difficult to forge an identity. I want it to be flawless. No matter how you check, you will not be able to find any flaws," Xiao Chen said seriously, emphasizing his tone. Startled by Xiao Chen's stance, Tang Dan clenched her teeth and said, "I guarantee that it will be flawless." Whoosh! Right after speaking, Xiao Chen tossed a brocade box to Tang Dan. Inside it was a spirit herb that he found in the Withered Leaf City Lord's ring. It was more than 10,000 years old and could increase soul energy and strengthen the will of soul. Soul stabilizing grass. Tang Dan opened the brocade box, and her eyes lit up. Then, she revealed a shocked expression. She had not expected Xiaochen to casually toss out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Living in the resource-deprived Heaven Dragon Palace had startled Tang Dan considerably. She could not help feeling even more curious about Xiaochen's origins. However, since the other party did not say anything, she did not dare to ask. Suddenly, she thought of why Xiaochen wanted a perfect identity. Entering Ancestor Dragon City. Right, that must be it. After entering the inner sect, it would be impossible not to attract attention. One needed a flawless identity. You, Tang Dan exclaimed hoarsely, startled by her own thoughts. As she looked at Xiaochen, she could not help crying out. It's settled. I will stay here with you and recuperate for a period of time. However, Xiaochen showed no intention of explaining. He lay down and went to sleep, appearing somewhat tyrannical. This fellow. In Tang Dan's eyes, Xiaochen appeared somewhat shameless. She clenched her teeth and walked out of the tent. After leaving the tent, Tang Dan shook her head and went to where Deng Yun was. At this moment, the incomparably gloomy Deng Yun felt extremely aggrieved. He went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he fail to kill Xiaochen, but he even got captured in public. What was even more embarrassing was that he was injured by Xiaochen and couldn't refute. Heavenly Fox Beast Core. Thinking of the Beast Core, Deng Yun clenched his fist, and a trace of deep unwillingness flashed in his eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace lacked resources in the first place. As a mixed-blood dragon, the resources that Xiaochen enjoyed could not compare to those of the six-colored divine dragons or those true dragon cultivators. Even if they put in the same or even more effort, they might not be able to obtain as much as the disciples of the other six palaces. Even the main palace takes care of those true dragon disciples. It was not easy for him to obtain such an opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it slip away just like that. Junior brother Deng. Just at this moment, Tang Dan suddenly appeared, startling Deng Yun awake, and he hurriedly stood up to welcome her. Senior sister Tang, I promise I won't do it again. You don't have to come and warn me again. However, I still have to say that that person is indeed awake. Furthermore, he is extraordinarily strong. When Deng Yun saw Tang Dan, he felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he did not try to explain anything. I'm not talking to you about that. Take it. Tang Dan stretched out her hand and handed the six-tailed Heavenly Fox's beast core to Deng Yun. Then she said, You and I both know that this beast core can be exchanged for a divine dragon-grade blood transformation pill. Actually, I can understand why you did this. Deng Yun received the beast core and was stunned. Senior sister, I take it? One divine dragon-grade blood transformation pill should be able to help you break through the bottleneck and advance to Consummation Star Venerate. In the future, your chances of breaking through to Holy Venerate will increase by 10%. Deng Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. He did not know what to say. Inside Tang Dan's tent, Xiaochen opened his eyes and entered deep thought. His divine sense had seen everything that had happened. This woman is indeed very charming. No wonder she has such prestige in the team. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get the experiential training team to return willingly with just a few words. At the same time, Xiaochen felt somewhat shocked. The low status of mixed-blood dragons somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1873. Early the next morning, after Tang Dan's group made some simple preparations, they rode on their savage beasts and continued their journey in the desert. Savage beasts were huge beasts with fiendish demon bloodlines. They moved as fast as they could in the desert. After storing up power, savage beasts could fly for a short period of time, several times faster than fired arrows. Savage beasts were much better than war chariots or spirit boats. The group traveled in silence, not saying much. As for Xiaochen, he shared a savage beast with Tang Dan. The savage beast had a very wide back. If Xiaochen did not fear falling, he could even sit cross-legged without any problems. Seeing that Xiaochen had already woken up, the others occasionally looked at Xiaochen, feeling exceptionally curious. This white-robed bladesman lying beside the six-tailed heavenly fox was a mystery to them. Tang Dan did not say much about Xiao Chen, which piqued their curiosity. Deng Yun, who was traveling alongside Tang Dan, occasionally glanced at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat upset. Last night, Deng Yun had learned from Tang Dan that Xiao Chen had killed the six-tailed heavenly fox. He did not believe it at all. However, no matter what, this beast core ended up in his hands. Deng Yun had to properly thank Tang Dan. He had to remember this favor and repay it when he broke through to the Holy Venerate stage in the future. With this thought, Deng Yun decided to let it go. There was no need to lower himself to Xiao Chen's level. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with what others thought. He closed his eyes and rested on the savage beast's back, anxiously treating his injuries. Recovering his combat prowess to its peak was the most important thing. The battle with the six-tailed heavenly fox had taught Xiao Chen many of his shortcomings. His movement technique was still not fast enough. He had to perfect his Thunder Dragon steps quickly and improve it further. His horizons were still too low. After entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, he would see if he could obtain some movement technique manuals to improve his movement technique. When the sun set, a red glow filled the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The setting sun was as beautiful as a sea of fire. The beautiful scenery of the desert made one feel carefree and relaxed. In one day, the savage beasts traveled 4 million kilometers. If it were a martial artist, it would take more than 3 days to travel such a long distance, and the consumption would be even greater. After 3 days of traveling day and night, Xiao Chen and the others finally walked out of the desert. They arrived in front of a majestic city next to the desert. Perhaps it was due to nature, the dragon race's cities were very tall, much larger than the Yenwu dynasty cities. Tang Dan stated her identity. When one stepped into the Divine Dragon Empire, one would be considered to have officially entered the Divine Dragon Empire. On the streets and alleys, be it ordinary people or martial artists, they all more or less had the dragon race's bloodline. Because of his bloodline, Xiao Chen felt an indescribable sense of closeness as he walked through it. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling in the 4 years he had been in the Great Thousand Domains. After checking into an inn, Tang Dan gave some simple instructions before leaving in a hurry. The group rested on the spot and ordered a table of food and wine in the inn. Xiao Chen sat among them, pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking by himself. Whenever someone asked him about something, he would casually chat with them. They had been traveling for days, so they did not have time to ask in detail. Now that they had a rare moment of rest, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples traveling with them asked Xiao Chen all the questions they were curious about. Xiao Chen, did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? This was the question that tickled everyone the most. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I guess so. However, I did not do it on my own. I had some luck. Not wanting these people to be too shocked and continue asking questions, Xiao Chen could only explain. No wonder. I was wondering how you could kill the six-tailed heavenly fox. However, it is still very difficult. Even if luck played a part, your strength is undeniable. No matter how lucky I am, it is useless without strength. Such an explanation was acceptable to the crowd, so they stopped asking. Deng Yun's expression turned somewhat unnatural, feeling somewhat upset. Logically speaking, the beast core naturally belonged to whoever killed it. However, the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was in Deng Yun's hands. Deng Yun still did not know that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Deng Yun still did not know that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? Deng Yun asked with a sharp expression as he put down his wine cup and looked at Xiao Chen. Although there was some luck, it is absolutely true. Xiao Chen did not understand why, so he repeatedly emphasized this question. However, he still repeated his answer. The atmosphere seemed somewhat off. Just when the others felt that something bad would happen, Deng Yun took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows. Then, he took out a mirror box and placed it on the table. I'm returning it to you. Even without this beast core, I can still break through to Holy Venerate. Xiao Chen felt surprised. However, he said calmly, Take it? I already transferred everything about the six-tailed heavenly fox to you. After Tang Dan returns, she will explain to you that this is a fair transaction. A transaction? Deng Yun looked at Xiao Chen with some surprise, not understanding what was going on. Xiao Chen did not explain too much, as Tang Dan had already appeared outside. "Come with me." Tang Dan's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. Then he put down his wine cup and left. Only the stunned crowd remained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tang Dan led Xiao Chen around the city for a long time. Finally, they stopped in a desolate alley. "My clan has some power and accumulations in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, I know some channels to secretly buy and sell information or fake identities." Tang Dan looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I already used my clan's connections to create an identity for you. 30 years ago, there was an average-sized Xiao clan in the north that got exterminated by underground demons. Right now, you are the sole descendant of that Xiao clan that escaped. This is your clan's jade pendant. Keep it well." Xiao Chen accepted the jade pendant. He somewhat admired Tang Dan's efficiency. It looked like the clan behind her was not simple. "The jade pendant is real. This is the information on that Xiao clan. You can take a look." "Many thanks. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for Xiao Chen to do things in the future. If he wanted to become an inner sect disciple, he would have to stand out and attract attention. It was too difficult not to be investigated. If they found some clues, it would be impossible for them to escape. If something happened and he could not enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chen would have come for nothing." "You are too polite. However, I can tell that you are very confident. You seem to think that you will definitely stand out in the Heaven Dragon Palace and obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, I have to remind you not to be careless. Deng Yun and I are just barely at the bottom of the Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not that strong." Xiao Chen felt slightly surprised. He had been about to leave, but he stopped and asked, "What do you mean?" Tang Dan gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then, she continued, "Above the inner sect disciples are the core disciples. Those who can become core disciples are all holy venerates. Furthermore, this is not the strongest in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Above the core disciples are the even stronger Heaven-class core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace is not as weak as you think. For it to be an independent palace that rivals a peak rank 6 sect and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, it naturally has its accumulations and terrifying aspects. Even if it is just a mixed-blood dragon bloodline, with the competition and the many layers of selection, those who can reach the top will not be weak. The empire has more than 1,000 counties. Among the mixed-blood dragon bloodlines, there is no lack of large clans with Heaven Dragon bloodlines. The resources those people obtained from young might not be any less than those with true dragon bloodlines or divine dragon bloodlines. However, due to their bloodlines, they cannot go to the other palaces and can only choose the Heaven Dragon Palace. So, take care." Xiao Chen thought for a long time. If not for Tang Dan's words, he would indeed have been careless. After all, that Jiang He was also a mixed blood dragon. "Many thanks for the reminder. It looks like I did not lose out in this transaction. Goodbye." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly before turning to leave. When Tang Dan returned to the inn, her junior brothers and sisters surrounded her, asking her about the transaction. Tang Dan felt somewhat helpless. After a long time, she said, "Don't ask too much. This person is different from us. After returning to the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't say that you met this person. Something major will happen to him. It is best to avoid interacting with him." Tang Dan's words completely shocked this group of people, finding it somewhat inconceivable. While they drank and chatted with Xiao Chen, they did not sense anything different about Xiao Chen. Only Deng Yun recalled that night when Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, causing his soul to tremble. He felt that Tang Dan's words were probably true. This Xiao Chen was indeed different from them. Chapter 1874. Xiao Chen's and Tang Dan's group's destination was the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were going the same way but on different paths. The path that Xiao Chen wanted to take was bound to be filled with difficulties, filled with many obstacles. 2 months later, Xiao Chen appeared in the Divine Dragon Empire, in front of an ancient dragon city. The words, Heaven Dragon City, were written on the city gates. The Tao contained in the words heaven had already advanced to a kind of heavenly might, transcending the limits of the great Tao and reaching an even higher level. As Xiao Qun stood below the city gates and looked up, he felt that the sky was boundlessly far away. It was like the sky really was above him. The words heaven exuded might without showing any anger. Aside from Ancestor Dragon City, there were only 7 complete ancient dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. Each of them had at least 1,000,000 years of history. When the immortal epoch collapsed, all the past civilizations and inheritances had turned to dust. However, some ancient buildings remained. When the martial epoch rose, people discovered them and passed them on. Now, the 7 Dragons' Gates outer palaces managed the 7 ancient dragon cities in the empire. The one managing the Heaven Dragon City was the Heaven Dragon Palace. The Dragon City before Xiao Qun was even more ancient and vast than the soaring Dragon Marquisite's county city. Upon entering the city, every street was filled with hidden Taoist rhymes. If one used their soul power to look, they would be able to sense the Taoist rhymes. When he looked with his soul energy, he would discover a bright light invisible to the naked eye, dazzling and dazzling. Boundless dragon chi spread in the sky, already turning solid, turning into thick clouds that encased the entire Heaven Dragon City. There seemed to be mysterious buildings in the purple clouds made of dragon chi. They contained supreme dragon might, aloof, giving people immense pressure. Several buildings on both sides of the streets were made of many inherited Tao tools. The complete Taoist rhymes were interconnected, and under the communication of the internal array formation, they formed a stable Taoist rhyme small world. That was to say, these buildings did not look large. After entering, one would discover a completely different world. Perhaps a building that looked only 100 meters tall might hide a mountain range after entering. Clearly, these were the major clans of the empire, using them as a facade. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary faction to casually use an inherited Tao tool in such a manner. The Heaven Dragon Palace was located at the very center of this ancient dragon city. It was surrounded by mountains that towered into the clouds. Xiao Qun had calculated the time and rushed over. Today was the day when the Heaven Dragon Hall was recruiting disciples. Dragon race cultivators who came to participate in the test crowded outside the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Some were like Xiao Qun, middle-stage Star Venerate experts. Of course, there were even more early-stage Star Venerate disciples. There were also quite a number of late-stage Star Venerates. Such a scene indeed made people sigh. A 6th-rank sect was indeed different. In other sects, Star Venerates were already true inheritors. However, everyone here was a Star Venerate. If one were not a Star Venerate, one would not even be qualified to set foot in this mountain, much less enter the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, after thinking about it, this was normal. After all, the Divine Dragon Empire was one of the 8 great empires of the Central Great Realm, a huge faction. As Xiao Qun stood before the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace, he sighed ruefully. If the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, he would be joining the Blue Dragon Palace. How unfortunate! How unfortunate! To think that no one recognized the Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Qun could only join the Heaven Dragon Palace, which mainly consisted of mixed blood dragons. One day, he would re-establish the Blue Dragon Palace and restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Qun frowned heavily as he swore in his heart. Another year, the Heaven Dragon Palace is recruiting disciples. This time, it seems to be even livelier than before. That is natural. I heard that the slots to enter the inner sect will be decided after 1 year. Many of the clan disciples who do not lack resources have to join the Dragon's Gate's outer palace first if they want to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City, the gathering place of many dragons. Only there can one come into contact with the core inheritance of the dragon race. However, we can forget about it. Early-stage Star Venerates can only become Outer Palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Middle-stage Star Venerates and late-stage Star Venerates can try to join the Inner Palace. Outside the gates, the place was bustling with discussions. Boom! Just at this moment, an incredibly berserk aura came from the distance. The crowd turned their heads to look. They saw 8 horses pulling a war chariot in the north. A youth with a cold expression sat on the war chariot. The youth appeared calm and composed, exuding a terrifying dragon might from his body. That was the aura of a true dragon bloodline. When the true dragon might leaked out slightly, it kicked up a strong wind, deeply shocking the mixed-blood dragon bloodline cultivators. That is Fong Tianyi, the Flaming Cloud County's Fong clan's young master. He possesses a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. How terrifying! To think that he is already a holy venerate. With his cultivation, he can probably become a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Core disciple? Tang Dan had said that becoming an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace might seem impressive, but in reality, they were not worth mentioning. In reality, he was not even worth mentioning. Before the core disciples, he had no status at all. Only by becoming a core disciple could one be promoted to a heaven-class core disciple and receive the focus of the Heaven Dragon Palace's nurturing. Outer Palace Disciple, Inner Palace Disciple, Core Disciple, Heaven-class Core Disciple, every step was a hurdle, like a sieve. Every hurdle would eliminate 99% of the people. Ordinary people might not be able to become a core disciple even after working hard for their entire lives. If one could directly become a core disciple, it would be like reaching the heavens in one step. The moment Fong Tianyi appeared, he immediately attracted many envious gazes. True dragon bloodline, rich clan disciple, holy venerate cultivation, and strong talent. Everything about him was worthy of envy. Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart. The scene before him verified Tang Dan's words once again. The Heaven Dragon Palace could not be underestimated. Following the appearance of Fong Tianyi, many disciples of the clans also showed up. As expected, all of them were holy venerates. Clearly, these people were aiming for a core disciple spot. These people did not lack resources in the first place. They were not as desperate as the mixed-blood dragon cultivators to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. All they cared about was the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City at the end of the year. Their goal was the same as Xiao Chen's. The slots were limited. Since everyone wanted to enter, it would be hard to avoid competition, becoming rivals. As these rich clan disciples appeared, the atmosphere slowly changed. These rich clan disciples looked at the other holy venerates with hostile expressions and arrogance in their eyes. Some of these people even had old grudges. If not for entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, they would have already started fighting. Friends who want to join my Heaven Dragon Palace and participate in the Outer Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the left. Those who want to participate in the Inner Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the right. As for a resonant voice rang out in the hazy purple clouds in the sky. Then, many holy venerates flew down from the sky. These people were the core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were in charge of this test and the guide. As for those who want to be promoted to core disciple, stay where you are. Let me see how many people there are. One of the young cultivators swept his gaze around, inspiring fear in everyone. The many cultivators in front of the mountain gates immediately fell silent. This was a demonic genius who was a peak early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The dense, veritable essence energy in this person's body made him feel as dazzling as the red sun. It was vast, dense, and dense. This person's veritable essence energy had been refined countless times. It was boundlessly strong and incredibly vast. With one look, it was clear that this person was not an ordinary holy venerate. It looked like Tang Dan's warning to Xiao Chen was still somewhat conservative. After coming to the Central Great Realm, Xiao Chen could no longer use the standards of the outside world. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Empire was an elite empire with only dragon race cultivators and no ordinary people. It was simply too easy to produce geniuses and outstanding talents. Furthermore, this Central Great Realm was in the center of the Great Thousand Realms, possessing all the luck. The environment and the level of space here were naturally much higher than that of the outside world. No wonder the people of the other great realms mostly remained unknown when they came to the Central Great Realm, dying with regrets. There were too many geniuses in this place. No wonder Tang Dan revealed an extremely shocked expression when she guessed that Xiao Chen wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Why would Xiao Chen need to disguise himself? He was just a star venerate mixed blood dragon. No one would pay attention to him at all. This person is Yi Qianyun, a grade 6 true dragon bloodline. 10 years ago, he comprehended the sword Great Tao. The most terrifying rumor about him is that he killed 10 evil Tao holy venerates when he was still a star venerate 2 years ago. I heard that as well. I heard that he grew stronger the more he fought. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of star venerate in one go. After that battle, his name spread everywhere, and his luck continued to rise. He ran into many fortuitous encounters, and indeed, he is already on the verge of breaking through to middle stage holy venerate. The scariest thing is that his veritable essence energy is very pure and vast. Who knows how many resources he refined to achieve such an effect? Seeing Yi Qianyun step forward, the many young cultivators preparing to be promoted to core disciples started discussing him. As Yi Qianyun stood on the tall platform, he exuded an overwhelming pride that did not scatter. As he looked around, he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. To think that there are close to 50 of them. This is truly the most in the past. The attraction of Ancestor Dragon City is indeed extraordinary. However, in my Heaven Dragon Palace, not everyone who is a holy venerate is a core disciple." Suddenly, Yi Qianyun's expression changed slightly. His gaze fell on Xiao Chen as he shouted coldly, "Where did this little mixed-blood dragon come from? Did you not hear what I said?" Right after Yi Qianyun spoke, many gazes immediately landed on the white-clad Xiao Chen. Among the group of holy venerates, Xiao Chen, who was a middle-stage star venerate with no bloodline, was invisible in the first place. Yi Qianyun's cold shout made him stand out.